the more we doing this for y'all. Rap is stress, but it feel great. When you up, but when you in a slump, you get real low and can't think straight. Put it all in each mixtape, so many long nights in my mother's house. Trouble boy, bring the trouble now. Since V1, I've been double down. Life's a gamble till we part ways. When we win, we just parlay. Build a pot till it pays back, and then it pays off for all of our pain that we downplayed. Just to maintain, so that I avoid a breakdown. But you can't run away when you paving the way. Gotta navigate through the dark lanes any way that you can, just so you can find a light to the path. Write you a plan, get right to the plan. Seek help, but you were too spiteful to ask. Not saying that life isn't bad, but life could be worse than the life that you have. Some people need a right for the blast to get right to the cash, and the cycle demands that it happens again and again and again.
And welcome back to Riyadh for day 2 of the second phase of the first ever WBC Grand Prix. Yesterday we saw 16 fighters book their spot into phase 3, the quarterfinals. That was at super lightweight and middleweight, but today our focus begins at featherweight before all eyes turn into the marquee division, the heavyweights. And we're back here in Cool Arena in the middle of Boulevard City, and as usual with my dynamic duo, the boxing bully himself, none other than Barack Bess, and a former super featherweight champion, none other than Barry Jones. And as always, we are so excited. We had a great day yesterday, but today we're gonna have the heavyweights, the big guys. Why are we always so excited about the big guys?
Because we see knockouts, we see more knockouts, that's it. We don't even need to see technical skills. We don't need none of that. We just need to see somebody hit the canvas, that's all.
Wow. Let's talk about skill in heavyweights, come on.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of skill in the heavyweights, but Barack's right. Ultimately, there's that jeopardy in any fight, even a boring fight. That can be a hold, grab, one punch. Then all of a sudden, bang, and you forget about the last 5 rounds, which were awful, and you remember that wow, and that's the only division that can give it to you consistently.
And that's how you could be on edge. Like, you don't even have to see something incredible, an incredible chess match, when you know that one punch can end the whole thing. And with heavyweights, we almost guaranteed the possibility of that.
So we're relying on puncher's luck. That's what we're relying on. That's
no such thing as luck in boxing.
Anyway, moving right along, let's talk about featherweights, because we mentioned it yesterday. We opened phase 1 with the featherweights, and we were like in awe of the skill and the talent. What do you think we can expect today? Because, of course, now we've actually brought the cream of the crop.
Yeah, we were saying after the first day, that the start of the tournament, that the losers could do a tournament of their own, and it would be just as good, if not arguably better, possibly. But the winners were fantastic. All the fights were evenly matched, and everyone had to work for their win. So they showed everything: skill, a little bit of power, grit, determination, all the things you want from a good fighter and for good fights. And they'll do that today, because you're getting closer now to that holy grail. You're getting closer to the final. You're getting closer to where the money is, the life-changing money. For featherweight, certainly life-changing money. So they're going to want it more. They're going to push for it harder. We're going to see better fights, and I think we're going to see more mistakes, because they're going to try so hard to win that there will be gaps, and I think we will get stoppages.
I remember in our first phase, we had a couple of instances where we used the enhanced scoring because it was so difficult to score.
Right, absolutely. And with that in mind, it makes you work harder. And that's why I love this enhanced scoring, because you can't just get by. Because you can get by, get to a draw, and then you actually lost. It's a beautiful thing.
Before I go to Thomas Schreiber, quick names. Who do we look forward to?
Well, last time I said that this was the Olympic for the pros, so I'm all-American, baby. I say Troy Nash.
What about you?
Well, I'm going to be patriotic as well. I'm going to go with Ghoulie Power. I thought he did the basics so perfect, and he showed if you do the basics well, you can win a fight.
And I'm going to go with Mexican style, baby, Brandon Mosqueda. But for the action, let's go to the ring with none other than Thomas Schreiber.
Live worldwide on DAZN. Let's first welcome to the ring Bekizizwe, Dr. Sleep, Maitse. And now let's welcome to the ring, Juma Choki. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riyadh season WBC Boxing Grand Prix from Cool Arena, Boulevard City, here in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. And His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, Jia, Turkey, Al-Sheikh. This great event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, Jia, with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, The Ring, and Box Raw. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We now get things started with Phase 2 and the featherweight division, all bouts scheduled for 6 rounds, and they are sanctioned by the Middle East Professional Boxing Commission, President Jose Mohan, and they are supervised by the International Boxing and MMA Consultants, President Joel Campuzano. Our judges assigned for our first contest will be Francisco Ahiosa, Barry Lindenman, and Steve Morrow. Our referee in charge will be Mark Lyson. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 128 pounds. His professional record, 7 wins, just 1 defeat, with 3 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing South Africa, here is Bekizizwe, Dr. Sleep Maitse. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 128 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins. He has 1 draw with 3 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Tanzania, here is Juma Choki.
Okay, boxers, I've already spoken to you both. You know what I expect. Stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck, boys.
And we welcome everyone inside the Cool Arena for the very first bout of Day 2 of Phase 2 of the WBC Grand Prix. I am Corey Erdman alongside Barack the Boxing Bully and Barry Jones, and we are getting things started with Juma Choki taking on Becky Maitse. It is Tanzania versus South Africa. Kick off phase 2 in the featherweight bracket. Choki coming off a 6-round decision over Brix Piala in the opening round. Becky Maitse took a 6-round win over Rodolfo Puentes.
He boxed really well, I thought, in the first fight, Choki. Really solid, nice, snappy jab. But it's going to be a problem here against another southpaw who's tall and rangy. She's going to have to try and slide into the distance, make that jab effective.
Maitse's grown up in the sport of boxing. His father is Wonderboy Malangu, who is still an active fighter, actually, at the age of 45. And the two of them have sparred throughout their lives. Recently reunited after a little bit of a public falling out after Maitse went over to Japan to spar with the Caicedos. His father took issue with him helping the Caicedos as they prepared to fight a South African fighter, but they have reconciled and he's supporting his son here for the tournament.
Boxing is the most patriotic sport. Good right hand.
Right up there, yeah, good shot from Maitse. He looks to step back in with the left hand.
He's just controlling that distance, isn't he, with that long reach.
Yep.
At the minute, might say.
See Choki trying to think of ways in which he could get past that long reach.
Yeah, Choki likes to reach in with his hands down. I think Maitse it'd be better if he try to counterpunch to land that left hand, like right there, instead of trying to come in and land that left and him possibly get countered.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Barack. I think that Choki likes to do what Maitse is currently doing, but right now he has a guy with just longer dimensions who's beating him to the punch.
Yes, sir.
But what he can't do is what he's doing now. He's winding his stance, trying to get a little bit lower, but he's just not moving his feet. I think you've got to try and get a bit of rhythm to get him inside that, almost encourage you either feinting or just give you a bit more acceleration and pace. But you do that with getting on the balls of your feet. And it'll take a bit of power, but you'll get a bit of success, and from that, then you can start planting your feet a little bit more.
Nice left hand.
That was it.
Choki is wobbled, and Dr. Sleep is on the hunt.
Yeah.
Maitse pounding away. The timing is the friend of Choki right now.
Oh, absolutely. Just like I said, he comes in with his hands down, he counterpunched, left hand is what did it.
All right, Juma Choki barely evaded the script from Dr. Sleep there in the opening round.
A lovely one too, though, wasn't it? Just it wasn't fast at all. It was just a really, really beautiful rhythm. Nice and long. Look at that.
There
That's fantastic. And with Choki moving to his right as well, as like you said, Brett, with that right hand down, moving to your right, that just allows Maitse there, just let go with that left hand. Couldn't really get the finish. I thought he should have just really flooded with lots of shots. And I think the referee was looking to step in.
Stoppage?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Smart man.
That's a lovely shot, right on the button there. And you're right, the hand's really low. And also, he's standing at the right distance for Maitse as well, so he thinks he's out of range, but he's not.
One thing about Maitse is that he might not have a whole bunch of knockouts, but he basically hurts every fighter he fights. He hurt Puentes as well in the phase 1.
They call him Dr. Sleep for a reason. And again, Maitse coming into the tournament as he looks for that same shot that wobbled Choki in the opening round. The only loss on his record was a 10-round decision loss to Vusi Nkambu, which, you know, is a fairly high-level domestic fight very early in his career. So Maitse had some high-level experience to go along with that sparring that we spoke of as well, as he lands another good left hand right on the forehead of Juma Choki.
But I think, not unabandoned, but he should let that left hand go more frequently, because I don't think Choki's really reading it very well. So I think he can commit with a shot here.
That same shot, 2 left hands in a row from Becky Maitse.
And Maitse has to keep his left up, coming in there like that, because he's very susceptible to that right hook.
And this is all about habits here for Choki. You can't box away you don't train. And if you're always putting that hand though in training, you're not working on it, then you're just never going to get out of it. That's what I say to young pros, who just you'll get away with bad habits early in your career, but then they're ingrained in you, they're impossible to get rid of, and then as you go through the levels, they become exposed.
Well, I think one of those habits, Barry, we just saw it right there, as he continues to slip to his left, he's kind of blinded to that left hand that's coming, and it's touching him nearly every time. Stiff jab there from Maitse.
But when you're a fighter who works everything off the jab, which I think Choki does, and you're up against a tall fighter who also has a good jab, it's always a hard match work. Always is. But you can't stay at this range. He's at the optimal range here for Maitse to let the hand go. You've got to get further away and try and jump into your attacks, or you've got to get inside the shots. You've got to slip inside and be brave.
See Choki trying to do that there a moment ago, but that right hook strayed way low.
But he can't because his legs are too wide and the back leg's too far back. More than wide, it's too far back, so you can't quicken your feet up.
It's definitely an issue with Choki's footwork, and even when he's trying to do angles, he's moving his back foot first instead of his front foot, making him slower and out of position.
I don't know what happened there, because he landed with a lovely right hand Choki.
That's twice.
Yeah, it's another low shot there.
But within that, he landed with a cracking right hand over the top that I think hurt Maitse.
Maitse seems to have recovered well.
Left hand, sorry, because southpaw, isn't he?
Yes, 2 southpaws. I wonder if it looks strange to them fighting another southpaw.
Good. So they know what we feel like.
Right? Oh, there you go.
Shot there from Choki.
A good shot.
And another left hand.
I think Maitse's hurt. He's
Maitse
hurt.
is buzzed.
Put your hands up or hold.
Both men hurt in the closing moments of the opening 2 rounds.
He got a good game face. Maitse got a good game face. Got a good poker face.
One final left hand and a good counter right from Choki. Both men landing in the final second of the round.
Choki definitely redeemed himself with that. He got some power.
And more than that, that gave him so much confidence. He was having no success at all.
Yes.
But just before this shot, there's a nice little long left hand there, and he tried to put the foot on the gas there. Choki couldn't really get the accuracy in his work. But just before that, like I said, when Murphy warned him for that low blow, he landed with one as well. That I thought really shook up Maitse.
Right. I think he could have actually put him down because that shot was flush. Yeah. Now, the next shots that he threw them from too long distance, and he wasn't able to get it. He wasn't able to really get him. If he would have took a step in and threw it, he could have really connected.
One judge has it even, a draw, 19-19. The other 2 judges have it 20-18.
Lovely shot. Finish the round.
Both of those for the green corner, Maitse.
So one judge, liked that little flurry right there and gave that to Choki.
We'll have the open scoring coming in just a moment, but right now, scores 20-18 twice for Becky Maitse, and even on one scorecard. Better round there, a much better round for Juma Choki. Both men have been hurt in the opening 2 rounds.
And I think that's the important thing. Even though Choki might not have won the round, the fact that he had success, and it was good, and it was a pretty good success as well. He really hurt him, but the fact that he hit the target clean is enough to give him confidence now to close that gap.
And he made Maitse honest.
Yeah.
Now Maitse has something to look for, even though he switched to orthodox.
We can see already, just in the opening minute of the round, that Maitse has made some adjustments. He wasn't just standing at long range. He doesn't have the same level of certainty that he had in the opening round. And Barry, he had every reason to feel that way. He was landing nearly everything he was letting go.
Well, Choki couldn't get close to landing, but he didn't land with one shot, pretty much. And every time he let that left hand go, he was finding a home for it. So, yeah, he had to commit. You couldn't blame him for that.
All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos, who is in the corner of Juma Choki. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Well, Choki took a little bit trying to recover, but now we can see he's in his rhythm. But on the other hand, Maitse, he got clocked in that second round, finalizing it. And then in the corner, they asked him to be careful, hands up, but stick to combinations. Nice straight and use that hook. That hook has been very efficient for him.
Nice feint. Oh, good caught there, though. Just to say, nice feint from Maitse before he let that jab go. But again, if you watch Maitse's feet, he got lovely footwork. Because he got a wide stance as well, that front foot gets too close. That allows Choki to fire back. Good shot.
Left hand over the top there from Maitse. You see Choki looking for that counter right hook.
Choki just got to get a little bit more, just relax those shoulders so he can do that. There you go. Even though you're in front of him, you're walking down, but you're constantly moving tiger with your head and your shoulders.
Choki landing that right hook on the chest of Maitse there a moment ago. Like both men have identified a potential fight-ending shot here. There's a nice right hand from Maitse as he momentarily switches stances.
He got caught in the middle of switching stances as well.
Made something work nonetheless. As we enter the final 10 seconds of round 3. And that'll do it for the round. A lot of tension in this fight. Both men are very aware of their capability of hurting one another. Well, it's destination New York City on July 12th when the Ring presents another blockbuster card. It's Edgar Berlanga versus Hamza Shiraz and Shakur Stevenson versus William Zepeda. It promises to be another memorable night of boxing in the Big Apple.
You are in control. Keep it up. You are in control. Keep doing what you're doing. More of the jab, more of the fending. Now, better, you need to pull back. Be careful. Be careful there. It's like a goal pencil. You are in control. Taking the market connection.
Round 4 underway. Took a look at the corner of Becky Maitse. Barry, a familiar face over there.
Yeah, former world champion Zolani Tete, who was a fantastic fighter. Absolutely awesome. I remember the first time I saw him live was when he came over to fight Paul Butler from the UK. And Paul Butler was on a real roll, brilliant, and Tete just put him to sleep with an unbelievable shot. In Liverpool, in front of his own fan, it was amazing. What a fighter. And look at the size of him, he used to be a flyweight. He's only 6'2".
Maitse, his new charge, blessed with pretty good dimensions himself, but he said that making featherweight, in his words, is like cutting butter with a hot knife. He says he has no trouble getting down here. He's got those puncher's dimensions, Barack. That long, wiry frame.
I think he's trying to take advantage of the right-handed stance, so maybe he could slip a straight right in against the southpaw. Just hasn't been successful yet with that punch. And I just think, you see how it's easier for him to catch him on a counter. It's just that I think that's, instead of trying to come in, because he seems to get caught when he comes in, I think that's his best bet.
Left hand there from Choki as he steps in.
Still cracking those feet up, Choki, hasn't he?
He's starting to find his range a little more here at middle distance. That left hand over the top, but a step back there from Maitse.
Yeah, he's getting too close, Maitse, there when he saw that left hand. No need to that. Well, that right hand at that point. But
yeah, the right hand just wasn't landing flush.
There's no need to get that close, though. You're inviting the other guy into the fight there. You just punch long. Turn from the hips and the shoulders, almost square your shoulders up, rather than lean into the shot.
Good timing by Choki there with the check right hook.
And Choki's on a bit of a roll right now, as Maitse has been advancing forward. Choki having a much easier time allowing Maitse to come to him than he was having. Trying to get his way inside on Maitse as he lands a wicked right hook there.
Took it well, though.
They're both landing shots, and they're both kind of taking it much better than they did earlier in the fight.
That's a good point, Brock. The same shots that hurt them early in the fight, they are now taking it and moving forward.
Yes.
10 seconds of the round. Choki now, even winning the jab battle at times. Stuck a jab in there a moment ago. And that'll do it for the frame.
So much better when he keeps it at long range there, might say, behind that jab. Because we were saying, Choki's just starting to get that distance now, especially that middle range distance where he's sort of believing himself, committing to his shots. And I think both of them are just reading each other a little bit better than they were, you know, in the first and second rounds.
Looking at the exchanges, I'm convinced that Maitse is taller, but he might not have a longer reach. For some reason, he keeps allowing Choki to catch him with the jab. Maybe Choki has long arms. We don't know the dimensions of these guys.
After 4 rounds, one judge has an even a draw, 38-38. One judge has it 40-36. One judge has it 39-37. Both of those for the green corner. Maitse.
It's a winnable fight for Choki.
Yeah, he would have to win both of the final 2 rounds on 2 of the judges' scorecards here in order to send it to WBC's enhanced scoring system. So he could win on points.
Got to win big because he did get wobbled. So that was a good win for Maitse in that round.
Just to see the scores on your screen here, 39-37, 40-36, both for Maitse. And dead even on Judge A's scorecard.
Just trying to draw that lead, isn't he, Choki? He should be careful, he just doesn't get lean back and get caught with that long left hand. It's better distance here, though, for Maitse.
You get the feeling, Barry, just in listening to Maitse's corner, that they understand how important negotiating that distance is. That they seem to be instructing him with every single step. They're telling him, hey, step in, step out, and ensuring that he's staying focused on where he is, because all of those problems, as you pointed out, that he has had when they've happened, nice left hand there from Maitse, have been because he's been inching a little bit too close.
And the step out's important because you want to step out not too far because you want to be able to counter something that comes back. But you've got to take that step out. If you're going to commit to the shot, you step in to get a bit more weight in your punch when that forward momentum. You've got to have that natural step out to make you miss. Otherwise, you're inviting them into the fight. And having a wide stance good, especially for power, but too wide means you can't move your feet quick enough. And also, you'll step with the front foot automatically, and then you're too close to the target. You throw, and he can throw with you.
It's definitely controlling the distance that made this a better round for Maitse. You're 100% right.
He doesn't have to negotiate the distance. His distance is his, isn't it? So it's Choki who's got to make, who's got to close the gap. You don't have to close the gap. And from the first round, Choki was struggling with that.
Nice left hand there from Maitse.
Good round, actually, for Maitse.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I guess he just has it in him where he has to be the aggressor. He has to go forward. You know, even though I think it would be a smarter fight if he lets the smaller guy come in and just jab him all day, bam, bam, and then release that left hand. He's doing well. He's doing well now, being the aggressor.
Might win him the fight this round.
Yep.
That'll do it for round 5. Just 1 to go here in our opening contest. Well, the Undisputed Heavyweight Championship is on the line at Wembley Stadium on July 19th as Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet for the second time. And on this occasion, all the belts are on the line in another history-making night right here on DAZN.
You know, I think Maitse is one of those sneaky, subtle guys that could sneak his way to the final, you know?
Yep. Like Barry Jones-esque. You know what I mean? Right under the table.
That's exactly what I was thinking
Under
of.
the table.
You guys actually look alike.
Yeah, we do look alike. But You got a good guy in his corner because Tete was tall and long. And
Yes.
punch with
Final
power.
round.
It's nothing like having a legend in your corner, you know. Former really good fighter.
Sixth and final round here between Maitse and Juma Choki. And aside from a second round scare for Maitse, he's mostly been able to control this fight with that jab and with that long left hand of his as well. Choki has had his moments.
But, and I honestly thought Choki was going to win this. I fancied him at the start. I thought, you know, the way he was in the first round, he had a solid jab, a really good power in that left hand. I thought Maitse started well in his first fight, but he faded a little bit at the end.
He did.
Yeah,
he sure did.
Yeah, and I thought, you know, I think that would suit Choki.
He was outclassing Fuentes in the beginning, and then he kind of faded.
But he's been really good tonight, really disciplined.
Oh yeah, he's sticking to the game plan. Very conditioned right now. He came to win.
Well, in all likelihood, Choki's going to need something big here in this round. But, you know, Brock, you pointed something out in the last round that might have been a little bit more useful for Choki a little bit earlier, which is that I think Maitse, you're right, does have that thing in him where he wants to be the aggressor. And you could see there were some times when Choki took a few more steps back, and Maitse said, like, well, no, I can't not fight. I have to go after you. And that's when opportunities did open up for Choki.
Yes.
But with a minute 30, he kind of has to get a little desperate, does he not?
100%. Balls to the walls, as they say, in Barry's household.
Barry's That's not true. Nobody speaks to me in my house.
He has to go all out in this minute and 10 seconds he has left. He's inside.
There are those moments right there. Choki landed a nice right hook, but Maitse with a good body shot while he was in there as well.
Choki landed his best shot, that left hand, the first one, then the second one after that. When they both engaged at the same time, I feel. And I think he had to do that, but I don't think his feet have been quick enough to close the distance to force Maitse to throw with him, for the most part.
When you only have a minute left and you're fighting a guy that's switching stances, that's confusing. Because you're planning to move in, you need something big, but the guy keeps switching stances and changing up your offense.
30 seconds of the contest.
But I'm a believer, when somebody switches stances like continuously, they do it for no reason. I always say that defensively on the other side, they're not as good, so jump on them. I always say that. If someone switches on you, unless they're brilliant at it and you know that, then switch, then jump on them, because defensively they're never as good.
It got to be methodically, and a lot of times I think it's just out of habit.
Yeah.
You know, some guys, like what I've noticed with Maitse is he'll overshoot the left hand, and then because he overshoot, his back leg moves up, and now he switched the right hand stance.
Maybe some things for Maitse to think about as we assume he will advance to the second round. Good back and forth fight, particularly in the early going here between Choki and Maitse. Well, next week, Jake Paul is back to face his toughest challenge yet as the problem child steps into the ring with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for more details on how to watch this unmissable event live from Anaheim, California.
Maitse's manager, Brad Norman, giving out gifts. Feels good, victory, you know?
Well, for us getting gifts.
Before you even know.
Guys, we're not supposed to admit to payola on the air, you know.
We're going to give it back if Maitse loses.
Exactly. A nice performance from Maitse here tonight.
I thought he boxed really well. But he did. You know, he had that little bit of a worry in the second round, but apart from that, he was pretty good.
All right, looks like we are ready. The scores are in the hands of Thomas Triber, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Barry Lindenman scores it 59-55. Judge Steve Morrow scores it 60-54. And Judge Francisco Ayosa scores it 58-56. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Bekizizwe, Dr. Sleep Maitse.
And we continue here in Riyadh with the featherweight competition at the WBC Grand Prix. 6 more fights to go, actually 7 more fights to go. But boxing continues right here on the zone because it's the home of this summer's FIFA Club World Cup. Two teams are in the U.S., all competing to be crowned the winners of the FIFA Club World Cup. We have another 4 live games today with Dortmund and Inter, both in action. And remember, you can watch every single game live with us on the zone. And now we go back to the action right here in Riyadh with Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Jean Dinamita Bolaño. And now let's welcome to the ring, Ayub Bakirov.
Seni qoningda jadidlar qoni O'zing ham ishonmasang orzularing ushalmaydi O'zingga o'zing ishonmasang hech kim ishonmaydi Xohlasang ucha olasan seni hech kim ishonmaydi O'zing ko'tarib yulduzlar oldingga tusholmaydi Bilaman ahvol og'ir men ham o'tganman ko'changdan Men ham jonimga tekkan dimiga yutganman ko'changdan Nima ham o'zgaradi lekin qamalib o'tirsang uchangda Men kurashaman oxirigacha borim tutganman bu jangda Kimsan qaysi makon ammo o'zing ayirdasan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Christian Garduño, Fabian Guggenheim, and Paul Landeros. Our referee in charge will be Steve St. Germain. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.5 pounds. Undefeated with 9 wins, 8 of his 9 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Colombia, here is Jean Dinamita Bolaño. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 127.5 pounds. Undefeated with 7 wins, 5 of his 7 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Uzbekistan, here is Ayub Bakirov.
Boxer, I'm gonna consider both belt good. Protect yourself at all time, listen to my command at all time. Touch gloves. Good luck, both of you.
Well, don't blink during this one. Ayub Bakirov had a dominant win in his opening round contest against Jamal Hadjab, stopping him in 6 rounds, dropping him in the first round. Jan Bolaño did go the distance against Jermaine Hardison, but had him hurt several times, and has also scored 8 knockouts in his 9 professional victories.
Yeah, this flagged it was a good fight, didn't it, really? Bakirov, obviously, with his skill, that lovely movement he has on the tag, it's going to cause Bolaño plenty of trouble, but that right hand that he has over the top, Bolaño, if he lands, that'll stop that movement pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous for anyone, even someone like Bakirov, who was a tremendous amateur in 2023. A silver medalist in the Uzbek national finals, which, Barak, as you know, in certain years that might as well be the Olympics.
100%. That's why they come in. Sometimes they come in older, but they just come in more advanced than other fighters when they come to the pros.
Nice right hand over the top there from Bakirov.
I think that Asian Games, they've got to be the 3rd hardest tournament to win.
Yeah, Asian Games.
Right hand to the body there from Bakirov as Boyano tries to flurry in reply.
We slice into distance. It's such a beautiful thing to see.
And every punch is hard. Jab, every punch is hard.
Tremendous body work from Bakirov here early. Credit to Boyano, who's in there trying to trade, but Bakirov is just on a roll here in the opening round.
The good thing about Bolaño that he throws fluid, so he doesn't load up. It's just natural movement and power. But when you're continually missing, you just worry about if this goes 2 or 3 rounds, or what the power's going to be like. And will he be an easy target to hit? Unless he can hurt Bakirov. I mean, that's his real outlook here. Is trying to hurt him, slow him down.
I think these body shots from Bakirov, the last couple, look like they've taken a little bit of an effect on Boyano.
I don't know how Boyano took that last body shot.
Well, yeah, the last one, you could see him kind of move his right elbow down.
See, it's pressure from a guy who's hard to hit. So he's in front of you, but the way he just sways side to side makes it really hard to hit him clean.
Final 20 seconds. Bakirov just raining these shots in. Nice right hand over the top.
Yeah, lovely right hand there from Bakirov. Oh, really hard round.
Incredible tempo being cut here by Bakirov as the seconds tick away in the opening round.
Really good opening round that was, full of action, but Bakirov, the aggressor, but with technique and guile. Showing some lovely skills, maybe not on that occasion, but just showing how hard he hits to the body and the head. Good technique and non-stop pressure with that front foot.
It's round 2 underway. Excellent start for Ayub Bakirov, taking on John Boyano. Nice right hand over the top.
Bolaño's, he's eating the shots very, very well. He hasn't seemed to be hurt by any of these shots yet.
Or panic. I mean, sometimes,
No, not at all.
You see other people lose their shape or rush their work, and he's trying to stay relaxed. He's not winning the round, but he's firing back. Good movement there, Emiliano.
Bolaño has been fighting at a pretty high level back home. He is the current Colombian super featherweight champion. He's gone the 10-round distance. Or sorry, he's been in 10-round fights. It's only been the 6-round distance because no one's been able to go the distance with him back home.
He's definitely a skillful fighter. You could tell in his movement, his punch placement.
He's just up against a guy here who can match him, maybe not for power, but everything else and more.
Yeah, Bakirov is a good fighter, and he's just bigger.
Incredible to think, too. Bakirov lands another 2 good left hooks to the body. He was a replacement in this tournament for Olympic champion Abdulmalik Kalikov. And for a replacement, he may wind up being one of the favorites in the featherweight bracket if he can get through this fight.
Oh, he's definitely going to be in contention. I just don't understand how Bolaño could take these shots. He has a really good beard.
Bolaño looking for that right hand over the top, but finds some body work there. Good 2-punch combination right along the belt line of Bakirov.
Bolaño's doing well under the pressure, I think. He's put his punches together in combinations. Still plenty of weight in the shot. Again, without loading up, he naturally hits hard, but swings the body into the punches. And he's under constant pressure here, but still trying to produce some good work.
All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos, who was in the corner of Bolaño.
Corey, gentlemen, I just got news that Bolaño is actually fighting with a left shoulder injury, and that's why he hasn't been able to let that go. That was his power punch in the phase 1, and we've seen that lacking today. That's the reason why.
Wow, and that's probably why it's so much movement. He can't even position himself or keep Bakirov off with that left hand.
And you can see him really favoring that right hand at every counter he throws. And he did land a pretty good one about 10 seconds ago. That's another good round for Bakirov.
That just highlighted Bolaño's skill set to me. You know, you're fighting with an injury, so you're impaired a little bit one-handed, and you're basically holding yourself in there.
Yeah, you're fighting one-handed against an elite prospect.
An elite prospect. He's killing the body.
Yeah, just the pressure, isn't it, for Bakirov? The variety in his work. He's constantly on you all the time. Even when he's not punching, that front foot in the center stance, always putting you under pressure. You know, Bolaño says, you know, it's coped with it quite well, to be fair, but it has to have an effect. It has to.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges have it the same. 22-18
It's so much harder when it's your lead hand that's hurt. You know, when it's your lead shoulder that's hurt. So it takes away your jab. It takes away a good, effective jab.
Round 3 underway, and the scores thus far, 20-18 across the board, as you see on your screen there for Ayub Bakirov.
And as a fighter, Barry, you know, when you're hurt, you try to masquerade it. You know, you try to pump fake it, you know, throw the left hand.
There is times in a fight where you almost forget. I've got to be honest. There's all like injuries, like shoulder injuries in a fight, and you've continued. But they get to a point where you can forget about it, and you do let it go. But there's other, and pain's a funny thing because different pain, the same pain at a different time of a fight or a different fight can just feel different. It can. There's so much got that adrenaline rush where you just don't almost feel anything. So I'll be honest. But it does restrict. But it messes with your brain. It restricts. So you want to throw in combinations where your shoulders stiff.
Yes.
And you're well aware of that, so you won't commit to the attack. And I think that's what it does. It stops you from committing to what you're good at.
Well, Bolaño might be finding a little bit of that adrenaline. He's letting that left hand go like that. A left hook. He's been throwing uppercuts. Trying to go toe-to-toe here with Bakirov. Having a little bit of success here in the third.
I tell you what, Bakirov, I know Bakirov blocks most of the shots, but he takes a good punch as well, doesn't he?
He is letting that left hand go.
Yeah, that's lovely there though from Bakirov. Just again the upper body movement there from him. Stuck his feet there, but just moved and swayed away from the punches.
Nice right hand over the top there from Bakirov. And part of that fluidity, Barry, might come from nice left hand there from Bolaño.
Shifted his whole body.
Back comes Bakirov with maybe an even better left hook to the body. And then brings another one behind it.
Do you know what though? When Bakirov throws that left hook to the body, it's a risk doing this, by the way, because you could get dropped with a body shot. He brings it back low. I think you got a chance to throw the right hand there. You just got to be careful that body shot doesn't rip you to pieces. But I mean, he's open. He really is.
And he doesn't keep his right hand up when he does that. So he's open for a left hook counter.
Just to return to a previous point about Bakirov, I mean, he has been incredibly active in a lot of this comfort level and the fluidity that you see. He had 5 pro fights last year on top of a very busy amateur schedule as well.
Keeps you sharp. I mean, you got to get the balance right. You're not jaded, but if you're active all the time, it keeps you really sharp. Keeps your eye in the game.
Good shot in the right hand there from Bakirov, but Bolaño snuck a shot in there. You saw the head of Bakirov snapping back there a moment ago as a late shot comes in. What an exchange right at the bell.
I don't think there's a problem with that Bolaño shoulder now. They were banging it out.
I said, well, there's not a problem with his chin.
Yeah, well, that's a fact. Unbelievable chin Bolaño has.
Oh, look at that for a right hand. He rolls underneath the right hand of Bolaño and lands with a lovely shot and a second one to match it. But the chin on Bolaño, he doesn't only take the shot, he fires back. His first thought is not to protect yourself. Look at this, boom, flush, and then again, another one. Again, well, he's off balance even, and that left hand. And his first thought is to fire back. Absolute maniac. the nice kind.
Well, DAZN heads to Birmingham tonight as Olympic and Commonwealth gold medalist Galal Yafai looks to take a big stride towards his first world title as he takes on Francisco Rodriguez Jr. as a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight title. We've got 2 good featherweights going at it here right now in Ayub Bakirov and John Bolaño. And it looks like they've just agreed to go toe-to-toe here in the 4th.
Even Bakirov, he doesn't need to go toe-to-toe with anybody here, but he still wants to, and I love that. I mean, if I was the corner, I'd be going mad. But I mean, for us, it's fantastic.
I think that's also one of the joys, and not to lump all fighters of a nationality in together, but broadly speaking, one of the joys of the Uzbek style is that there is that fluidity, you know, a little bit of exotic footwork, but really what they want to do is advance forward. That there's pressure and there's action all the time.
Yes, he fights nice and low. He wants to bang. You could just see it in his stance. He wants to bang. He's nice and low. He's always grounded. He has perfect balance. He wants to bang.
And he lifts that elbow and punch it. No, we're generalising everybody. It's like you grab the Cuban and you grab the Kazakh fighter, and you just mash them together. Right. And that makes it Uzbek fighter.
You make it Uzbek.
That's what it is.
That's how they do it.
It gotta be something like that.
No, but I'm sure if you were to look at, you know, how that schooling was crafted and the influences, there probably is something to that theory. If you look at how the Cuban school was invented, it was a teacher who basically took the Soviet style and the US style and made a new style.
Well, they box it for the footwork. The old Soviet they box in squares, and the Cubans box in circles, but to get their footwork right. So it's similar but different in how you spin and how you move forward and backwards.
Uppercut on the inside there from Bolaño as he rips a left hook to the body. Oh. There's an even better one from Bakirov.
I think it was actually around the back there, I think.
I just know he felt it.
Bolaño is absolutely fantastic. He's so tough.
I was about to say, whether he wins this fight or not, this is a prospect that someone should scoop up immediately.
If I had a prospect who was around 10-0 and they offered me him, I'd just laugh. No chance.
I think you'll see again in the future.
Chopping right hand there from Bakhtiyorov, but back comes Bolaño with one of his own.
And also, again, this is the whole tournament. If you're a promoter looking for fighters,
that's what I'm talking about. This is a smorgasbord of great talent. And unfortunately for Bolaño, you would have never fought somebody this good, this early. But then it makes him a better fighter.
brilliant.
Good exchange right at the bell. Tremendous fight here between Bakhtiyorov and Bolaño.
It's a war with a technical aspect to it,
yes.
isn't it? It's just brilliant to watch.
There's never any useless punches.
Yeah, I mean, and that, at any weight that's difficult. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, just got their featherweights. It should be technically better than the heavyweights, of course.
Yes.
But I mean, they're committing to every shot, and they're both heavy-handed. I think Bolaño is heavier-handed than I think than Bakhtiyorov, but still, both committed to shots.
After 4 rounds, one judge has it 40-38, and the other 2 judges have it 39-37. All unanimous for the gold corner, Bakhtiyorov.
Round 5 underway of a really fun fight here between Ayub Bakhtiyorov and John Bolaño. And the scores, as you see on your screen, 40-36, one judge, all 4 rounds for Bakhtiyorov. The other 2 have it 39-37. And nice to see some acknowledgement for the work of John Bolaño as well. We were hearing in the corner, thanks to the translation of Claudia Trejos, the corner of Bolaño, in more profane terms that I will use here, saying, I don't care if it hurts, you have to throw that left hand, it's do or die.
He listened too, because that last round was back and forth. Very, very close round. Obviously, Bakhtiyorov got the best of that round, in my opinion, but he's definitely letting that left hand go.
Nice again.
Break.
Oh, lovely.
Bakhtiyorov has spent the last 20 seconds just lining up right hands here.
He made him miss so well, and didn't he? And kept the balance, leaning back, but kept the balance and under 1-2 down the line as well there, Bakhtiyorov. He must be thinking, I've hit this kid with everything. What's he doing?
This right hand again, beautiful timing shot there from Bakhtiyorov, right on the button.
This is why the Uzbek has to be conditioned, because all of his shots are hard.
And they turn into it, don't they? They punch correct, but it does take a bit of energy to do that.
Definitely. And he's punching just as hard in the 5th round.
Is there something to be said, Barry, for potentially, and you know, there's really very little to criticize Bakhtiyorov here, of maybe taking something off some of the shots here and there, the surprise aspect maybe of some of these power shots?
Yeah, but I think, you know, because he's a pressure fighter by trade, you know, he goes about his work by busting you up, making you panic. I think, and it works almost all the time, and it will work at a higher level, I do think, because he'll get better at it. But, you know, they just hit you anywhere, make you feel the power and the pressure with the feet. So every shot has to be correct. And they've been taught to turn into every shot and turn into it. So to change that now, I think, would be near impossible. But I do like that. The changing of the pace of shots really confuses some fighters, and that's where you need to do it.
Good right hands there from Bolaño, one over the top, ripped an uppercut to the body. See a little bit of swelling under both eyes of Bolaño. This has been a tough physical fight since the opening round, as Bakhtiyorov just rips him with a right hand again, and another one. And Bolaño felt that last one was behind the head. It didn't look that way to me, but at this point, he must be thinking, I'm getting hit everywhere.
He might even been feeling it still from the one that actually went to the back of his head.
But that was the first time I've seen Bakhtiyorov look a little bit tired, because he was making mistakes on the right hand.
Yeah,
he just lost his shape a little bit, didn't he? A different tactic from Bakirov, who started to allow Bolaño to come on to him a little bit more and still had the same success. But had to take a few shots. We see there that right hand is always dangerous here from Bolaño. But again, though, Bakirov just picking his shots, moving the feet really well. That was the last shot at the end of the round when he really committed.
6th and final round.
It was a good fight.
Sixth and final round here between Ayub Bakirov and John Bolaño. Bakirov, a late addition to this tournament, but looking like one to watch throughout the tournament, presuming he can get through this 6th round and pick up the victory here tonight. But as we've been talking about, John Bolaño, someone to watch in the future as well, whether he sticks on as an alternate of some sort in the tournament or just goes back to the world outside of the Grand Prix. This is an impressive showing against a very good fighter here tonight.
Yeah, I think he's been really good. He's shown so much qualities, I think. He's not winning the fight. He's not going to win the fight unless he lands with a haymaker, but showing how tough he is, showing he doesn't panic under pressure. His shot selection's good. He has plenty of power, you can see it, and he's still, if he is genuinely fighting with an injury, mental resolve to just continue. And that's not a thing you can't teach some of those things. You've got them or you haven't. So an alternate would be fantastic, because you'd like to see him in this again. If someone pulls out with an injury, he'd be the perfect replacement.
This left hook from Bakirov there a moment ago. Bolaño still varying his offense, still landing to the body. Trying to find maybe a fight-ending shot here. It would appear that he's going to need one. Either that or a cascade of knockdowns here in the final round. Left hook to the body there from Bolaño. Throws away the second left hook, but lands a jab.
You can't see it in his face, Bakirov, but he's knackered. He's walking him down here, but he's not as accurate at all, and just not letting his hands go like he would have a couple of rounds ago.
Good right hand. Two of them from Bakirov.
And he ate it. Bolaño just ate those shots.
Closing in on the final 30 seconds of the contest.
Lovely work. Just the feet as well. He doesn't come straight, he comes out with an angle as well.
Counter right hand over the top there from Bolaño, but it won't be enough. Excellent fight here between Bakirov and Bolaño. And that will be the final bell as both men look to the skies and take a deep breath after a punishing 6th round fight.
Bakirov probably won that fight, but he had to earn it.
Even in the last round, letting go cracking shots, big heavy shots with the right hand, and Bolaño, even in knowing he's got it all to do, still trying to push the pace, walking through punches, trying to land his own big right hands. I mean, that was a really good contest to watch. That was from the first round to the last. Technically very good, loads of action, loads showing plenty of bottle and commitment that they had to get through it. And like you said, Barak, you had to earn that win.
Well, perhaps we'll see another slugfest as the Undisputed Heavyweight Championship is on the line at Wembley Stadium on July 19th as Alexandr Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet for the second time. And on this occasion, all the belts are on the line in another history-making night right here on DAZN. All right, looks like we are ready to make this one official, so let's send it back up to Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Fabian Guggenheim, Paul Landeros, and Christian Garduño, are in agreement. They all scored the same, 59-55, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Ayub, back to you,
Bring on your
And as we see the next phase, we're here in Riyadh for the second phase of the WBC Grand Prix. For those of you that just joined us, here is a quick reminder of how this tournament works.
The WBC Grand Prix is split into 4 separate weight divisions: featherweight, super lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. In total, 128 athletes will compete, 32 in each division, representing 41 countries. Fighters' age limit is restricted to 26, and they must not have a professional record of more than 15 bouts. The competition is split across 5 events, hosted throughout 2025, culminating in the finals on December 20th. This is the second phase and will be held across 2 days, with super lightweights and middleweights paired together on day 1, while day 2 sees the featherweights and heavyweights in action. There will be 16 fights taking place each day, 8 in each weight class, with the winners progressing to the quarterfinals. There are no draws, ensuring decisive outcomes in every bout. Every fight is set for 6 3-minute rounds. There will be open scoring at the end of round 2, 4, and 6 to enhance transparency. There will also be instant replay for accurate and fair officiating. The winner of each weight class will receive the Jose Sulaiman Trophy and the honour of being an inaugural WBC Grand Prix champion.
And here we are, continuing with the featherweight championship right here in the WBC Grand Prix. For that spot in the quarterfinals, we go back to the action with Thomas Stryber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Muhammad Kamili Machine.
When you're on it, you'll keep going down, and there's no one to hold on to, and there's no one to pull you out. Keep on falling.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Holy, the Jawbreaker Dorbetter.
So what who you are go smile to? Yeah, watch how we is. Kind of wicked a lot if it is. Some of them are go come like friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Francisco Ayosa, Barry Lindenman, and Steve Morrow. Our referee in charge will be Ansi Berayoki. Introducing to you first, Fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.3 pounds. Undefeated with 15 wins, 7 of his 15 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Italy, here is Muhammadkhuja Machine. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 124.8 pounds. Undefeated with 14 wins, he has 1 draw with 8 of his 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ghana, here is Ghoulie, the Jawbreaker Dorbetter.
Okay, gentlemen, I wait a good, clean fight. Follow the rules, obey my comments. This is the belt line, this is the belt line. No punches below this line, and no rabbit punches. May the best man win. Thus, gloves. Good luck.
Two of the more experienced fighters in the featherweight bracket going at it here in our next matchup. Ghoulie Dorbetter, the Jawbreaker, taking on this man, Muhammadkhuja, who's coming off a win over Igor Simonchuk in the opening round. Dorbetter scored a 6th-round decision win over Alexandr Solomennikov in a win that was considered somewhat of an upset. We're actually going to see Solomennikov back in the tournament coming up next. More on that after this fight, but right now, Ghoulie Dorbetter already doing some good work to the body, but so is Khuja, and if this is the kind of pace we can expect for 6 rounds, we're in for another good one, guys.
And again, because they're getting closer to that final now, it's just a little bit more commitment, isn't it? Start fast, and again, because they understand the format a little bit more now, winning those rounds big is very important if it's a close fight.
Both these men have really been taken under the wings of high-level fighters, and that's helped them get to where they are today. Ghoulie Dorbetter was taken under the wing of Isaac Dogbe, who had him in camp, working with him for about 5 months or so, even prior to the preparation of a fight that he was preparing for. Muhammadkhuja has been spending a lot of time with Cristobal Lorente, but also with top 140-pounder Sandor Martin. Nice right hand lands there for Dorbetter. Already some reddening on the nose of Khuja.
Yeah, it's a couple of right hands there from Dorbetter. One that landed clean. Took it well, Khuja, but don't want to walk onto too many of those.
Yeah, he didn't really sit down on it like he should have, like he keeps lifting up his back leg. If he sit down on that right hand, there'd be a little bit more pop to it. That's a better right hand right there, just didn't land. There we go.
Good right hands there. Dorbetter still getting the better of these exchanges.
And getting caught in between, too. He has to be careful.
They're both really hittable, actually. I think Dorbetter shouldn't be that hittable, being so tall and so long.
He doesn't fight that way. You see,
he sits down, but bends down.
He definitely bends down.
Cut on the outside of the left eye there of Khuja.
And he doesn't have to bend down, that's the thing. You know, when you watch the Uzbek last fight, he bends down because that's his style on the inside. Dorbetter actually fights from the outside and still wants to bend down.
Well, if you're a short fight, you can roll into the shots. But if you're a tall fight, you almost want to, like, Klitschko-like-esque, keep the shoulders square, so when you turn the hips and the shoulders together, you get the full length of the shot. Clash of heads, the referee saying.
That is not in a great place for Khuja. Looks like right above or maybe on the eyelid. If it's on the eyelid, Barry, obviously that is about as bad as it gets cut-wise.
Of course it is, yeah. It seeps into the eye, you can't see, and it'll only widen for every punch. That's soft tissue.
Good right hand to the body there for Khuja. Both men getting hit here in the opening round, but Dorbetter probably landing the heavier stuff
And he's landing his stuff's clean to see, isn't it?
More frequent. Nice left hook there from Camille. Just as we say that, he lands a pretty memorable left hook of his own. Got another fun action fight here in the second round of the featherweight tournament.
Dorbetter has this habit of stepping back, you know, but it's a hard step back. The thing about that is that when you lift your foot up that high, it actually takes longer to step back, but it's just probably a habit that he has. You should barely be leaving the canvas.
Okay, both quite hittable, I would say. That's just made it exciting enough, though. We're going to see that. Hopefully see the head clash in a minute. They both move forward. The referee certainly called it a head clash. But either way, both hittable. They're both committing to their shots. Look at even there, they're just looking, still trying to work the body away there.
I don't see a head clash because it was on the left-hand side of Camille. We might have to go back to that. What did the referee call that, Corey?
The referee ruled it a head clash.
Okay.
And obviously with WBC instant replay, it is reviewable, and they could even review it again if they needed to.
Right.
Nice right hand there from Dorbetter.
Doesn't look like we're in a place where that cut would stop anything anyway.
So sneaky uppercut to the body there from Dorbetter. Dorbetter grew up in his early years basically on a family boxing compound. His uncle, Robinson Kosoki, who fought for the Ghanaian national title, basically had a compound in their backyard. And that was where Isaac Dogbe discovered Dorbetter and said, hey, I think you've got some promise. Why don't you come to my gym, work out with me for a little while?
Wow. Every boxer's dream. Unbelievable. Just sitting around in a champion.
Have a heavy bag in the backyard? Oh, man.
A champion discovers you, and you live in a boxing gym.
It's like living in the Fundora house.
I think these combinations, Camille's actually doing, well, except that uppercut, but Camille's doing pretty good.
Well, speaking of Camille, Claudia has some info from the Camille corner.
Exactly. I had a chance to speak to Vic Starita, the cut man. He says that cut is nasty. It's in a really, really awkward spot where whatever medication he puts in, epinephrine usually to cut the bleeding, could fall into the eye. So this could make a big difference for Camille right now.
Well, that's probably influencing how Camille's fighting right now. There's a little bit of not a little bit of desperation, a lot of desperation.
But you have to get 4 completed rounds in before it goes to the judge's card, so otherwise it's going to become a technical draw if it gets stopped.
Right. I think Camille's doing really good in the southpaw position.
Well, the fact he's done the work here of Dorbetter.
Look at that left hook there from Camille.
Mouthpiece almost popped out of Dorbetter.
More than that being a good shot, that's not fighting down your gum shot probably, that's having your mouth half open.
Yes.
Good pressure though. And again, he's taking away that reach just by getting that foot, staying on his chest, not allowing him to work away.
This is good work. This is good work.
Yeah, Dorbetter looking uncomfortable here on the inside.
He's got to get away, haven't he? Just turning.
Nice right hand there. Dorbetter, Barry, just trying to kind of brute force his way out of these exchanges, but he's just getting trapped with his back against the ropes.
I don't think Dorbetter is that strong, so but all his power's on the end of the punch. He's long, so you get inside there.
And Camille takes that away from him.
Good left hook to the body there from Camille.
Oh, God.
Flows between stances, lands to the body.
So that cuts up with it as well.
Mouthpiece out as the cut intensifies, and as Claudia reported, that is not a good cut. And if Cutman Vic, who works bare knuckle boxing, thinks that's a bad cut, that's a bad cut.
That's a bad cut.
All right, we're going to take a look at where we think it happened.
What a great shot by Camille there.
Oh,
there it is.
There it is.
Well, that's it then. If that's it, then they review that and say that's what it is, which it looks like it is.
I know the team would find it.
That's 4 competing rounds. Otherwise, it's a technical draw if it's stopped.
Now,
with this cut.
more on that. We have received word that if a fight were to otherwise be a technical draw, if it had to be stopped because of a cut due to a clash of heads, we would use the WBC's enhanced scoring. So there will be a winner in this fight no matter what. So that is probably, again, influencing how Camille's fighting right now.
One judge has it even, a draw, 19-19. The other 2 judges have it 20-18, both for the green corner, Camille.
So if I'm listening to that with open scoring and I'm in Camille's corner, I'm saying, okay, now I could decide whether we should say, hey, listen, you can't continue no more.
Well, exactly. As you take a look at the scores, Camille ahead on 2 of the scorecards, 20-18.
And if he does well now, you come back to the corner. I'm telling my fighter, hey, we can't continue no more.
Right, no, but they can't say you can't continue. The doctor has to say you can't
No, what I'm saying is, when the doctor's gonna come over there anyway, I can't see. How many fingers I got? Oh, 17.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'd be telling.
I've seen fighters do that. I've seen fighters do that. Right.
Of course. Now the fans don't always love that, but but it's completely understandable.
Right.
Nice right hand over the top from Camille. The mouthpiece of Holy Dorbetter on the canvas.
I think the ref's going to be upset now because this is the 3rd time the mouthpiece popped out. He's not saying nothing. He understands it was a hard shot.
I know there's a point.
No, there is a point deduction.
I'm wrong.
I think he's right as well. It was a good shot.
Yes,
but
if he keep your mouth closed.
And if the gum shield doesn't fit him, that's a boil in the bag with that. It's that's just put that in the hot water
Well,
to do it yourself.
I was just looking at Dorgbetter's corner. They're not arguing it. In fact, they're mad at Dorbetter for not chomping down on the mouthpiece.
Yeah, you can't keep doing that because sometimes fighters do that to get a lull in the action, you know, especially when they're losing.
He's not. It's just an ill-fitting guard, which is no need for that.
Camille has really changed this fight around. Turned it around.
What a turnaround here for Camille.
Good shot.
Is it Camille, though, or is Dorbetter just not doing the distance properly like he was before?
Yeah, I think so. I think a little bit of that. And it's been a high-paced fight, and I think he's struggled for that a little bit. And Camille's just dug it in a little bit better. But now he's able to get in close. Now he's made Dorbetter lose his shape. The fight belongs to him.
If I'm Dorbetter, I'm spinning out of there. I'm not getting caught in there.
Well, I mean, let's put those two theories together. If Dorbetter is starting to fade, if the pace is getting to him, it's not relaxing to be on the inside, but you also don't have to expend quite as much energy. I mean, your co-workers at All the Smoke, Andre Ward and Roy Jones, were just talking about that the other day, Barack.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. If you're a guy who's had to use his legs and you like to fight at a distance, when you're tired from banging it out like they have been, you're gonna stand and trade.
But you gotta hold. You can't trade. You can't throw punches in close. We've seen that. So hold him. Get a rest that way. Do something. But you have to have a big space behind you. That's what he needs. So he can move and jab.
He might have hurt Dorbetter with that right hand. Another one. Every time he hits him, he shifts his whole body.
Yeah, Camille is making Dorbetter uncomfortable in every way right now. As the seconds tick away here in round 3. Muhammad Camille on a roll here in Riyadh. Well, there's an intriguing battle of Britain on July 5th as Jack Catterall moves up to welterweight for his ring return against the undefeated Harlem Eubank, live from Manchester's AO Arena, only here on DAZN.
Oh, good shot there. Again, that's the thing, Dorbetter. It's a good shot, but there's no need for the gum shoe to come out there.
It's definitely not a good gum shoe. A good shot like that shouldn't have made him spit it out there. No. And plus, we seen him playing around with it in his mouth in the replay right before that. So, yeah, I see why the ref took a point away.
Round 4 underway. I think looking at that in slow motion, Bear, I think you've got a good point. I mean, some of it is self-control, but some of it is, I don't think that mouthpiece fits well.
But they've changed it now. They've got a different mouth shield in, so mouth guard in. So hopefully this is the right fit.
I'm going to forget the fight, but what was the fight where Evander Holyfield had like the double stacked mouthpiece, right?
I used to wear one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were brilliant. I mean, they're hard to breathe with, and also it gives you massive fat lips where you get punched with them, but it makes you bite down all the time.
Right, you have no choice.
I used to box my mouth open, and I remember my dad saying, you're going to get your jaw broken.
But when you're out of breath, though, it's harder to suck in air,
but
you know?
But you train with it, you learn, and then you manage with it then.
Right.
Shot to the body here from Camille.
I was never smart enough to train with the mouthpiece.
No, but
so it always
but you've got to
got on my
breathe through your
nerves.
nose. That's what you need to do. Breathe out through your mouth. That's what you should be doing. There you go.
Right, you're taught that when you're running. You're taught that when you're training, but I didn't do that fighting.
Tell you what, we're not talking about that cut around the eye of Camille anymore.
No, because even when it was at its worst, which was probably around the second round or third round, Camille was doing good work in that corner. And I think it's that corner exchange that he changed the whole fight.
Shot there from Camille.
Dorbetter was having about 10 seconds of success there, but Camille just muscles his way to the inside.
Every time he gets him on the inside, he switched to that southpaw stance, and it works.
He just out-hustled him. I mean, there's no loads of science behind what he's doing. He's just sheerly out-hustled him. Whoa.
Sweeping left hand there from Camille.
That mouthpiece is no good. It just got knocked out again. Yeah. This is what, the fifth time? Fourth time?
It's a different one as well, so.
Can't afford to lose any more points.
Well, he might be losing another point. Let's see.
He was already behind. Just got to...
Where did they go? Where did they go?
I think they bought some good faith by switching out the mouthpiece.
Right.
But if it happens again, it might be another point for Holy Dorbetter. You see right there, Dorbetter just firing those jabs out there, but just cannot keep Camille off of him anymore.
He takes a good shot, though, Dorbetter. He landed with a really good right hand there, Camille, and didn't budge, though, better. But he can't fight at any range. He can't shorten his punches at all. Doesn't know how to do it.
Chopping right hand there from Camille. Dorbetter finally spins Camille around, but still on the wrong end of that exchange.
Camille just literally hustling out the fight here, walking forward, willing to take a shot, but that's very rare, let's be honest. He's the one doing all the better work.
Decent uppercut there by Dorbetter.
Just not enough of it, was there?
No, didn't phase Camille at all.
Continua a fare quel lavoro. Prestalo, muovi tanto questa schiena, usa ste gambe.
Round 5 underway. Terrific showing here for Mohamed Camille. Lives in Roma, Italy by way of Albania. Represented Albania at the 2018 Youth Olympics. Coming into the tournament, had scored 3 consecutive stoppage victories, and you could see how he would do that with this kind of overwhelming pressure, especially at lower levels. Camille's a guy who can run you out of the ring.
His inside game is very, very technical. You know, it's not brawling. He sits down on his punches. His balance is really, really good. He turns his shot over. He's just really, really good on the inside. So he can generate a lot of power.
See, Dorbetter started the first round, the first half of the first round. He looked good. He was punching long, and it looked like it was going to be a hard night for Camilli. But Camilli just thought, no, I can't have this, and just closed the gap very quickly. And ever since then, even though he's had to take a few shots, for the most part, he's just been landing at will.
And this is how Dorbetter will win, if he does this right here, if he keeps him at this distance. Camilli is just really good at closing that gap.
Camilli improved at that aspect of his game, spending some time earlier this year training in Mexico. He was training alongside and sparring Alan Picasso, who was almost the opponent for Naoya Inoue in the United States earlier this year. It eventually became Roman Cardenas, but an excellent fighter in Picasso, and obvious additions to the toolkit for Muhammad Camilli that he's putting to use here tonight.
I'm sure Dorbetter's corner is telling him, stay off the ropes.
Oh, hard right hand over the top there from Camilli.
What a chin Dorbetter has. He's getting hurt, his body is shifting, his legs are giving out here and there, but he's not going down.
They're both too hittable, though. I think going on to whoever wins this fight, going into the next round,
it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. Because however tough you are, I mean, you're not a hard target to find.
.30-second horn, and there goes the mouthpiece again. You can see Camilli showing a little bit of annoyance there, maybe asking for another point deduction. He might not even need it at this point, but it always comes in handy. A nice little counter right hand from Dorbetter with his back on the ropes, but Camilli just will not stop. Pinning Dorbetter against the ropes, pounding him to the body. This is bully ball from Camilli as we head into the 6th round.
In that position like that, that's where it pays to be the shorter fighter.
Yeah.
It's so much harder to be the taller fighter when the shorter fighter has his head in your chest and he has you pinned against the ropes. He takes away your leverage.
Jesse Bam Rodriguez is back in action on July 19th with the WBC World Super Flyweight champ. Looks to unify the division as he takes on Fumalele Kafu, the WBO champion in Frisco, Texas.
At the start of the round, Dorbetter got a bit of range to his work, but again, as soon as he lands with a good shot, Camilli, he's all action, isn't he? Non-stop, relentless.
A punch wasn't even landed in that moment right there. He just spit it out.
It doesn't fit him. It's not his.
Yeah, it doesn't fit. It's not exactly. He has a mouthpiece that's probably molded to somebody else's mouth.
6th and final round here between Holy Dorbetter and Muhammad Camilli. After a good opening round from Dorbetter, it has been all Camilli, despite a nasty cut that even his cut man was a little concerned about. It has really not been a part of the story at all since the 2nd round.
Bit of a sprinter step here, Dorbetter. More positive.
I think some of that might be enabled by Camilli right now. He's kind of taking a step back himself. Maybe understanding that going all out might not be necessary here in the final round.
Interesting that he's trying to fight long distance in the southpaw position right now, Camilli.
But he's safer close up, I think.
Oh, of course.
You know, like, he's only going to caught at the end of those long shots, and that more chance of opening up that cut, I would argue. I think that's going to be a priority now. He's winning the fight, just to make sure that cut doesn't get any worse. And, you know, you go to the next round, he'll get his heel quicker and blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, you know, being at that distance, you get caught in the end of that shot. If Camilli can get just a little bit of a roll or some lateral movement to his game, then he's a much better fighter, much more elusive and harder to hit. He can do it, just doesn't do it enough.
Yeah, I think just now, in the southpaw stance, he was actually elusive enough to get in there, or at least to make Dorbetter miss. Back to the right-handed stance, and he gets touched.
Big right hand over the top there from Camille. I think Dorbetter felt that one temporarily.
He felt it. And that's what always gets him back in. One shot gets landed, and there's no more fighting at a distance anymore.
Gotta say, the resilience and the recuperative abilities of Dorbetter in this fight. I mean, he was hurt by that right hand, and then 2 seconds later, he was completely fine again.
Absolutely.
He has taken a thrashing on the inside here from Camille, and has continued to try to fire back.
I think Camille is thinking exactly what Bakirov was saying. Like, okay, why is he still standing?
Yeah.
Final 30 seconds of this contest.
He's landed some good bombs here, hasn't he, Camille, in this round?
Unbelievable.
A good two-punch combination there from Camille. So you hear the 10-second clap. Big left hook again. What a performance from Muhammad Camille. Just an overwhelming volume punching performance from Camille. Just gave Holy Dorbetter 5 rounds of hell after that opening round.
It was a good fight to watch, but the most dramatic parts was like when the gum shield coming right up the mouth, and of course the clash of heads, which caused that
the referee noticed that so quickly.
That clash of heads there, where the referee did call it real right, and wasn't a factor in the fight, thank God. But the gum shield was losing a point, Dorbetter, which academic in the end because he was losing the fight anyway. But still, could have been a factor if he was a little bit more effective. But ultimately, just the fitness and work rate. And just technically a lot better, Camille, and a winner by a wide margin. But he got to have a better defense if he's going to want to move on to bigger and better things.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup is into its second round of matches, and there are 3 games available for you today live on DAZN. The Mamelodi Sundowns face Borussia Dortmund. Inter Milan take on the Urawa Reds, and the Fluminense battle the South Korean side Ulsan. That's live here on DAZN. They do not pay me for my footy knowledge.
I think they do.
Not much, if that's the case. We're waiting the scorecards here.
Open scoring has Camille, and even without open scoring, I'm sure Camille would be standing here very confident.
And I just got the head nod from a Thomas Triber, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Francisco Ayosa scores it 60-53. And both judges, Steve Morrow and Barry Lindenman, score at the same, 59-54. All for your winner by unanimous decision. Muhammad Camille Machine. And presenting the award is world rank contender from Italy, Ivan Zuko.
And as we're celebrating Muhammad Camille, we're just 1 week away from the return of Jake Paul in what could be the biggest test yet, up against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
What made you decide, I want to fight this guy?
I think this is a fight that the fans have been wanting and that I've been wanting, and it's a really good test. He's super experienced, former world champion, both the same weight, same height, and he is a Chavez, one of the most legendary names in boxing, and he has a great resume.
You know, his dad was actually very complimentary. He said, you know, for such a short period of time, you've made a lot of progress, but there's no way, no how. There is no way you're going to beat my son.
This is what people always say. They always say it. And then after I win, they have some sort of excuse. Oh, he was this, he was that, oh, this happened, that happened. So it's the name of my career is criticizing me and then making excuses after I do the impossible or no way it's gonna happen.
There's layers to this Jake Paul effect in boxing. I mean, not only are you bringing a lot of mediatic attention, you are creating spaces for other fighters. You do bring different kinds of fans, yet it always seems like the diehard fan doesn't seem to give you the credit that you deserve.
I don't really care, you know, I've seen who they cheer for, so I don't care who they criticize. And meanwhile, they're hyping up these fights where the fighters are throwing 6 punches around, you know, and it's the most boring fights we've seen this year. And so I understand why people wanted to, you know, safeguard their sport, protect it, criticize me, pull me down, all of these things, but they don't know who I am. They don't know how serious I take the sport. And the real ones, Mike Tyson, Vander Holyfield, Manny Pacquiao, you know, even Floyd, all of these people are the ones who give me the respect and see what I've done for the sport. And that's what really matters, not the reporter or the boxing critics who are, of course, going to talk about me.
The problem child, Jake Paul, returns to the ring for the first time since taking on Mike Tyson last year. Paul is up against the former world champion and the son of the legend, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. This is going to take place at the Honda Center in California. Obviously, you can follow us and watch us live on The Zone next Saturday. And we continue here with the Featherweight Championship for the WBC Grand Prix. For the action, we follow along with Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Yani Valverde Jr.
On est trop à souffrir, mais ma sœur, le monde est à nous. Je serai là pour te soutenir quand tu te sentiras seul sur ta route. Je les vois, nos ennemis ne peuvent rien par parler sur nous. On les a endurcis, promenade et numéro d'écrou. Moi j'ai jamais changé, je vois des frères devenir parano. Les choses vont s'arranger de boulot en petit boulot. La galère m'inspire, je viens de là où les rêves tombent à l'eau. Moi j'ai pas fait Saint-Cyr, tous les soirs je regarde là-haut, là-haut.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Alexandr Solomennikov. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Christian Garduño, Fabian Guggenheim, and Paul Landeros. Our referee in charge will be Analia Maradona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 133.8 pounds. Undefeated with 14 wins. He has 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, here is Yani Valverde Jr. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 126.8 pounds. His professional record, 16 wins, just 1 defeat, with 8 of his 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Alexandr Solomennikov. For the decisions, I just won't queue for a bell anymore. I'm too far away. Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen. No rabbit punch, no low block. Protect yourself all the time. Touch glove, good luck.
All right, so a little bit of housekeeping here because this was supposed to be Taishan Denson facing Yani Valverde Jr., but Alexandr Solomennikov has stepped in today. So Solomennikov was originally in an alternate bout that was going to take place prior to the broadcast. The statement from the WBC is that a change was made as discussions regarding a potential for a WBC World Youth Championship opportunity for Denson, and the tournament committee, is preserving Mr. Denson's opportunity to advance as an alternate in Phase 3 of the Grand Prix. So Taishan Denson out, Alexandr Solomennikov in today to take on Yani Valverde.
And I love it. You know why? Because actually, he lost to Dorbetter.
Yes.
But it was a close fight. Dorbetter was winning, like me and Batty were saying earlier. And then he caught up. He caught up because he kind of faded, I believe. You know, and still lost that split decision, but now he actually gets a chance to advance. That's amazing. That's why you got to stay ready.
Well, and usually in these types of circumstances, when someone comes in on a day's notice or the day of, in the rare instances when that would happen, the fighter who is already preparing for the fight, in this case Valverde, would be the one with the advantage. But right now, both men were preparing for a fight tonight.
Yes.
They're both kind of on an even playing field here.
Yeah, they are, because they're both making weight. The weight's not an issue. They both should be fit. And it's just like, because they box as amateurs, so it's just that you never know who you're fighting in tournaments. So it's that, and you might remember each other a little bit from the last time.
But you didn't spend the whole camp
there
preparing
for Valverde.
for it.
Sorry, Barack.
Excuse me. Yeah, you didn't spend the whole camp preparing for it. You meet the person in the ring.
But you very rarely get the luxury, so you get the championship status anyway, really, unless you're a massive star turning over and everything's on your terms.
A lot of fighters have talked about when they were given the opportunity to enter the tournament, they didn't know who they were fighting at all, so they kind of studied everyone. But that's also very difficult. We even know as commentators, I mean, good luck studying 128 guys, without knowing who exactly you're going to fight. You're not going to be able to do it as in-depth as you normally would. So both these men kind of flying blind in this fight here tonight.
Both landed with good shots here, actually.
Yeah, I think Valverde is just getting the better of him at the moment.
Well, Solomennikov, I meant from the last fight, was a little bit too easy to hit because he was trying to push the pace, just forgetting about defense at times.
Solomennikov, the former Ukrainian national amateur champion, 2-time silver medalist at nationals as well, as he just drives Valverde back to the ropes.
But a lovely combination there for Solomennikov, where Valverde fell up with short and he popped out 3 straight hard shots.
Just like that. Nice quick right hand there. Just back against the ropes from Solomennikov. And that'll do it for a high-octane opening round.
Well, nice little start for this contest here. Both showing a little bit of vulnerability to getting hit, but when they let the punches go, both of them, they really commit to their shots. Solomennikov nice and sharp there off the counter with a nice little right hand, but also when Valverde came forward, that left hook was a good shot, a good weapon for him. Good little tight opener that was.
Spokojno, na dżepy sam, dżepy, dżepy, твоя работа, spokojno, все нормально.
І уходи от канатів.
Старайся тримати центр ринку. Спокійно, не стій в канатах, не стій в канатах. Ось тут, окей? Allez.
Round 2 underway. Alexandr Solomennikov is stepping back into the bracket here against Yani Valverde and had a pretty good opening round. Both men had some good moments in the opening frame.
Want to give Solomennikov a bit of confidence here. I'm not sure Valverde's a massive puncher. Sort of punches with the inside of the glove at times. And that allows you to sit back and block and counter because you're not wary of the power, just you want to get the timing right.
See a lot of stance switches from Yani Valverde Jr. And even though he's never trained in Cuba, he says he extracts a lot from the Cuban style of boxing. And in fact, one of the trainers at his gym in France is from Cuba. And that's one of the things that he's carried over from his studies. Nice little uppercut there from Valverde a moment ago.
Sort of doing better on the move, isn't he, rather than being the pressure fighter, which wasn't quite working for him 100% in the first.
That's because Solomennikov is not throwing jabs. Oh, there you go. He's looking to land heavy shots, and he's allowing Valverde to just tee off and then move. See, no shot thrown. It's the jab that's going to get him there.
I think generally speaking, this is how Valverde fights and probably how he wants to fight, is on the move, get your combinations off, and then keep going. So it was interesting the way that he came out in opening round. It was almost maybe a little bit of a ruse, like, hey, this is how I'm going to fight, and then back to what he normally does.
Right, it did look different. You know, I marked him down as a slick fighter, you know, who likes to change stances. And then I said, whoa, he wants to get him out of here. I never thought of him as a hard puncher.
Listen, maybe some of that was influenced by the fact that Solomennikov stepped in today. Hey, let's test this guy out. But again, like we're talking about, I don't know that there is a distinct advantage because Solomennikov was going to fight today anyway.
Right.
Nice right hand over the top there from Valverde.
It's been better rounds, hasn't it, for Valverde? Against Solomennikov, when he's forced to be the aggressor, I think he's just an easy target to hit.
He's just not punching a lot this round. You know, some fighters want to wait for the perfect shot.
Yeah.
You know, instead of shooting the jab and setting that shot up.
You'll find that makes you probably, he's a natural counter puncher, so doesn't like to go first.
I'll do it for the round. A pretty dominant one overall for Yani Valverde Jr. A few fighters in the sport have been as dominant as this woman. The GOAT returns to DAZN on July 26th as Claressa Shields puts her undisputed heavyweight crown on the line against New Zealander Lanny Daniels. And early reports, Barack, are that the arena in Detroit, the Little Caesars Arena, it might be close to full already. It's going to be an electric atmosphere in the Motor City for the GOAT.
I don't doubt that, and I do believe that there has never been a boxer as dominant as Claressa Shields.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it 20-18 for the green corner, Valverde, and the other 2 judges have it 19-19, even a draw.
I guess those judges gave Solomennikov the first round because the second round was clearly, in our eyes, a round for Valverde.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good guess, as you heard the scores. Dead even on 2 scorecards, and 20-18 for Valverde on the other.
Pretty even fight then. Yeah, see, Solomennikov should work on using that jab, even if you're going to counterpunch.
Good left hook to the body there from Solomennikov. That's something he does extremely well. His body shot knockout of Peter Goodell in 2023 was named one of the best knockouts of the year by the Ukrainian press in terms of Ukrainian domestic level fights in that given year. Problem is that Solomennikov needs proximity in order to get that shot off, and when Valverde is moving very well, he just hasn't had that.
So Solomennikov is trying not to be the guy that has to come in all the time and get countered.
Well, he has to take a step back and then throw his shots, doesn't he? Then he push off that back leg. So when he's walking forward, he's more weight on that over that front knee. He's probably not as comfortable with that. But then you use the feints coming forward, don't you? And then the jab's coming in. He doesn't want to throw the jab first. He doesn't want to be countered off it. Good left hook though there from Solomennikov.
Apply from Solomennikov, but back comes Valverde with a chopping right hand. Solomennikov gives it right back to him.
In the last couple of fights, there's been a real lack of head movement. I've been shocked at that. Body shot.
But I think that's why we love the last fight so much.
Yeah.
I think it stands to reason that the intensity is starting to ramp up a little bit too. And, you know, Barry, you can speak to this better than we could, but when the stakes are a little bit higher and the pressure is up, sometimes you forget some things in the name of just sheer aggression.
You do all the time. You see it all the time. Just, you know, you're so focused on trying to land your shots that you almost forget what you're good at times.
And also, isn't it a little bit of following the first act? You know, so when you just got called up to go and you saw the last fight and it was a banging fight.
If you do, you have a problem mentally.
Yep.
I think if you can't focus on yourself, I mean, you shouldn't be watching the next fight. That's the argument, to be fair.
Because, you know, a lot of fighters say, oh, I'm going to steal the show. So in order to steal a show in your mind, you have to be aware of what the show is, what's been going on.
Yeah, but I don't think they are, to be honest. I think they say that because my performance is going to be better than anybody else's, but they don't really know what other people are going to do. They just think they're better than everyone else. Or more exciting, maybe.
I'll do it for round 3, a more competitive round 3. You can see the body language of Yani Valverde saying, yeah, I still think I won that.
Джеб, Саша, не стій перед ним. Там усіх бам джеб, на джеб, все, тримай всю довгу джеб. Вверх право, забудь про одну праву. Розкатуй його, піднашки тепер, не стій біля нього, бо ти все хапаєш.
I don't speak Ukrainian at all. I barely speak English, but he's saying use the jab. Is that what you were saying?
I'm pretty sure. I love it when trainers show you the movements.
That's when you know he's an ex-boxer.
Yes, exactly. I used to watch Zab Judah's father do it all the time. I do think that last round was better for Solomennikov because he threw his hands a little bit more. And I just think he has to up his work rate. And it starts with the jab.
And he's snappier puncher too, isn't he?
Yes.
Like I don't think he's heavy-handed, but everything's clean and correct.
I think he's just as fast, maybe even a little bit faster.
Oh, nice right hand over the top there from Valverde.
Even the left hook caught him.
Did well, like he dipped the body and come over the top of the left hook, so it disguised it a little bit. Start here from Valverde.
Nice
fly
time
there from Solomennikov. Well-timed left hook. You know, to a degree, we saw this with Solomennikov in the Holy Dorbetter fight too. And you know, Barry, as you know, fights are not just a competition of the sum of each fighter's parts. You know, Solomennikov, a Ukrainian national amateur champion, he's about as good at anyone in terms of just the raw techniques of boxing. Yeah. But there are other elements to winning a fight.
There are, of course, you know, grit, determination, just getting some of their rhythm. And you know, when you have the power, you sometimes have to outwork someone and make them rush their work and things like that. Other stuff, you get them out of their rhythm is very important.
You know what? To be very, very honest and truthful, I'm not used to seeing this level of fighting. at this level in the career. Like, this is like a championship fight.
Well, I mean, remember...
Like, the skill set. This is really, really skillful here.
It is one of the things that makes this tournament interesting, Barack, too, because you think of Solomennikov, a 16-1 fighter, right? That's a main card fighter. If we're talking about a conventional broadcast. Yani Valverde at 14-0, you could probably say the same thing. But here they're matched against one another in a 6-rounder, and that's what makes these fights more intense, and it's what makes these fights more compelling.
That's what I'm saying.
And it makes, and as long as there's no lasting damage, which is always a risk, it makes you a better fighter.
Right,
because it makes you think.
But from my aspect is that you're kind of spoiling me now, and now I have to go back to boxing and see, see regular fights that, the mismatch.
Well, we'll cancel the tournament then, mate. We don't want to upset you. Sorry about that. Oh, God. Ego on you.
Should I tell them to stop now?
Barack's sad about the tournament. Barry yesterday was complaining about not being ringside for Bam. We're spoiled.
Bam is a generational talent.
Good shot there.
That's right hand there. Valverde just hammering that right hand down on Solomennikov. Final 15 seconds here of round 4. High-level stuff here from Valverde and Solomennikov. Good restraint shown there by Valverde.
Yeah, he didn't turn around on purpose. When you miss, your body thrusts that way, and he turned around. But the ref is like, stop turning around.
Speaking of Bam Rodriguez, he's back in action. July 19th, the WBC Super Flyweight Champion takes on Fumalele Cafu, the WBO champion. That's live from Frisco, Texas, here on DAZN. Barry, would you count him as your favorite fighter in the sport, Bam Rodriguez?
Yeah. It's not even close. Yes, massively. I love him. I absolutely love him. The way he moves on that target, I'm always a fan of that. He does it better than anyone right now. He's just a joy to watch. And I say to everybody, if you haven't been to a Bam night, especially in Phoenix, this fight's not in Phoenix, just as good though in Texas.
After 4 rounds,
it's a joy to watch. He is
one
beautiful.
judge has it even, 38-30 in a draw. The other 2 judges have it 39-37 for the green corner, Valverde Jr.
Watching him and Estrada box was as close as I got to heaven.
Were you there for that?
We were right beside one another. That was fantastic. As we take a look at the scorecards in this one, dead even on one judge's scorecard, 39-37 for Valverde Jr. on the other 2. So Solomennikov could even this one up, could even win the fight on one judge's scorecard, and then go to the WBC's enhanced scoring system and win on points. So Solomennikov not out of this one quite yet, particularly if he could win a couple rounds conclusively.
When I was watching the corner of Solomennikov, it seemed like they was telling him, use your, get on your toes and use your athleticism, because he seems to be a very athletic fighter. See, he has the fast twitch muscles, and he's in and out. He's fast. But he gets timed so well by Valverde, and that's why I'm trying to say this is high-level stuff.
I think the difference is here, Solomennikov, I think he has good timing himself and good feet in and out, but everything's in a straight line with him. He's back and forth. Even his punches are correct and how you should throw. 1, 2, 3, but it's all in the same shape. Where Valverde throws from different angles. He bend his legs and screw shot through the middle and throw the right over the top. So it makes it harder for Solomennikov to defend against.
Yeah, it's an easier picture to identify if you know, okay, it's going to be one of these 2 combinations coming at me.
Yeah, even though he gets the timing right quite often, you know it's coming in straight at you in straight lines. Makes it easier to adapt. But I think Barak's right. If he believes in his jab a little bit more, Solomennikov, and doubles it up and hooks off it, which is an unused combination in this era of boxing, I mean, it opens another door for him.
You see right there, Solomennikov loosening up a little bit, throwing a double right hand. Starting to get a little more creative. Nice head movement there. Just daring Valverde to offer something up. Wasn't able to capitalize with a counter there, but again, you can see the skill set of Solomennikov. Nice sweeping right hand.
Good response to one of Valverde. Right hand back straight away.
Around 30 seconds here of round 5. And according to Claudia Trejos, who was just in the Valverde corner, they're a little bit unhappy. They feel that Valverde could step on the gas a little bit more.
I can sort of see that, but like you can see when he commits to his shots, you know, getting himself in range there for Solomennikov to land back.
I can understand from some aspect what they mean. Maybe he can be first because he does very well when he's trying to be first. But it seems like he's doing a great job.
Oh, il regarde bien. Tu fais bien. On gagne ici. Ouais, tu gagnes, on gagne. On gagne. On met 2 rounds d'avance au rond. Et là, celui-là va faire la différence. Hein. Ok, attention. Ok, mon gros. On gagne. Important. Hein. Mais il faut que tu reviennes ce round.
Last round.
Last round, dernier round, là. Allez, on gagne. Bien, t'as vu? Il est bon, on perd. On est pas devant, j'ai le score dans la poche, on est devant. Combien? On est 2 points, t'avais 2 points d'avance, donc celui-là il est décisif. Hein? Souffle bien, souffle bien, comme ça. Non, le 5e il donne pas. Hein?
And final round.
A lot of voices in the Yani Valverde corner. There's about 4 of them, and Valverde Jr. talking back to them. That's like a Richardson Hitchens corner, Barack.
Absolutely. Then you got Shakur and everybody else
on
screaming at
FaceTime
you
sometimes.
as well.
Round 6 underway here. Solomennikov and Valverde Jr. And just a little added intel from the Valverde corner. The reason that they're a little uncomfortable is because of that draw scorecard. And because, again, there's no certainty. If Solomennikov can even things up, then you're putting it in the hands of the countback with the enhanced scoring system. So they want to make this last round particularly clear if they can.
And that's a good point. And it seems like that's what Valverde is doing. But Solomennikov has the same idea.
But that's what the whole idea for the scoring is, isn't it? To keep people, you know, keep the fights exciting, stop people from feeling they're comfortable, winning the fight comfortable and coasting.
I don't think you have to tell these two.
No. Again, I do just think the variety, not so much the variety, the angle of the shot from Valverde's just widened that gap for me. And again, I think it's going to be another fight where Solomennikov is a fight where he maybe could have won it, but just couldn't get it right, as was the Dorbetter fight.
Good combination there from Valverde.
Just think about the landscape of the featherweight division right now at the top. These guys will be competitive.
Nice left hook to the body there from Solomennikov.
Oh, got to keep that right hand up, though.
Just have to lose the shape on there a little bit here.
Yeah.
It's been a good pace, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a high-tempo fight since the opening bell. Solomennikov hoping to maybe edge this final round as well and make these scorecards interesting. Nice uppercut there. That is what the Valverde corner, according to Claudia Trejos, has been asking for more of over the last couple of rounds. More uppercuts, and you can see why. There is some vulnerability to them on the part of Solomennikov.
Solid left hook there, though, from Solomennikov.
His uppercut from Solomennikov, though, as well.
Solomennikov is so fast, he's so explosive, but sometimes he gets caught in waiting for Valverde to stop, and then I fire. Meanwhile, he's fast.
These scorecards are going to be very interesting, but if this is the case, Solomennikov is a darn good fighter to be leaving this tournament with 2 losses.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, but again, it's all about that at the end of the day. I think that's the angle of the shot, be able to punch from different angles, dip your legs, uppercuts through the middle, where Solomennikov was more square and straight with his shots. Probably just was the difference. The work rate from both was really good. It was really competitive. Both showing good chins, good work rate, or good work ethic, if you like. But yeah, I think Valverde gets the nod here just to get variety and just a little bit more smoothness to his work.
Yeah, it's that back leg of Verde that was putting him in and out of position. In and out of position. Very slightly, but enough.
Well, it's destination New York City on July 12th as the ring presents another blockbuster card at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Edgar Berlanga, Hamza Sharaj, Shakur Stevenson versus William Cameron Zepeda facing off in the Chief support. Another memorable night of boxing in the Big Apple. All right, looks like the scores are in the hands of Thomas Treiber, so let's send it up for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Christian Garduño scores it 57-57, even a draw. Judge Paul Landeros scores it 58-56, and Judge Fabian Guggenheim scores it 59-55, both for your winner by majority decision. Yani Valverde Jr.
And there we go, celebrating the next stop, which would be quarterfinals for Valverde Jr. But it's not just boxing we have here on the zone. We are ready for an epic summer ahead.
Summer on DAZN.
What an occasion, what an atmosphere. Goes to the end zone, touchdown! Oh yes, once again when it matters. We are bows out, look at this go!
It's been a superb run, pure masterclass.
What a comeback!
This summer on DAZN.
For more fights here in the featherweight contest at the WBC Grand Prix. And we continue the action, and for that, we move on to Thomas Treiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Alexandr Kovrigan. Now let's welcome to the ring, Yusuf Adeneji.
See, this life thing, yeah, it's all about understanding. You gotta understand what you're doing. You need a direction.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Francisco Ayosa, Barry Lindenman, and Steve Morrow. Our referee in charge will be Don Turan. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.5 pounds. His professional record, 8 wins, just 1 defeat, with 6 of his 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Kazakhstan, here is Alexandr Kovrigan. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 125.6 pounds. Undefeated with 15 wins, 10 of his 15 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Nigeria, here is Yusuf Adeneji.
Boxers obey my instruction all the time. I don't want to send rabbit punches, kidney punches, or below the belt. Protect yourself at all the time. Touch gloves, go back to corners. Good luck.
Well, another example of why you should stay ready even if you fall short in this tournament. Alexandr Kovrigan stepping in after losing to Troy Nash in the opening round. Remained on as an alternate, and tonight gets an opportunity in the second phase against Yusuf Adeneji, who had an impressive showing in a 6th-round decision win over Carlos Ortega. That win over Ortega in real time was a split decision win that Adeneji won thanks to the WBC's enhanced scoring system. However, later that day, it was ruled that was a mistake, and it was revised to a pure, normal, unanimous decision win by the UAE Commission. Adeneji with an incredibly long frame here that the footwork of Alexandr Kovrigan will be put to use in trying to navigate. And a shot there from Adeneji, but that will be ruled a push. Kovrigan knocked off balance there.
A lovely balance, haven't you, Kovrigan? Legs are maybe a little bit too wide, but keeps him nice and low.
I think Troy... Oh, sorry. I thought you was finished.
Please.
No, I was just going to say, I think Troy Nash got matched really, really tough with Kovrigan. You know, and I was very surprised that he was able to edge out that split decision. But this is just how good this division is.
Kovrigan was at one point the #1 ranked featherweight in the country in Kazakhstan as an amateur.
It's a Bivol style. In and out, on his toes, springy with his jab and the left hook.
Funny you say that, because he has explicitly said that he models his footwork and his movement after Dmitry Bivol.
The way he holds his hands is kind of like Bivol. But if you think about Bivol is changing the game, you know, with that, the way he springs off the jab and the left hook, he throws the left hook from long range, still gets some torque and a little bit of twist on it. We never really seen that in boxing much.
No, the Cubans did it like back in the 80s and early 90s, and they'd really spin with the shot. But there's 2 ways to do that. You can spin with the punch, or you can spin then punch. Now one gives you more leverage, one makes it more fast and fluid.
Right hand to the body there from Kovrigan.
I mean, he almost lands a hook from the jab range.
Yeah.
He's that good.
And again, that's just good timing now. So you got.
That left hook you talked about, that will be ruled a cuffing shot there, but it was a blow that landed in exactly the form that you were talking about, Barack.
Yes.
Kovrigan comes over the top of the right hand.
Adeneji's got to give him some resistance here. He's flicking that punch out with no authority. And Kovrigan's just going in a minute after looking at him, he's going to start sweeping close and doing all he wants to do.
Right, what's saving Adeniji right now is just his legs. You know, he's keeping that distance with his legs.
And he's punching down, he's punching back, so it's going to be a little bit awkward, but once he realises confidence, he's going to get in, slide inside, and it's going to be a hard night for Adeniji. And he holds anyway, as we saw in the last fight, too much.
Didn't he kind of tire out against Arona?
Yeah, and that was the holding, I think, yeah. And then you start to fall apart then, and that's the worry. Scoring looks quite strong, and I think if you hold him, I think you'll be able to break that and then throw out and throw.
It's round 2 underway. Excellent start for the alternate, Alexandr Kovrigan, who, as we mentioned, had about as tough a draw as you're going to get in this bracket and running into Troy Nash in the opening round. How bizarre would it be if Kovrigan, I don't know what the bracket looks like, I don't have it right in front of me, but if you ran into Troy Nash again and had a rematch in the very same tournament. Yusuf Adeniji trying to prevent that as he takes a big step up in entering this tournament. He had only faced one fighter with a winning record prior to entering the tournament, and that's one of the utilities of this tournament. A guy like Adeniji on the Nigerian domestic circuit had kind of hit the ceiling in terms of who he could possibly face. He needed an opportunity like this, and he's proven that he's not out of his depth.
Because he doesn't know how good he is. You know, and nobody else does. You know, the thing you get quite often with African fighters, they come places and they got massive knockout records, and they might not be very good, or they might be absolute destroyers. I mean, it's literally like a lucky dip or an unlucky dip. I mean, you just don't know what you're going to get. Because they can't fight people who can't box and have a big record like that. I mean, literally can't box, or they're boxing really real quality.
Adeniji been boosting his training as of late, moving training from Nigeria to Accra, Ghana, which, of course, is one of the hotbeds of boxing anywhere in the world. You'll find plenty of talent there.
It's not a lot of action in this fight. I think Adeniji, he's controlling the pace, so he's the one that gets to let off the 1-2. It's not really landed. I've seen one land so far this round, and then he's moving.
He's throwing a little bit trepid, isn't he? He's waiting to get caught when he throws, so he's not throwing with authority.
Nice and easy, relax, nice and easy.
Inside the final minute here of round 2.
So I guess it's not exciting, but he could be winning rounds because of this, landing maybe 1 or 2 punches.
Yeah, Adeniji could be winning this round.
Oh,
big shot! Yep. And that will be scored. No, it will not be scored.
Oh, that was a knockdown. That was a knockdown. I mean, they were both coming in at the same time. He got caught with a straight left, and he went down because of that punch.
From our view, he's throwing a big left hook, and he looked like he leaned onto the shot, got caught with a shot.
Yes, they were both coming in at the same time. That's what I thought. But we'll see in the replay.
Well, luckily, we have replay.
And the replay can change that to a knockdown, correct?
Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
Beautiful.
We'll get a look at that after this round. Final 10 seconds of round 2.
In real time, that looked like a knockdown.
You know, Cobra gets back. We're obviously watching off the monitors, but even in that shot, in the live vision that we had, his back was to us. So it's possible we didn't see something, but we'll get a closer look at it.
And he's still in left hook, the momentum's taking him onto the shot, it looked like. So I don't think he was seriously hurt, but it's still off balance, but he got caught. If he gets caught with a shot, that's irrelevant.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't hurt. It was that he was coming in, his momentum had him hit it harder.
Here we go.
Off balance.
So in a minute, he steps in, goes to throw a left hook. Oh, that's a shot. That's a good shot.
See, that's what we saw. That's the angle we saw. So we would need the other side to see it actually land.
I can't see, don't see that, unless he totally misses.
Bam!
No,
that's the chin.
That's just a left hand.
I don't see why.
Knockdown.
That's a very, very good shot.
Boom!
Oh, you can see the head rock back, can't you?
Perfect. You can't rob a man of that knockdown. You just can't.
But they won't. Luckily.
I don't know, because yesterday the replay showed something I thought was different, and you know, with the cuffing. Remember the cuffing knockdown?
20 to 18 for the gold corner, Adeniji, And one judge has it for the green corner, 2018 Kovrigan.
We're going to have to change that to 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's not stop the action. They can do this. That's the whole point of it, wasn't it? It's great that they're doing it, but let's not stop the action. The round can carry on, and they can announce it after the second round. This is all. This is all a learning process for everyone, of course. This is the good thing about this, but I think the whole point is not to slow the action down or stop it.
So right now they're just deliberating on the knockdown, in which we clearly see, and I know you guys watch and see, that this was clearly a knockdown. Sometimes it's hard for a referee to really catch everything in real time, and he's seen that their legs were together, so maybe he thought somehow that was a slippage, but I agree with Barry. Let's start it.
I mean, this does. I don't think because it's so early in the fight, there's no effect on the stamina issue in the fight. But still, he wants to get up.
Mauricio is literally looking at Kovrigan and saying, "You were punched in the chin," and Kovrigan said, "No, my leg." Fight your case, buddy. I say fight your case. Do a Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins got knocked out of the ring, and he was like, "I slept."
All right, so back to action here.
Oh, that same shot. That same shot. Just twice he landed at, didn't he? On the chin.
He's just firing that left hand over and over.
Right.
And a good chunk of those were landing.
Kovrigan, you know, he got that Bivol style. Bivol does that with feints. You're just doing the jumping in and out and allowing yourself to get time. Feint him.
See the scores on your screen now, 20-17 and 19-18 twice for Adeniji.
I wouldn't say there's any panic stations here, though, because, you know, again, you're boxing quite well. I think, you know, I think the pressure's going to start to tell the rounds go on. So, you know, you got caught with a good shot. You're not hurt. Kovrigan can claw this back, I think. Just got to make Adeniji throw when he doesn't want to.
I still think Kovrigan is confident. I think he's confident in his abilities, and he feels like he's going to catch him with something. Almost did there. It's off the shoulder of Adeniji.
Well, again, I mean, maybe he's just protesting his case, Parag, but he feels he wasn't knocked down. So, you know, that could be good or bad. If you're operating under delusion and doing something dangerous, obviously that's bad. But from a confidence perspective, Kovrigan feels he was unjustly given a knockdown, and he's still boxing well.
I think just to be a boxer, you have to sort of like box under the disillusion that you are the best thing on the planet.
Right, you have to tell yourself lies sometimes.
The biggest lies in the world, boxers.
Nice right hand there from Kovrigan.
Boxers that jump in, like Manny Pacquiao, first of all, like I'm taught in martial arts, you don't jump in, because when you're jumping, you can't alter your stance. So when you're in the middle of the air, you can get timed. You can't do nothing at that moment. So when you're jumping in like that, you get caught, you're going to be off balance.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if the Hall of Fame aged legs of Manny Pacquiao could still do that.
46 years old, right? I mean, his last fight, his legs were not the same against Ugas, but maybe the 4-year layoff changed things. And it's I can't even say a lesser opponent.
Shot again there, left hand.
Great left hand, and he winds it up again.
Just confidence just changes your whole thing, the way you throw your shots.
You know, all night we've been seeing a taller, shorter fighter, and we were saying, why isn't the taller fighter using that distance, you know, as good? And Adeniji is doing that.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
He's doing it. He's doing it what we was looking for other fighters to do.
You're going to see that knockdown one more time here. Again, as he throws that left hook, gets caught with a lovely straight left hand right on the chin. That's a very, very good knockdown.
Now,
very,
as we take another look at it, let's bring in Claudia Trejos. Claudia, you were in Kovrigan's corner. What are they saying about that knockdown?
they're so calm about it. They understand from their standpoint, there was no knockdown, there was no punch. They saw it was just like a swing and a miss. But they say that specifically this third round was a clear win for Kovrigan, and they're expecting him to continue at that rhythm and that pace, and that's how they're going to take the win.
I think they're wrong with both of those statements. It was obviously a good, clean, solid punch. That punch made that left leg slip out because he was coming in. He felt all that momentum. And he didn't clearly win that last round. If he did win, it was close. But it seemed like Adeniji was landing the more shots.
Yes, but again, if my aunt had tires, she'd be a bicycle, but that's not going to happen. They're obviously going to root for their fighter.
Or a tricycle. I don't know.
Oh, well, fair.
This is a good fight.
Jack right hook there.
The
from
timing of
Adeniji.
Adeniji, he's awesome with that because Kovrigan is tricky. Yeah. He's tricky. And he's fast. Your timing has to be excellent to fight a fighter like him. And maybe Kovrigan should keep that left hand up when he is coming in. Keep that left hand up. So even if you are counted, at least you can block the left hook.
He's got a punching combination, see, Kovrigan. He's got to go like, and also you got to go down, up and down, or up, down and down. You got to change the levels each shot. You've got to come in low. I think that's always. Even if you're going to punch high, you've got to slide in low. So you've got to feint your way in, double jab your way in, and when you're close, then you've got to just mix those combinations up.
You should be a trainer.
I saw no chance.
Wow, that's brilliant advice, though.
Good shot from both Adeniji and Kovrigan as mouthpiece comes loose on Adeniji. Getting the worst of that exchange, at least visually.
Right, dip the mouthpiece in the spit bucket and then put it back in his mouth. Great.
I think he was the clever and the more skilled fighter, Kovrigan, but I think he's wrong with ideas, and quite quickly, actually.
I think Adeniji just uses that length. Look how he sticks that hand out. Like earlier in the round, he stuck the hand out, and Kovrigan landed went right into the hand. Yep. It wasn't a punch; it just went right into the hand.
But Adeniji's boxing really well, but I don't think he's a hard fight to work out. I mean, it might take a round because of his length. Right. He does lean back when he throws the shots, and that makes it more difficult. But again, look. Like that double stab feint that Tyson Fury does.
Yes.
Which is massive. Heavyweight does that. It's crazy.
I know.
But I mean, that things like that, and to get low and to slide in when you get close, spin around the target. There's things you can do like that are not that difficult as well for someone of his ability to get close. But if you can't think for yourself, you can't do it.
And remember, you was talking about Valverde with the angles.
Yeah.
That's something that Kovrigan's not doing as well. He's just straight in and out. And yes, I totally agree with you. He appears to be the better, but he looks like the better boxer. But styles make fights, and this style is beating.
Last left hand from Adeniji there, right before the bell as we head back to the corners.
You've got to use that jab as a weapon to get in. That's that long jab. Slip on the outside, slip, roll on the inside, whatever you're doing. That's got. Once he throws that jab, you've got to slide in.
Well, the Piranha will be back stalking the shores of Bournemouth on July 26th when Ryan Garner returns to take on the British and Commonwealth Super Featherweight champion, Reece Bellotti.
And the way you get in with a guy like Adeniji who holds the hand out there, and you have that bouncy movement like Kovrigan have, you hit the hand out of the way. You hit the hand out of the way, and you come over the top with the right hand. It's the guys that jab you that keeps you out of the way. But if you're gonna hold it out there, I'm happy you holding it. I'm smacking it out, and I'm coming up the top.
Unanimous for the gold corner, Adeniji.
Got a comfortable lead there, Corey.
It's a comfortable lead, but it's not an insurmountable one for Alexandr Kovrigan as we see the scores. 40-35 according to one judge, and then 38-37.
He could win the hearts of those two judges, I guess, that agree.
No, he could, and then wind up winning. He could wind up winning a decision.
Yeah.
Good Alexandr Kovrigan. So, you know, maybe that confidence from the corner of Kovrigan was justified.
Yeah, but I don't think, but I think you have to invest in the high tempo to make your energy do this, hold you and get warned, and then separate, and the risk of getting public warning. He can't hold you because he can't fight inside, and then the fight belongs to you. But I don't think he's made him work hard enough to do that, so he's still got the legs to keep moving.
Nice counter shot there from Kovrigan over the top of that left hook.
Nice there from Mendoza. Took a little step in with that jab. He was stuck in the corner. He just knew that would back Kovrigan up enough so he could move away.
Get the feeling, Barry, that Adeniji on the right night with his skills and just with his dimensions, he could be a nightmare for anyone.
Yeah, I don't see it. I understand what you're saying because of his length, and and I don't want to do the service because he's boxing so well, and he's beating a guy who on paper is better than him, I think.
Can I just
go on.
make a point? Oh, he got caught with a good left hand.
That's an excellent left hand from Kovrigan.
He kind of reminds me of, and bear with me, he reminds me of Vladimir Klitschko, who didn't do a lot of movement, didn't do a lot of moves. He had, you know, a couple of things he would do, but because of his length and the way he used it, the way he used that left hook, the way he used his jab, it was enough to beat everybody.
Yeah, but he was...
But meanwhile, we was used to seeing guys like Lennox Lewis destroy guys. We was used to seeing guys like Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson that has all of these things to their game, and then all of a sudden there was Klitschko who does 3 things and beats everybody.
Yeah, but the difference is his jab was a weapon, so that would stop all the movement coming forward straight away.
That's a good point.
And then he doesn't quite have that. He's awkward, and I think he's got tremendous, and he's winning the fight, I think. But I think there's gaps and there's a route to get underneath that, and I don't think Kovrigan can use his brain to figure it out. I think that's the bottom line.
And I think that's what I'm talking about. I mean, here's an example of a fighter in Kovrigan who fundamentally is better than Adeniji, but just because he's long and wiry and doing things that he doesn't expect, he's giving Kovrigan some difficulty.
And I'm not giving him enough credit, I don't think either. That's on me, that is. I think, you know, because maybe he could adapt, but we've seen him in his last fight, though, he can be panicked and hold on for dear life. So I think, you know, you have to put him in a panic early. But he's used his height, his reach very well today.
Right. You know, it's something about his dimensions. When you master the dimensions that you have, you can even beat a skillful fighter.
And also, my old trainer, my first trainer, my last trainer, so he used to say to me, he's from Trinidad, he said, better to win a fight ugly than to lose a fight pretty. So sometimes you just got to just do the horrible stuff to just get the result.
Can't argue that.
Final round.
And I think to beat Adeniji, you got to win ugly. Luckily, I was born ugly, so that was my whole career.
You won every fight then. As soon as you stepped in the ring.
No, I calm down, mate. I can say the joke, you can.
I'm sorry.
It's just offensive when you say it.
I'm just trying to add. I'm just trying to add on to brilliance. It was brilliant what you said.
He's Adeniji trying to add on to that wide scorecard that he has in his favor. Kovrigan trying to even things up here.
You see the push? Now look at this. This is old school here. We're not giving him enough credit. This is old school. He's controlling the whole fight with that front hand. He has the glove up, pushing his palm into his face, and then grabbing the back of his head, spinning him. George Foreman did stuff like that, you know? Muhammad Ali did stuff like that. It's like you're fighting without a glove.
Well, and those are techniques that are contingent upon the referee that you have.
Of course.
Because some of them will immediately warn you for that. He has not had a warning tonight.
100%. But if they're not, use it. Look at Floyd with his elbow. Floyd, man, form everybody. He'll elbow and form everybody until somebody says something. Kenny Bayless ain't saying nothing. Keep doing it.
Left hand down the pipe there from Adeniji.
Oh, come on.
I think
Yeah, you see the frustration there from Kovergan.
Yeah, he's run out of ideas so quickly.
Stop.
I'm not giving Denji enough credit. I just think that Covington should have done a lot better, and I thought he could have won this fight, but he hasn't clearly won the fight.
I think it's the way that Adeniji looks when he's doing it. It's not super graceful. I just think it's working. I think it's something that's mastered that doesn't look pretty.
He might have a point deduction here, and this could make things very interesting. Yeah, point taken away.
He's winning the round, though.
Huh? He's winning the round. Yeah, 100%. But it's like what you said. It should have happened last round.
Yeah, you got to put him under pressure early, but he hasn't done that. So
remember, after the fourth, 2 scorecards were only 38-37 for Adeniji. So now a point deduction, depending on how you see the last round, depending on how this one is then scored, taking the point deduction into consideration.
He can
Alexandr
actually win.
Kovergan is not out of this fight.
He can actually win if he won last round.
Big shot by left hook there from Kovergan.
Yeah, came over the top.
He got tangled up and he lost his balance.
Let's go. Break. Stop.
Final 15 seconds of this contest, and these scorecards are going to get very interesting. Remember, Yusuf Adeniji had to rely upon, well, we thought he had to rely upon the enhanced scoring system to beat Carlos Ortega. It was reviewed afterwards. But we've seen him in this spot before. Nervous moments for Adeniji and Kovergan upcoming.
A lovely shot. That's a knockdown again. Can't see enough of it.
And we got to show this again because we want to show you how important it is to have the WBC replay rule. Because this was actually not scored.
And then that just gave him a bit. That gave him a bit more confidence at the end to do his work. And then later on here, then when Kovergan did make him just panic a little bit, he went back to what he did in the first phase of the competition, holding on a bit too much. The referee took that point. But it might be too little too late. I think he's done enough to still win this contest and box really well doing it.
Four more games to come from the FIFA Club World Cup tomorrow. It is at River Plate Monterrey, Juventus Wydad, Real Madrid, Pachuca, and Salzburg versus Al Hilal, and that is all live here on DAZN. All right, looks like we are set with the scores there in the hands of Thomas Treiber. Let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Francisco Ayosa scores it 56-56, even a draw. Judge Steve Morrow scores it 57-55. And Judge Barry Lindemann scores it 59-53, both for your winner by majority decision. Yusuf Adeniji!
And as we celebrate Adeniji while taking a very, very important win and getting his ticket to the quarterfinals, we will be back in New York next month for what's set to be another huge Ring Magazine event, live only on DAZN.
So you've been joking around. Obviously, it's a joke. You're saying you're scared of William Zepeda. You even said it on X.
Yeah, I'm very fearful, man.
Yeah.
I'm so scared.
What does he do good in your eyes? I know you study the sport.
I mean, you know, here's the thing, right? When you got a fighter that mastered their own style, they're always the most dangerous fighter. William Zepeda is a guy who mastered his style. He understands his style. He understands what he's coming to do. But with July 12th, they don't know what I'm coming to do. I got different things to my game. I can boxing move. I can stand there in the pocket and make you miss. I can do 100 different things to him to where he don't know what's happening July 12th. So it's gonna be an amazing fight.
Well, you had a great performance against Josh Padley, and on X it seems like you're trying to say you gonna hurt somebody, like you really gonna hurt Zepeda. Is that what you're going in there to do?
It's very possible. Like, it's possible. These people think I can't crack. These people think, oh, all you do is run. That's the wrong logic of me. I'm a fighter at the end of the day. We get in there and I gotta fight. I'm gonna fight. And I'm not coming in there to lose. I'm not into that. And William Zepeda is not a guy that's gonna allow you to just move all around the ring and not cut out the ring. He's not a guy that's not going to allow you to engage in the fight. So I'm not here to lose. I'm here to win, bro.
Obviously.
I'm here.
Where do you think you should rank right now, according to your accomplishments and what you've done already, on that pound-for-pound list? What number?
I mean, I know I ain't at the top of the list as far as accomplishments and opponents that have been in front of me. But I do think for me to be a 3-division champ at 27 years old, it's just outstanding. It's not a normal thing for you to go win a belt at 26, 30, unified, become Ring Magazine champion, go up to 35, win a title off the rip. It's just not a normal things to be done in the first several years of your career. That's something that people do their entire careers.
Shakur Stevenson defends his WBC lightweight title against William El Camarón Zepeda. And Hamza Shiraz sets up to super middleweight for the first time to take on Edgar Berlanga. This is all live on July 12th for the Inside the Louis Armstrong Stadium in Queens, New York. We have 3 more fights right here in featherweights, and then we're gonna move on to the heavyweights, so you gotta stay tuned. Let's go back to the action with Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Troy the Bank Nash.
Yeah, 500K, nigga. Fly K, nigga. Yeah. This all facts, this ain't no fairy tale. Punched on Zay in the pen, niggas be scared in jail. While niggas was getting inside the car, I was yanking still. They ain't had $1,000 bond and couldn't pay the bill. Exposing niggas on these Pro Tools. This was in the pen with Boy. That nigga was off the spice and niggas fire. Smoking niggas I used to be close to. Hey, I'm in there hitting niggas blocks and do that one dance, you ain't got no move. Bounce out on Lil Bug and chased him up the street. Got nothing against him, just was trying to get him gone cause he from 3. Punched on down on face, I had him in the county cupping please. I had him like I'm from the north, I ain't from flies, that's they be. Yeah. White flags with belts and ass if you fuck with niggas. Benzo, you better step with Dante, you was running with him. They call me Dress, but I put fully on a couple niggas. Max and fuck Sutter, so I'm sitting.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Zoldas Jennisov.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Christian Garduño, Fabian Guggenheim, and Paul Landeros. Our referee in charge will be Steve St. Germain. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.8 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins, he has 1 win coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, here is Troy the Bank Nash. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 127.8 pounds. Undefeated with 9 wins. 4 of his 9 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Kazakhstan, here is Jennisov.
Both belt line will be on top of the belt. You got my command in the locker room. Protect yourself at all time and listen to my command at all time. Touch gloves. Good luck, both of you.
So an excellent contest on tap here. Jennisov coming off an explosive second round TKO win over Elazid Elazani in the opening round. Troy Nash actually beat Alexandr Kovrigan in his opening round contest. It was a split decision that probably was made so because Nash was deducted a point for hitting and holding in that one. He did not agree with that. But nonetheless, Nash and Jennisov now in a contest of 2 high-level amateurs here, looking for a berth in the quarterfinals.
It's a great matchup, isn't it? On paper, at least.
15-time national amateur champion Troy Nash in the United States. Focused exclusively on his professional career. Jennisov has been more active in the amateurs than he has in the pros over the last 2 years. As we've seen over his last 2 fights, a 5th round KO win over Nadir Ballo, and then that knockout win over Ezaidani in the opening round of this tournament. This is a man with real pop.
So Nash got to be careful bringing that jab back low, because Jennisov throws that left hand to the body, and if that right hook comes over the top, Nash could find himself in trouble. I mean, you get more fluency from punching from your hip. It's hard to read, but it'll come back there. It won't come back high.
Sharp right hand there from Nash.
Nash needs to shoot that right hand a little bit lower. It's hard to hit a guy that has his head tucked, his chin tucked so much, you know, like a Miguel Cotto when he fought Floyd. Floyd had to do the overhand right to catch him. You know, so you just got to shoot that right hand a little bit lower. Aim towards the chest.
Brock, we saw you talking to Shakur Stevenson during the break, and of course Troy Nash has been working and sparring with Shakur and Keyshawn Davis as of late, and those 3 in that kind of whole circle of fighters that extends back to Andre Ward, all very close.
One thing that I know that you can learn from those guys is you can gain the ability to see things in the ring. You know, because those 2 guys see a lot in the ring. They really study their opponent. They see things coming, and they know how to capitalize off mistakes being made. So hopefully this is what Troy has learned.
Well, and you can see just even in the posture, the stance of Troy Nash, that there's an obvious Andre Ward influence, and I think he's been explicit in saying as much over the years too.
Right, because if you look at actually young Andre Ward, he looks like this. You know, he'll fight you from the outside. You know,
counter right hand there from Nash.
Later in his career, Ward became an inside fighter. And he realized everybody else in the division can't. And he was tearing everybody up from the inside.
Okay.
Out.
Round 2 underway. Shoulders Jennisov and Troy Nash. Here in this second round contest.
It's going to be a hard fight to score this, I think. I think Nash won the first round. It's going to be a really hard fight to score because there's not going to be much landing because they're both very technical, both very good. Both move their head. Well, Nash more leans back a little bit, but Jennisov moves his head when he's coming forward.
What I noticed in between rounds is that Jennisov was taking deep breaths, you know, trying to, you know, stay, you know, keep that energy and stamina, when meanwhile, Nash was comfortable and calm, and it's because this is work right here, trying to get on the inside of the taller guy, the faster guy. This is work. He's expending energy just trying to get in.
And also keep in mind that the punch is going to come his way. So you've got to be thinking, not just thinking, oh, do I get it? You think, oh, do I get him without getting caught?
Yes.
Nice sneaky body shot again there from Nash. He's landed a couple of those already this round.
Boxing bell here. And good. Jennisov has to come forward, and he has to. But that's what Nash wants.
Body shots just keep coming from Nash. 2 more of them, and then climbs the ladder with a nice left hook.
I see a punch that's there for Jennisov, and it's that right hook. You should step into the right, get out of the angle of the jab, and then land that right hook.
I think the left hand to the body does that for him, because it takes him, the way if you throw it, it'll take that right foot automatically on the outside, won't it? And then you bring yourself back online with that right hook.
Just missing with that right hand. Yeah, the heads came together instead.
Yeah, the right hook is there.
See Jennisov trying to step in with body shots of his own. Back comes Nash, returning the favor as we're inside the final minute of round 2.
There's no disguise to his approach here, Jennisov, and that just makes it quite easy for Nash just the timing coming in.
Beautiful rip to the body by Nash. Kid is sharp, fast. Oh, great straight right. That's what the left-handed fighters have to look out for, is that straight right. It's hard to guard.
Very calm demeanor in the ring from Troy Nash. Places another right hand to the body.
Boxing bell here, isn't he?
It's spinning him. It's just looking good. Looking real good. I said in the beginning, you know, hey, Troy Nash, you know, American all the way. I knew he was matched hard. I knew he was matched hard.
Excellent body attack from Nash in this round on a man in Jennisov, who, Barak, you pointed out, was taking some deep breaths after round 1. This might be taking even more of that air as we head back to the corners at the end of round 2.
That's some beautiful boxing. He just literally ended that round, probably the last 10 seconds, with about 6 body shots from different angles. That's beautiful boxing.
On August 2nd, Golden Boy Promotions heads to the Windy City for the first time as Oscar Duarte takes on Kenneth Sims Jr. in Chicago in a super lightweight showdown, live on DAZN and part of your regular subscription.
After 2 rounds of boxing, all 3 judges had the same 22-18 unanimous. For the green corner, Troy Nash.
Controlling the space there, quite comfortable. Troy Nash boxing really well.
As round 3 begins, Troy Nash said in an interview with Boxing Scene earlier this week, he wants to show that he is a special type of talent. And he was very complimentary of Jennisov as well. He talked about his most recent win over Ezaidani. He said it probably was the best knockout of the tournament. It might have been the best knockout of the month in boxing overall. So they're respectful of Jennisov and his power, but so far he's been able to nullify it completely. As you saw the scores on your screen, both of the opening 2 rounds scored in favor of Nash by all 3 judges.
And what he does so well here, Nash, he steps in with the jab, but he retreats a little quarter step automatically straight away, so he's still close enough to go again. But if you attack, then he can step back fully.
Second time that Jennisov came into the body, it was 2 great left hands to the body on Nash.
We got countered up top even as he threw that. So Nash seeing what he's trying to do and had an answer, but Jennisov getting the best of that exchange of shots.
Absolutely, because the body don't move, so that's just good game plan by Jennisov.
Well, that's better from Jennisov there, the rolling in.
Right, trying to get a little lower.
Yeah, he's been too route one, so even though Nash has been boxing well, he's sort of played into Nash's hands, really.
The body shot comes in there from Jennisov.
You're looking like Shakur Stevenson in there, Nash.
I was gonna say there's a quietness to his footwork that makes you think of fighters, you know, from like the 1960s and before, you know, that just only doing what you have to. There's an economy of his movement, and even in his punch selection as well.
And those little steps, if you don't get them right, I mean, you gotta have that natural just eye for judgment of distance. If you don't get them right,
then you're just always in range.
Yeah, right. Clever, you're just gonna get caught all the time. Yeah, and also to keep your balance.
Right hand to the body there from Nash. That excited his corner. Right. Around 40 seconds here of round 3. Back downstairs with the right hand goes Nash.
Jennisov landed with a nice little left uppercut as well.
I was in Houston with Shakur Stevenson. He was watching a young fighter, Ghoulie, and he said, oh, he's a really good, talented, skillful fighter. He just needs more feints. And I see Troy, skillful and throwing feints in the middle. He just seems well-rounded.
You're talking about Breon Gorham?
Yes, I said Ghoulie. Gorham, correct. Thank you.
Closing moments here of the third round, and the quieter these rounds are, the better it is for Troy Nash. Some better work from Jennisov in that round, but not sure if it was enough.
No, you wouldn't think so. He had a bit more success, didn't he? But not enough to warrant him winning the round. I still think Nash is controlling the distance and the pace with that jab. A little step back and then just takes the whole momentum away from Jennisov. Even he
that
getting
was
close.
The body shot right there that I was talking about, sorry.
But then gets repaid with that, doesn't he? You know,
Yeah.
so that's good about Nash. He's always willing to fire back, isn't he? Look at that.
And there was another body shot landed, so.
Look at that, just again, a little quarter step just to make you miss by a few inches and then make sure he lands with that left hook over the top.
Yeah.
Against the southpaw, by the way, he's controlling it with his jab as well.
I mean, that punch stopped right before his face. So, like I said yesterday, a game of inches. Might have to change that to game of centimeters. It's really good distancing. And he has long arms, too, Troy Nash.
Yeah.
So round 4 is underway here. It could very well be a shutout for Troy Nash to this point. And taking on another more experienced fighter here tonight in Zsolda Jennisov, who's 9-0, but he lands another body shot there. The Jennisov record goes a little deeper than that. He is more familiar with this type of fight, a high-level fight, than Troy Nash is. If you include his IBA pro bout, a very competitive 8-rounder against Ruslan Belousov, who's the Russian national amateur champion. This is a guy who's been in 8-rounders against very, very good fighters, and Troy Nash has been able to really quiet this fight against that type of fighter.
Yeah, it just shows the confidence the kid has, you know, just a natural ability, and it almost takes away the strength conversation, because he negates that, the man's strength and all that sort of stuff. He takes that away just with the little adjustments of his feet.
If Nash gets a knockdown, I think it's going to be with a left hand to the body on the right-hand side of Jennisov. I think it's sensitive right now, and I know he likes to fight with that high guard, but if you watch, he'll put his hand down like as if he's doing a shoulder roll because it's hurting right now.
We're being told that Claudio Trejos was in the Nash corner just about a minute ago, and they're telling him, hey, keep going to the body, but try and finish up top as well. Go body and head.
See how he has that right hand tucked? He's hurt. He doesn't want that spot to get hit anymore. He wants to fight like this with his hands up, but he instantly puts his hands down, and that's going to leave his head open because that body is hurting on the right-hand side.
Just stabbed to the body there with the right hand from Nash again.
Yeah, and there was a sneaky uppercut in there as well. Nash lands a lot of those shots, Barry, those kind of like 6-inch shots that they're also very visible as the heads come together there. You see Nash
Corey,
telling the official.
How do you look at me, talk to us, and then commentate and see everything that happens?
Well, I also have 3 monitors in front of me, right?
I swear he was looking directly in my face, and he says, as Nash landed another. He's the best.
Trying to force the pace a bit more here. Jennisov, but just walking onto shots, unfortunately.
I think Nash sees that the body is soft, the body is hurt, but I think it also is leaving the head open because he's trying to block the body so much.
Lovely shot.
Another shot there from Troy Nash. Just beautiful, clean work from the bank, Troy Nash, as we head back to the corners. Well, next week, Jake Paul is back to take on his toughest challenge yet as the problem child steps into the ring with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You can go to zone.com/boxing for more details on how to watch this unmissable fight from Anaheim, California.
After 4 rounds, all 3 judges in agreement, scoring 40-36. Unanimous for the green corner.
Seconds out.
So round 5 is underway. And the scores at this point, as you might imagine, 40-36 across the board for Troy Nash. There's a Troy Nash fan seated behind us who said, you can give him the win already, it's okay. And indeed you could, as long as he didn't get knocked down a number of times. But Claudia Trejos, you have been in the corners, you've been around. What's going on at this point?
Well, obviously at the Nash corner, everybody's very happy with the performance of this young man. But in the golden corner, in Jennisov, I just have an observation. I have yet to see somebody walk into the corner holding such like deep, heavy weight on his back, coughing and spitting, taking deep breaths. So that's a very good indication that he's tired and he has somewhat of a chest cold. There's a lot of spit, snot coming out. And then the indications in the corner are very simple. Just keep your head moving, which I think is a little short for what he really needs to do. But moreover is the fact that I see this young man that we've seen before. His conditioning is not up to par. We're not used to seeing him so out of breath in such a short period of time.
Yeah, but that's a very good observation you made. I mean, and I was seeing that as well. He's blowing his nose a lot. He's probably battling some kind of illness as well. Head movement is great. What he might need is some Theraflu also after the fight.
As a matter of fact, I had a chance to speak to Tony Suarez, the cut man, who happens to be also a nurse, and he says what it sounds to me when he takes deep breaths is a chest cold.
Right.
Theraflu, send a check to Corey Erdman. And listen, it takes a mother to notice that. We will sit here and say, you know what? Jennisov looked tired. But when a mother looks at it, a mother says, that man right there has a chest cold. It took motherly instincts from Claudia.
Another uppercut on the inside there from Troy Nash.
He's hitting him at will here, isn't he? Earlier in the round, he was putting his punches together in combinations, or at the end of the last round, sorry, and I'd like to see that again now. I think he's at the point now where he can start to be a little bit more adventurous. He's got him where he wants him. I think he's broken him down a little bit, and if he has got a cold as well, an issue with his chest, then he's slowed down enough that you can start letting your hands go. Shows what you got. He's dominated everything here.
Really sitting down on these body shots now. I think Jennisov felt that one, and another left hook. Just ravaging the body of Zsoltas Jennisov. 20 seconds remaining here in round 5.
Jennisov has to go back to the body. It's the only place that you're going to even be allowed to hit by Nash. Wow.
Body shots just keep coming, and now he climbs the ladder, and you see the smile on the face of Troy Nash. The poker face exudes a smile just briefly as we take a look in the corner of Jennisov, who is not having a good time tonight.
Well, that's the first time we've seen Jennisov really show that he was hurt. His face, you can see his face, he was just like, I've had enough.
Last round.
You know, young fighters, to see young fighters go to the body like that is an amazing thing. You know, that usually takes maturity. You see that in the pros, usually from an older fighter, because usually young guys are just head happy. But Nash just really has a complete game.
And final round.
Sixth and final round.
Skills pay the bills, Claudia. She's over here saying, you know.
What is she accusing you of?
I'm going to say it. She says you have a man crush, which is impossible for a real man to have on another man. But she says you have a man crush on Troy Nash. And no, I just skills pay the bills. When I see skills, I point it out. That's all, you know?
Continues to crush the body of Jennisov. Another right hand right along the belt line from Nash. The opening moments of the round, and look at that pull counter as well.
See, the man
Jennisov
knows.
felt that one.
Yeah, he knows that he's hurt to the body. He's just trying to get him out of here from a body shot. But Jennisov's tough.
Jennisov's just coming to the guy who's just too sharp for him, too good, too clever.
And that is literally what the Nash corner just screamed. You're too sharp, you're too clean.
From a 4-0 fighter.
Yeah.
A guy with 4 fights. Jennisov, you know, you talked about his amateur career. Like, he's very experienced with 9 fights in the pros.
Well, those IBA fights, they're the ones, they're the secret weapon. You don't see those. And yeah, they're
those
really
are professional fights.
At a higher level.
Basically.
Against very good fighters as well, but
good money
just
as well.
did not have answers for Troy Nash tonight. Final minute of this contest.
Yeah, Nash might not be the fighter that blows you away with non-stop excitement. But I think with the right dance partner, he'll be in really good fights. But he's technically very, very good. He really is.
It's been a surgical performance tonight from Troy Nash.
Great use. Great use.
Yeah, Barry, I also think that just Jennisov is just a tough guy, because I think some of those body shots would have put me down. Like, some of those body shots would have put a different fighter down. He's just tough.
If they would have put you down,
oh, big right hand, and that one buckled Jennisov. I mean, when I have a chest hold, I'm just put down, period. You don't need to hit me with a body shot.
I'm tougher than I look. No, but this is just skillful performance.
A masterpiece here from Troy Nash on how to disarm a high-level fighter in Jennisov. And Troy Nash will skip his way into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, really good display. He rocks really well. Beat a good kid there as well. He made the good kid look very, very ordinary. He really did. Because you can watch the fight and say, oh, he was made for Nash. He just walked right forward. And he sort of did. But Nash forces you to do things you don't want to do. He's very good. His timing, distance, judgment, the little adjustments with his feet are fantastic. His shot selection is really good. And I think he has decent power, you know, and that will get better as he gets older. He's a teenager. It's madness.
This 20-year-old kid, he's definitely...
I mean, you know, when I was 19, I was 7-0, but still. No, I mean, no, he's got it all. He's got everything to make him a fantastic fighter.
Yeah.
Troy Nash might be the next American star, following in the footsteps of Bam Rodriguez, who's back in action on July 19th in Frisco, Texas, as he takes on Fumalele Cafu. He puts his WBC World Super Flyweight title on the line, and he'll try and capture Cafu's WBO belt as well. Cannot wait for that one. All right, we are ready to make this one official as we send it back up to Thomas Streiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Fabian Guggenheim, Paul Landeros, and Christian Garduño, are all in agreement. They scored the same, 60-54, for your winner by unanimous decision. Troy the Bank Nash!
As we celebrate Troy Nash and his ticket to the quarterfinals, the boxing keeps on coming here on the Zone. It's just over 2 weeks until Jack Catterall and the unbeaten Harlem Eubank meet in Manchester.
The warrior is strong. So sharp. Best shot of the fight so far. His wisdom, an amalgamation of precedent. This is the kind of action that we wanted. He is rather fueled by divine inspiration, ascending from the heart. For his true assignment is to deliver evidence of superior behavior.
It's the Battle of Britain as Jack Catterall moves up to welterweight for his ring return against undefeated Harlem Eubank. That's live for Manchester's AO Arena on July 5th, only on the Zone. And now we move on to Brandon Mejia Mosquera against Ghoulie Power, the favorite of Barry Jones. And for that, we move on to Thomas Streiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Ghoulie Power!
क्योंकि मेरी जिंदगी जो मैं चीज़ों से खेम तो तुम बस नहीं मेरा फर्ज है so where do you take notes बहुत काम होना नहीं अंदर
आओ सादा सदू ए सदू आओ लगदा पहला मेरे बारे थोनू पाई कर गए फिर कहना होता बस साडे सिर ते फिर मेरे सारे ऊपर रही कर गए के देखी आयो कात सब दी साल होया मैं ता फाहे पड्डे होए ने ओ तैने झूठ ने बला ना लियो पहली काइना मित्रा ने छड्डे होए ने नौ मेरा सुनने दे ला ना लियो पहली काइना मित्रा ने
And now let's welcome to the ring, Brandon Mejia Mosquera!
Decían que cargaba el diablo, mentiras no traía nada. Lo que traía en su cintura era una pistola escuadra. Robaba y mataba gente porque así se divertía.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamed, Barry Lindenman, and Steve Morrow. Our referee in charge, Don Turan. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.7 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, he has 1 win coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United Kingdom, here is Ghoulie Power! And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 127.6 pounds. Undefeated with 9 wins. All 9 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Brandon Mejia Mosqueda.
Boxers, obey my instruction all the time. I don't want to send rabbit punches, kidney punches, or below the belt. Protect yourself at all the time. Touch gloves, go back to corners. Good luck.
Okay. All right, so if you saw the opening of our broadcast when Claudia posed the question as to who people were looking forward to seeing, Barry Jones said Ghoulie Power, and Claudia said Brandon Mosqueda. So Claudia is sitting in with us for this fight, and understandably so.
Of course, I'm so excited. And I'm sitting right next to Barry.
Actually, you better move.
Don't hit him. Don't hit him back.
Oh, please.
Don't hit him.
Don't hit me. Don't know me.
This is the fight I was waiting for tonight. You know, just like yesterday, I was waiting for Palmole and Paul Ryan. This is the fight that's going to show. So I bet you one of these two guys are going to be in the finals.
Ghoulie Power, you know, he just did the basics. That's all he did. He did it so well. He was such a surprise. Mosqueda, though, is a danger. That overhand right is just a horrible punch to land. If he lands, you're in trouble.
I think he's one of the most skillful guys in this tournament, actually.
I am going to make emphasis on the Mexican style, but he can box.
Yes.
Mosqueda brings that extra oomph into his style.
This is Barrera we're watching right here.
Exactly.
This is Barrera.
I don't think it's quite that way.
Oh, he's still young. Come on.
I'm just saying that.
His balance is really good, and his timing. You got all the good. You have fantastic moves.
Right.
Well, Barrera
obviously, I'm not saying the skillful level. He has to prove that. You know, it takes a whole lifetime to prove that. I'm just saying the ability to bang in there, but skillfully bang, and to box. That's all. Barrera was just great at that.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he started boxing against Naseem Hamed. I mean, it took him a time and obviously a career to get to that level.
Yep.
But I'm going to go back to what you were saying, Barack, about having 2 or 3 tools and knowing how to use them. That's power. He can actually just use the fundamentals and get away of danger's way.
I think right now, Power is just having a little difficulty just timing Mosqueda.
Do you know what? I think it's important for Power, and I think he's doing it quite well, is to stay out of trouble early in the fight. You know, you got to make Mosqueda look for the target, make him overreach for the target. You know, a big puncher wants to hurt you and hurt you early. They hit you anywhere, make you feel the power, make you panic a little bit. And if Power can just keep that jab pumping out, keep the straight shots, don't get too excited.
Oh, big left hook, and that's what you got to watch out for.
What I was going to say earlier is that he's been touching him with the left hook already. You know, it's just none of them was flush until then. And even that one was at a distance.
I was just going to say, Mosqueda had to reach with that hook.
Even that one was at a distance, so imagine if he stepped in a little bit further and was able to get a little more torque on that.
Like he's doing right now with that right that's going in on cue.
Mosqueda staying low, though, allows him the ability to leap into the punch because his legs are already engaged.
Mosqueda just missing over the top of that right hand. Looking for his 2nd knockout victory in the tournament after that destruction of Bashar Sabar, scoring 4 knockdowns along the way in his opening round contest. He's already put Ghoulie Power on the floor in round 1 as he lands 1 more right hand. We'll head back to the corners.
Just when he's doing a little bit of success there, Ghoulie Power. Power didn't do anything wrong, actually. He stepped back. The hand's not even that down that much. He's throwing his jab, took a little step back there. Okay, the hand's a bit low, but still, you don't expect someone to close the gap so quickly as Mosqueda did. Look at that, just fully committed.
Not only is he fully committed, but if you see his legs, they're totally out of sync. So if he has that punching power when he's not even stabilized, imagine if he actually sat into the punch.
But I think because he got such good rhythm, Mosqueda, I think he has that, again, every punch he throws, he naturally puts his body into every shot, so he hasn't got to dig down deep to get the power. Those smooth punches are the worst ones as well. It looks like there's nothing on it, and it puts everyone to sleep.
Bolaño has that. The Colombian fighter, he has that.
Mosqueda's just a quick starter. You know, even in his last fight, like Corey mentioned, against Sabar, he scored 2 knockdowns in the second round, and I believe 2 more in the third. So he's a fast starter, and it's something you have to deal with when you're fighting him. And look how he got in there. Took that extra step in to let that left hand go. Partially blocked by Power.
I can see Power's thought here. He's thinking, if I can try and push him back with the straight shots, you just got to be careful.
Power has him against the ropes now. Good right hand by Power.
Yeah, good opportunity here for Power. When Mosqueda is moving forward, he's a lot to deal with, Barry, because usually when you're worried about a pressure fighter, you usually don't think of pressure fighters as being particularly athletic, but Mosqueda is both.
Yeah, he is. Again, he stays low, he engages those muscles in his legs, so he can bounce into it and jump into any attack.
Power has to do a stiff jab. A stiff jab will keep Mosqueda back. When he's coming in, time him when he's coming in, jab, jab. Don't just back up, jab.
That lean back for Power is a little bit of a problem.
And he's leaning back with the hand under his chin.
But apart from that, I think he's doing okay, actually.
I believe you said that right before he got knocked down.
I did, but he was doing okay there, you know. I mean, with a puncher, you make a half a mistake, they make you pay for it. That's the jeopardy.
That's the advantage for Mosqueda, because he capitalizes on the mistakes. And I have to admit, that jab, that swift jab, it's right in front, right there. It's very short for Power. If he could actually put a little bit of power behind it.
Yes, he can stop this. He can stop this. He just to time him right then is where he should. Instead of backing up with his chin like that, jab. That's when you jab.
It's a nice, quick jab right in front of it. It's a beautiful jab.
The thing is that when someone like, because you felt the power and you know he has power, when he advances so fast, you're going to step back. You are. It takes a brave man to sit there and throw the jab.
Great point.
What you can do is drop your hands and lift your chin up when you step back.
I'm saying take the step back, but jab.
Yeah.
Mosqueda looking for a left hook to the body there. Power comes back with a flurry of his own. And we talked about this. Oh, good shot there for Power. Is that a knockdown?
No.
Relax, Corey, relax.
No shot landed. That was just a miss, and the momentum brought him down.
Seconds here of round 2.
So after being knocked down, to be fair to Power, he's had a good little go here.
Yes.
Been really positive.
Yeah, there's some stability to this round for Power that was needed in the opening round. No fault of Power's. When Mosqueda is coming at you, of course, he can cause panic and he can cause chaos. That'll do it for the second round.
See that knockdown again here. There's no knockdown.
Mosqueda slipped there.
He just commits so much, doesn't he? He throws the body into the shot there, swings around there. He's already going down there. See, you can argue I touched him, but you touched him on the way down. Yeah, that's the difference.
The referee always has to say what put the man down, and what put the man down was his own momentum. Especially if he's falling this way and the punch was the other way.
Interesting to see what the guys say, what the WBC say about it.
If they rule that a knockdown, I'll take it off my headset and I'm fighting someone.
Well, we're going to call time here. We're getting word that will be called a knockdown.
No, that's not a knock. That's it. I got to do what I said I was going to do. I got to take my headset off. Let me see if I can pick somebody out that doesn't look like they can fight.
Look at me.
That's not a knockdown. That is not a knockdown.
He's hit him as he's gone, but he's already on his way down, I think.
But he's going down in this direction, in one direction, and the punch is going the other direction. Yeah, but he falls that way because the momentum went towards the punch.
Yeah, I think the referee
he was already going down.
I think the referee got it right.
Let's see the replay again. Let's see the replay again. Let the fans see.
Okay, here we go.
Please.
Here we go.
Here's the replay again because the guys in the back are so good. Now watch his feet. See, his feet is already left. Look at that leg. Look at that left leg. Before the punch land, the left leg is gone. It's already left the canvas.
One knockdown apiece here After the opening 2 rounds, one a little heavier than the other, but both count the same way as Mosqueda comes over the top with a nice right hand. Oh, nice left hook there again from Mosqueda, who seems enraged or maybe emboldened by the fact that that was called a knockdown.
Power got to keep that right hand up. You got to keep the right hand. There you go.
Good jab from
Just
Power
block
there,
that.
mind.
Yeah.
Second, just knocked Mosqueda back.
Well, there was a little bit of animosity in the green corner for Power because they saw that as a punch, but now that they had it reviewed and they realized that it was no punch, so there is no knockdown. But they're very happy with what Power is doing. They just want him to make sure the distance is kept, but be a little bit more aggressive. Just taking that step with the awareness that he might take a couple of punches, but he has to be aggressive behind the jab.
So hold on, just to clarify there, is that now being called not a knockdown?
No knockdown.
Because there's still deliberation being had over here.
Let me confirm.
Yeah.
Well, they really arguing over there. They're really deliberating over there.
So that's going on outside the ring, but we've got a good fight happening inside the ring, knockdown or not.
I mean, this is a good fight, and you're right, Barry. Power's doing a better job.
I think he's doing a really good job. I do, you know, I think there's always the thing with you're watching a fight here, expecting Mosqueda to do so every time he does something. Oh, watch out! But for the most part, I think Power's landing some really good shots.
It is confirmed. No knockdown.
No knockdown.
No knockdown.
All
no
right.
knockdown.
And we were just handed some scorecards with several scratches on it, so it has been overturned twice. Not a knockdown now.
But you know what? Oh, I give all the credit to these men that are sitting behind monitors, looking at every single angle possible, just to make sure they're being fair to the fighters.
And with a good right hand there, Power and Sol Mosqueda come back with 2 lovely left hooks.
Both men landing good power shots there.
It's the right tactic, though, for Power to try and push him back.
Mosqueda missing with that right hand, comes back with the left. It was blocked by Power.
Power keeping that right hand up now. He has to be careful, though, because when he jabs, he tends to do the bow and arrow jab where that right hand is not protecting the face.
I tell you what, Power's winging in that right hand. I'm not sure if that's the right tactic, to be honest, to be committing to it with a puncher, but he's having a really good go here.
15 seconds, 10 seconds of the round. As the Power corner telling him, keep the jab in his face. There's still a smile on the face of a Ghoulie Power.
It's a lot more confident now.
I thought he had a good round, I do. And every time Mosqueda throws a punch, you're waiting for something to happen because he commits to every shot and he's heavy-handed. But Power, no, he's been defensively a lot better, I would say. And he's committed to his combinations as well.
Power's corner told me that that first knockdown, he just got caught cold. He was surprised by Mosqueda's power. And you can see how, as the fight has moved on, he has been able to assimilate that type of punishment.
Did you give him the third flu, Mom?
Yes, of course I did. And a little bit of lemon with honey. Honey.
She stays ready.
Always.
It's round 4 underway. Brandon Mosqueda and Ghoulie Power. High tempo fight here. Between 2 names that a lot of people have their eyes on in this tournament.
That was a good left hand by Mosqueda to the body, and I think that was smart because sometimes he's trying to commit to the head and he's just out of range.
He's got to start slipping and sliding here, Mosqueda. He's got to start pushing Power back, but he's doing that, slip inside the jab and then use that uppercut left hook. Good jabs there from Power.
You know, Barry, we talked about this in relation to Ghoulie Power in his last fight, but I think one thing he's experiencing here tonight is an uptick in intensity. You think about how he's come up and the lack of knockouts. That's because he's mainly been facing UK journeymen who, by nature of their job, aren't going to put a ton of stress on you. That's not what they're looking to do. And tonight he has someone in Mosqueda who is putting constant stress upon him.
Like Power's not a puncher. You can spell it. A punch is enough to stop you from walking through him, and sometimes that's all you need. And I think so. I think his punches carry weight, and we can see that because otherwise Mosqueda would have walked right through him. By now. Once he hurt him, he would have been to work.
2 left hooks. Third one was partially blocked, but 2 flush left hooks from Mosqueda.
But going back to what Claudia said, I think he is starting to get used to the power a little bit.
I am also going to add on Mosqueda's side, if he were to find an opponent with better timing and just a little bit more power, he would be so vulnerable because he lunges deeply when he's throwing that left.
If you catch him with the left hook as he's up with his feet off the floor, he's done for potentially.
And all you need is somebody with good timing that would get that down and a little bit of power.
Like Marquez.
Yes.
Inside the final minute of round 4.
Vulnerabilities that don't really come to surface unless you're finding somebody that would test you.
Good jab. Good jab there from Power. Just adjusting his feet a little bit here.
Yeah.
Again, he does the basics, so you don't tend to get excited about him because he doesn't do nothing flash. It's effective.
And that's what I think I was alluding to, is that it's taken him a little bit to sort of stabilize both himself and this fight.
Yeah.
Now, after those early rounds, if the fight were to start now, the scores might be a little bit different.
But again, it's not. We're deep into the fight. Plus the knockdown, it doesn't help. The one thing is his spirit is just as excited as it was in the first round. And his corner, they're all into the game. And they actually think he could be up in the cards.
Well, he's not, but he's winning this round.
We're heading back to New York City on July 12th as the Ring presents a blockbuster card from Louis Armstrong Stadium. Edgar Berlanga, Hamza Shiraz, Shakur Stevenson, William Zepeda. Another memorable night of boxing from the Big Apple.
Come on. So good? Yeah, great. You want this? You gotta put him. You gotta put it on him. You gotta. I got him, man. I'll make it work, man. Don't worry. Come on. I got this.
After 4 rounds,
let's go.
one judge has it 39-36. The other 2 judges have it 42-35. Unanimous for the gold corner, Brendan Mejia Mosqueda.
Round 5 underway. The 3-time Mexican national amateur champion, Brandon Mosqueda, comfortably ahead on the scorecards at the moment. 40-35 twice and 39-36 scores in favor of Mosqueda.
Yeah, I think he's winning the fight, and he is. But I mean, that last round, Power did enough for me.
As he's doing right now.
Yeah.
I really like that jab. Power's quick jab right in front. It reminds me, I don't know if you guys remember Michael Perez, the heavyweight, the Cuban heavyweight. Very quick.
Perez.
No, not Perez.
Mike Perez?
Perez.
But okay, different guy. No, I do remember him. I do remember.
And
I think he's a cruiserweight now or something like that.
Yeah, but he had that very frontal, not a long jab, very quick jab, even though he had the reach, but it was very quick. And I like those quick movements. I just wish he could sit into those.
Good quick combination there for Power.
Yes.
I'm going to clue what you two are talking about.
Perez was one of the...
Mike Perez is still boxing now, if you know what you're talking about.
He didn't go far in the heavyweight division, but he was one of the most skillful boxers.
He won the other day in Ipswich. Is that the one you're talking about? Still active?
Yeah, he knocked out Stephen Ward a couple days ago.
Yeah.
That one, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Perez.
Perez.
Okay, yeah, Perez. Just making words up now.
Well, I'm making that up? Okay. Only 99% of the Hispanic community has Perez as a last name.
We don't know. We're ignorant.
You know, it's the most popular last name after Chang. And my daughter is a Chang Perez. Oh, wow. So, go figure.
Good work here from Ghoulie Power. Nice right hand to the body, left hook up top.
So what's happened? What's happened with Mosqueda, Barry?
Well, he's so used to putting fear into people, because he is heavy-handed and he's committed. And when you make a miss, it not only tires you out, it makes you just panic a little bit in your head. And not a massive panic, but you think, oh, why am I hitting him? And then you're thinking too much, and that tires you out. And you just, while you have a secondary thought in your brain, the other guy's doing his work. And also, Power's just being a bit more committed now.
I also think, Barry, you know, if you liken this fight or any fight to a race, sometimes you win a race by coming out really hot and then just hanging on at the end. And Mosqueda has basically done that. That blistering start has basically buoyed him for the rest of the fight.
But he's miles ahead in the fight.
Right.
So he's just got to be smart here.
And we're not saying this to say that it looks like Powell is just dominating at all. No, he's doing better. He's making these rounds closer.
That's a good shot there. But he won the last round, and he's probably won this round as well.
Well, he only won officially on the last round
in my opinion.
on one judge's score. Okay.
We also have to take in consideration that a lot of fighters don't know how to manage their time and their breath and their gas tank. Especially when, like you said, when you finish fights in the first couple of rounds, you really don't know how to handle your energy versus gas tank.
Certainly when you're used to bullying fighters, because you have that power, I mean, which is a great asset to have, but also you sometimes don't learn, like you said, how to manage your breathing, how to manage the rounds, how to control what's going on.
See, now he's saying, hey, you got to go up, you got to go down, and you got to finish him. They're asking him to look for the body, just go for the body, but change the angles. And that goes back to what Barack was saying. He was just going for the head.
Yeah. Well, understandably, he dropped him, that's why.
Sixth and final round here between Mosqueda and Power. For an early knockdown from Mosqueda. Has a comfortable lead on the scorecards to work with. Ghoulie Power showed a lot of improvement in the latter half of this fight. His corner seems happy with how he's operating.
Power's doing a lot better getting out of the way of that left hand that's coming, the left hook that's coming from Mosqueda.
As he landed one right now.
I'll tell you something, domestically for the UK fans, the British featherweight scene is quite good at the moment. You've got a lot of young fellas coming through, all fighting each other, and Power would be a great addition.
I was about to bring that up.
Really
It's important to remember for the fighters who don't advance here. I mean, number one, you could be an alternate and stick around. But number two, there's a career after this. And these are building blocks for people like Power who are probably going to look at the latter half of this fight and say, okay, like there's a lot to build upon here.
And I think he sells tickets as well, and all that helps, you know, so I think I'd be looking to sign him up, I would. He's a good fighter.
Yeah, Power very popular in the Sikh community. He's talked about the many messages he received after his first round win. He'll certainly be commended for his effort here tonight. He got cracked with another left hook there by Mosqueda.
But Mosqueda has that power. You know, I think he has, you know, good lateral movement. You know, I think he could have baby boxed a little bit better here. But still, you know, we're talking about the guy who's losing the fight, not the guy who's winning the fight, unfortunately.
I think Gullie's a lot more comfortable now. Yeah. When he's within range, he's just a lot more comfortable. He sees the shots coming a little. He's still getting cracked here and there, but he sees the shots coming a little bit better.
And he's busier.
He got comfortable. He got into his own rhythm.
Yeah, I think Mosqueda just has to switch it up. He's super skillful.
Yeah, well, the corner asked him to do it. Change the angles, go up, go to the basement. Oof.
Nice shot.
Stiff jab there from Mosqueda, but look at Power in this round too, just bending at the knees a little more, winging some power shots. Mosqueda showing some of his boxing ability here as a nice 1-2 reigns in. 20 seconds of this contest.
Trying to finish the round strong here, Mosqueda.
Sneaky body work there from Mosqueda. In the closing moments of the fight, one big right hand will likely be the last word of this one, and that will do it.
I wonder if that right hand just won Mosqueda that round.
He might have just done that, because otherwise I would have had it 3 apiece with one knockdown.
Right?
Yeah. But I think he might have just nicked it.
When you got rounds like that, you know, a judge is looking at it like, okay, now he's up. Okay, now he's up. Now he's up. Now he's up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good there from Mosqueda. They missed with the first 2, but commits to the 3rd shot there when Power makes him miss, but then carries on and gets the reward. Just commitment, that is. I think he sort of upped the pace a little bit in that last round. I think he didn't need to win the fight, but he needed to just to cement it, the win. That was a good fight. We thought we'd see a good fight, and I thought that was really good to watch, that was.
Why?
We've got a really good fight coming your way later on as DAZN heads to Birmingham as Olympic and a Commonwealth gold medalist Galal Yafai takes a big step towards a first world title as he takes on the stalwart Francisco Rodriguez Jr. It's a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight title live here on DAZN. We await the decision here between Mosqueda and Ghoulie Power. And I will correct myself, we're not waiting at all. It's in the hands of Thomas Driver. Let's send it up to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Steve Morrow scores it 59-54, and both judges, Nawaf Al-Mohammed and Barry Lindenman, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 60-53, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Brandon Mejia Mosqueda.
So Brandon Mosqueda, El Perro, will advance to the quarterfinals on the backs of an early knockdown. Mosqueda will head to the next round, but we'll certainly be keeping our eyes on Ghoulie Power as his career advances as well. All right, so the battle between Barry and Claudia has concluded, and it turned out to be quite a compelling fight despite that early knockdown. Very interesting down the stretch.
I agree. I think Brandon showed he had power, but obviously the damage he did in the first round, all of a sudden Power caught on, and he decided to go into his rhythm.
Yeah, I think Power realized if I don't push Mosqueda back, then I'm just going to be a target to be hit. And I thought he did really well the second half of the fight. I mean, there's an argument. If he won that last round on my card, it would have been 3 rounds each, with the knockdown being the difference. I don't think he did win the round. So I thought he won 2 rounds out of the 6, but the knockdown as well, making a point. I thought the judges were quite harsh on him, but still, a good performance. He'll get signed up. For Mosqueda, I think it's a good start. You got to work on maybe his frustration that I think he showed when things weren't working out for him. But he has power. He has athleticism. He's a good fighter. He's a good fighter in the making there, I think. But for the next round, I think he's got to be a little bit better.
I agree. I think that 60-53, not giving any credit to Power, I think it's a little unfair. I had it on 4-2 as well, and I agree. Moreover, when you're so used to finishing fights so quickly, then you run into not being able to coordinate your gas, your timing, your tempo, and you get frustrated. So that comes also with flying hours. I'll cut him some slack.
But the worst thing, and the thing I'm worried about the most, is you're going to gloat about this all night
Of course
tonight.
I am.
Yeah.
You got that right. Yes.
All right, well, their battle will continue later on at the Shisha Bar, but we're going to get back to action. Let's send it right back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Hector Munguia Jr.
Sé que muchos nunca me ayudaron y otros hasta de mí se burlaron, pero en el lugar donde me paro, la gente se me queda mirando. Nunca pensaron que este chaval saldría fiel en los madrazos. Varios tiros con mis compañeros.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Iman Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Francisco Ayosa, Nawaf El-Mohamed, and Fabian Guggenheim. Our referee in charge will be Analia Maradona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.1 pounds. Undefeated with 15 wins. He has 1 draw with 9 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Hector Munguia Jr. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 127.7 pounds. Undefeated with 13 wins. 8 of his 13 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, here is Iman Lee.
Okay, gentlemen, listen to me. No rabbit punch, no golpes de conejo, no low blow, no golpes bajos. Protect yourself all the time. Protégete todo el tiempo. Touch gloves, chocan guantes. Good luck.
Well, this one profiles as a very good clash of styles between Iman Lee, the 25-year-old from Yonkers, New York, and the hard-charging Hector Munguia, who was one of the stars of the opening round of this tournament, thanks to his destructive TKO win over Idris Batamosi. Iman Lee scored a 6-round majority decision over Juan Manuel Albornoz. And Hector Munguia, many remember, of course, nicknamed the Gravedigger, Sepultuero, which is an ode to his father, who had the same nickname and who was a professional fighter, Pablo Munguia, but also because he still works as a gravedigger, and he says that his work doing that and burying Mexican dignitaries, in quite chilling phrasing, says helped turn his heart to stone.
Corey, only you would know that.
I've done some mad jobs over the years, but gravedigger, not for me.
I wouldn't hire you as a gravedigger anyway.
Why you that? Why? Because I couldn't get out. Is that what you're saying?
No. You just look slow.
Just look slow.
Look like you're slow digger.
Right hand to the body there from Munguia.
Munguia impressed me the most. Sorry, he impressed me the most in phase 1. You know, because obviously he's going to be shorter than just about all of his opponents, but I think he's mastered that style. And just like Mosquera, you know, you have to work your way in there. But Munguia is just differently. He doesn't have that fast twitch, you know. It's kind of like a Canelo style. You know, you wait for your opponent to swing, and you make that step with a certain angle.
Just a little bit telegraphed at the minute, though, Munguia.
Munguia?
Just a little bit telegraphed, yeah. So even though Lee's constantly moving, he's under no real pressure just yet.
Body work there from both men.
You see how Lee swung, and then he just took a tiny step there, Munguia, just to get in position to land those couple of body shots.
Right hand to the body there from Lee. Lee is very big and very athletic for the weight class. It's a nice combination to have.
Nothing about Lee says featherweight.
No, not at all.
It's not like a Dinergy who's taller than everybody, but he looks like a featherweight. He's slim.
The size of his shoulders.
Yeah.
At 5'10", Mon Lee looking like a welterweight in there tonight.
He looks like Razor Ruddock.
Oh,
like a
all
Razor
right.
Ruddock build.
Canadian reference. About 10 seconds of the opening round. As Mon Lee thus far fending off the hard-charging Hector Munguia as we head back to the stools.
You know, I remember Manny Pacquiao, who, you know, he's an all-time great. He's already in the Hall of Fame. He didn't really like to fight taller fighters. And the way I found that out was because Eddie Roach said it. He admitted it. He was about to fight Yuri Foreman, who's, you know, he was a decent 154-pound fighter, you know. And he was like, nah, he opted not to fight him because he's tall. Now, he probably would have blown him away. You know, but he didn't like to fight tall fighters.
I mean, nobody really does, because even, like I said earlier about winning ugly, losing pretty, no one wants to win. Often when the guy's so tall, to win, you got to make it scrappy and horrible to get them on their rhythm. So when you're a nice boxer, you don't have to. I mean, you got to sometimes forget about all the beautiful skills and get in the grits. Mayweather never looked like tall fighters. And that was because that shoulder roll and the elbow, they could go over the top.
Over the top, right. Like, no, you don't want to fight a Paul Williams. Would you have beaten him? Probably.
I mean,
but you don't want to. You don't want to.
He still beats tall fighters, by the way.
Yeah, of course. He beats everybody, you know, but people always said, oh, you didn't fight Paul Williams.
You can't make everyone happy, can you?
No.
Round 2 underway. As Mon Lee trying to make the fans back home happy. He lands another right hand to the body. And the folks back home for him include the likes of Bruce Carrington and Chris Colbert, who he is friends with, regularly works out with, spars with.
I like Bruce Carrington. Talk about an old-looking fighter. No, I don't mean that. I mean an old-fashioned-looking fighter.
Yes, definitely. Throwback type.
Yeah.
Now, you see, when you look at Mon Lee, Barry, you were saying Adeniji, you know, tall, long, uses length, but it didn't look pretty.
No.
What do you think about Mon Lee?
His balance is a bit better, and he does look flimsy with it. So that's the difference. The energy looks a little bit flimsy, though he was effective and he boxed really well. But the look is you're watching him thinking, if I can get inside there, I can do some work. But with Lee, you're thinking, I got to get inside, but I ain't gonna have much time to do my work once I get in there.
Right. You know, it's the luck of the draw, because I would have loved to seen how would Adeniji use that style against a Hector Munguia or a Mosquera.
Yeah, I think, well, for a round, very difficult. Like it is here for Munguia. You know, he's got, I think as the rounds go on, because he's taking his time, he might have more effect. But I still think you've got to make Lee do more work than he wants to, and to try and slow him down enough.
Right.
Right, because if you don't, it's contingent upon hurting him at some point.
Yeah.
Another way Munguia reminded me of Canelo in the phase 1 is that he always seemed confident, like, okay, I'm waiting to land this shot. And he landed in the last round. You know, kind of like with Canelo and Kovalev or someone, you know? Like, still confident even though it appears you're not winning.
Lee just whipping that uppercut to the body. He's landed a couple nice right hands downstairs in this round.
That right hand got through from Munguia. The left hand was blocked.
Good from Lee, though. You know, keep that
Yeah,
right
nice
hand
uppercut
high.
there, too.
Yeah, and the change direction with the feet. Yeah, a real wide stance. I would say too wide, but he used it to his advantage because it was so wide he could move his body from one part to the other, and Munguia couldn't stay with him.
You see, he keeps that phone glued to his face. You know, he's
Yeah.
always on the phone, Lee, and that just means his right hand is up, protecting his face from that left hook from them shorter fighters. Sometimes it's hard to see that left hook come from a shorter fighter.
Good combination to the body again there from Lee. This is a nice round from Iman Lee.
Oh, nice. Worked really well.
One more uppercut from Lee, who is off to a terrific start here in this contest.
I say Munguia got to shoot that right hand to the body. So the right hands are getting through up top, but sometimes they're rolling off the shoulder.
Once again, later on today, we're back at Birmingham as Galal Yafai will take on Francisco Rodriguez Jr. It's a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight title. Barry, perhaps the last step for Galal Yafai until he could finally get that title shot.
Yeah, but this is a really hard fight. I think people underestimate how hard this fight is going to be. You got a guy who throws lots and lots of punches, who takes a good shot, and physically strong. And it might be naturally smaller than Yafai, but it's a test. I think Yafai comes through it, but it's going to be a hard night for him, and so it should be. If you're going to box for a world title next, you should have that test before, just before you get to the level. Though people say Sonny Edwards was that test.
Let's take a look at this uppercut here. There it is from Lee. Beautiful shot with his back on the ropes.
And then change direction there, didn't he? Step to the left, then move to the right.
Definitely good scoring blow. Probably didn't hurt Munguia. He was squared off when he threw it, but it was just a good shot. Knowing the right punch in the right situation is key.
And not always the easiest thing to do, by the way. Because the right punch not every well feels natural for you.
Especially from that angle.
Yeah.
So Munguia just winging these shots. They're caught on the arms of Iman Lee. And that is a difficulty, Barry. Sorry to cut you off, but the way that Munguia likes to throw those wide shots, the height and the length of Iman Lee, especially when he has that lead hand extended, those shots have to come even farther to try and land up top.
So the idea is to slide inside the long reach. I've said this all day, but then he's got to take a turn, and then you can win the shot in from a different angle. But you can fully rotate into the shot.
Right.
Munguia cuts off the ring very well. This is how you cut off the ring. It's just the defense of Lee, even when he's against the ropes, is just superb at the moment.
That's good from Lee there, just tying him up and turning him. The more intensity in this round from Munguia. I think that's better. Just if you can get a little bit more again, we'll be good without making silly mistakes.
Nice left hand there from Munguia. And again, the impact of open scoring. Munguia aware of the fact that he's lost the first 2 rounds. You know, and how many times have we seen in fights where open scoring doesn't exist, a guy's moving forward, and so they think, well, I might have won those rounds, and you're not compelled to make those instant adjustments.
Yeah, but I think, the fact that he's not hitting the target, then I feel no anyway.
You should, yes.
You should do.
The right hook to the body there from Munguia a moment ago.
Good from Munguia, good body
Munguia
work.
Stepping things up here. Found a better approach, just targeting the body of Iman Lee.
This is where he wants to be.
Yeah, Munguia's finally having some success against the ropes with Lee.
Because he's so short, it's hard for Lee to hold on to him.
Yeah, you're right. He was trying to stop his arms right now to grab him, but he couldn't.
You see that left eye there, and Munguia just starting to swell underneath.
And Iman Lee aiming that sweeping right hand directly at it. He brings it downstairs. Hard body shot there from Lee. Seconds remaining. A good finish to the round here from Lee. One last left hook as we head to the corners.
I know. I said it over too long. Just grab him. Turn. tírale volados y de todo, ¿sale? Sí. Ya va, como a ver cómo te gana. Sí.
Back to action here as Iman Lee and Hector Munguia go at it in the final contest of the second phase of the featherweight bracket. We'll be moving on to the heavyweights after this bout. The 5'10" Iman Lee, who is the same height as some of the heavyweight participants, is having a good time here tonight against Hector Munguia. Good opening 2 rounds, a more successful 3rd round for Munguia, but those final 25 seconds or so in that round for Iman Lee might have edged it for him once again.
Yeah, I think so as well, but it was more positive signs from Munguia.
Yeah, he needed that because Munguia had a great moment right before that.
Body work there from Lee a moment ago as well, trying to slow that heavy foot pressure of Hector Munguia down.
It's really hard. You're so correct, Barry. It's really hard for him to hold Munguia. So he's just trying to like control his head with his left hand.
Yeah, good call by the referee.
And Munguia will be given time to recover here.
Take the break, take the break.
Don't know that taking breaks is in the nature of Hector Munguia.
Right?
Even after that, nor is it for Iman Lee. We talked about Hector Munguia's interesting work schedule. Iman Lee does the same. He has to wake up, run early in the morning, works 9 to 6, then goes back to the gym at night. He rolls with that right hand of Hector Munguia that comes back with a flurry to the body, and then talks to Munguia, clearly liking his own work there.
But Munguia lands as well. I would say this, Munguia's landed, oh, good uppercut there from Lee. Munguia's landed some good shots and Lee hasn't even blinked.
And he's landing it from the southpaw stance. I think he feels like the right hand, the uppercut, the right hook is there when he has him up against the ropes.
Frustrating, isn't it, from Munguia? Can't get any continuity to his work.
Unfortunately for Munguia, and he is having more success in this round, this is the exact type of style and body type to nullify his work. If you put Hector Munguia in with a like-minded fighter, he's going to make for a Fight of the Year contender.
He's knocking him out.
Or he might knock him out, and that might happen also.
He's knocking him. Look at the torque on his shots. You know, that's why you hear the corner of Lee saying, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Because Munguia's looking to take a step in, set, throw.
Then that combination, that's a lovely uppercut from Lee. Again.
You think that's what's got the blood coming from the mouth of Munguia?
LA Friday night fights return with David Dynamite Stevens taking on the undefeated Olympian Peter Komikov in a super middleweight matchup live from Long Beach and only available right here on DAZN.
After 4 rounds of boxing, all 3 judges have it the same. 39-37 unanimous for the gold corner, Iman Lee.
Round 5 underway. And the scores at this point, 39-37 across the board. So Hector Munguia not out of this. If he were to win the last 2 rounds and even this up, then it would go to the WBC's enhanced scoring system. For Iman Lee, this means you need to win 1 more round and stay off the canvas.
Yeah, and also it would really interest me to see what the enhanced scoring would look like, because all of the judges obviously gave the same round probably to Munguia, but I don't think he won it. First
like
of all,
overwhelmingly, yeah, right.
First of all, I thought Lee won the round.
Yeah, so did I.
First of all, I thought Lee won the round.
So how clear could it be? Yeah.
Right. I mean, you're talking about they had to put, he just edged it.
Good body shot there from Lee, and again.
And Lee is fighting on the inside. He's deciding to fight on the inside this round.
Yeah, and that's been troublesome for Munguia here tonight, is that Lee, it's not like he's just looking to hold on the inside. He fights well on the inside. He's been able to get Munguia's respect and then get back to the outside where he likely does his best work.
Well, actually, he's not fighting with him inside. He's throwing a couple of shots, and then he's doing the hold.
Right, yes,
yeah, the right move, yeah. It's just a little bit one pace, Munguia. That's let him down here, I think. Getting to the tag a little bit quicker.
Sneaky uppercut there from Amon Lee to the body of Hector Munguia, then lands it again as Munguia tries to charge inside and does so, according to the official, a little bit too much with his head. We're inside the final minute of round 5. Again, Lee trying to put one more round in the bank here, and so far it's looking like this could be the one.
A short right hand there from Lee as well.
Lee from a fighting family. His corner includes both his father and grandfather. Generations of knowledge being passed down. And he's talked about how sometimes his grandfather could be a little bit old school and they could butt heads sometimes, but some of those old school influences, Barack, you can kind of see it in his style.
I mean, you think about it, man, Shakur Stevenson has an old school trainer, his grandfather. You know, sometimes there's a lot of wisdom in that, but I understand the new guys, you know, fighting evolves, so I get it, you know, I get it.
And his body shot there from Munguia.
And it's overcompensated at times.
And 2 more body shots from Lee in reply right before the bell.
That's when you're gonna win the shot. All right, man? I hear you. Let's go. Jab to the body. Keep working. Take it down. All right? Let's go, man. Hands up, man.
Sixth and final round.
Final round of this fight and final round of phase 2 of the featherweight bracket. As Amon Lee and Hector Munguia get back to action. Pretty good energy in the corner of Amon Lee, a lot of confidence, and frankly, happiness in the corner right now. Everyone's smiling as round 6 is underway.
Yeah, their fighters ahead, and the fighters, for the most part, sticking to the game plan, and that's all you can really ask from your fighter. Stick to the game plan.
Using what you've got, isn't it? I think that's important, and that's what he's done. He's used what he's got, that reach.
You want to win. There's nights when, there's nights when you're going to have the pretty knockout or the pretty performance, but you want to win.
You got a dangerous opponent here in front of you.
Very.
In Munguia. And if you hold your feet for too long, he's going to have plenty of success. And the movement has just frustrated Munguia. And he tried to stick to his task, Munguia, but you can see it in his work. The acceleration of pace is not quite there. That was a good right. On heads. I thought it was a good right hand.
Yeah, it was a headbutt, but he just missed an uppercut at that time, Lee, and he could have got cracked with a left hook, but the headbutt stopped it all.
It's good from Lee.
And I'm not trying to say Lee is not winning in a pretty fashion, you know.
No, but it's not standout, is it? But I mean, but he's being smart and clever with it, and some good work. jab's been good. The uppercuts have been fantastic.
So he threw another one there for you.
And to be fair, Monkey has worked the body. He's done the right things to try and slow down the legs. It's just, it hasn't had the effect. And what can you do about that? You know, if you're doing what should be working, it's not working, then it's just one of those things.
Nice body shot there from Lee.
Lee could fight good, like you said, Corey, on the inside. He'll still bang with you. Is that good uppercut? Good uppercut. Oh, he's unloaded. Got to get off the ropes.
Trying to
get hurt.
unload here. I mean, this is Munguia's opportunity if he has one at this point.
And he took it. He took it. Smart fighter holds. let the ref break it up.
Nice. Very composed performance here from Iman Lee. And think back to just last year, he had a little bit of a scare on Country Box when he edged out a split decision against the 5'11" Devin Jones. If you watched Iman Lee that night, you probably wouldn't think that he would be here doing this tonight and being a quarterfinalist. So I think that energy you see in Iman Lee's corner, that's saying, like, look at where we were, look at the improvements we made, and look how good I am looking tonight.
But and what this is what this tournament's all about, doesn't it? Don't, you know, if you fight, you're going to lose. We've had fighters lose, come back in the same tournament, but it doesn't define you, right? Especially in competitive fights.
The only thing I would say with Lee is, great job, but the only thing I would say is, there's moments where you could sit down on your shots.
Yeah, there is. No, sorry, there is. But you've got to pick your battles, and I think you sit down with shots with certain fighters, it might not be worth the risk.
Gotcha.
Says me, who run around all my life, pity-patted in my way for a world title.
I got you, buddy. I got you. This was a great opportunity that Munguia had, and he took full advantage of that, landing probably about 3 or 4 good shots out of that 8-punch combination.
But the physical disadvantages he has, no, the height difference and all, it's almost insurmountable. That's the truth.
And that's what's tough. You know, in a tournament, you don't get to pick who you fight, and you don't really pick a fighter like that until your fight is ready.
Well, it's an all-British battle on July 5th as Jack Catterall moves up to 147 in his ring return against the undefeated Harlem Eubank, live from Manchester's AO Arena, only here on DAZN. All right, the scores are in the hands of Thomas Schreiber, so let's send it up for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Francisco Ayosa scores it 58-56, and both judges, Fabian Guggenheim and Nawaf Al-Mahamid, score it 59-55, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Iman Lee.
So Iman Lee victorious here tonight against Hector Munguia as he improves to 14-0 and advances to the quarterfinals.
Daniel Dubois had a big opportunity.
The chance to rock the world.
Alexander Usyk, he's a master.
He has the heart bigger than this room.
It was the feints that really seemed to unsettle Daniel Dubois.
Then, against all the odds, it happened.
Time froze. We're waiting. Wow, he's done it. He's done it.
I shouted out to Daniel, wow, you've done it, you've won.
I was surprised there was no count.
Моя думка, що рефері зробив все правильно.
The fans, they divided into 2 camps.
Was it low? Was it borderline?
I thought that punch was a punch from the gods.
He landed it right on the line.
I have the view that the shot was okay.
Muhammad Ali always talked about a 1/4 of an inch.
The guards are that big, it's very, very close.
I see that's a legal shot.
It was a real low blow.
You know it was a legal blow.
Frank.
What the referee did next was outrageous.
The seconds are ticking by. Suddenly, the minutes are ticking by.
He said, no, take some more time.
There were 3 minutes and 45 seconds of Alexander Usyk recovering.
Usyk came back, dropped him in the 8th round and stopped him in the 9th.
Up until now, there's still a question mark.
Usyk has shown that he is the man.
Usyk's beaten Joshua twice. He's beaten Fury twice. He's the closest that I've watched and thought, you've mastered boxing.
He's the defining champion of the era.
This version of Daniel Dubois?
Beating Jerome Miller, beating Filip Hrgovic. Then to go to Wembley Stadium.
Daniel goes in as the underdog.
He was like a man possessed.
I knew he was going to win that fight.
Anthony Joshua eviscerated him.
Thinking this story, that's how I fight.
This is the guy ready to take the throne.
2 semi-finals. You had Usyk fighting Fury, you had Dubois fighting AJ. This is like the final.
This rematch against Usyk is completely different.
Taking place
At Wembley Stadium, 90+ thousand people.
all the belts on the line.
In front of a global audience, live on DAZN.
Now we have a chance to see who is the best.
It's going to be something special.
Do not blink.
Alexandr Usyk and Daniel Dubois are set to meet at Wembley Stadium for the undisputed heavyweight crown. Can Dubois avenge his controversial defeat to Usyk back in August 2023? Or will Usyk remain unbeaten and prove once again why he's one of the all-time greats? This is all live on DAZN, July 19th. This is going to be a great day of boxing. And again, we're totally enamored by heavyweights. And this is the fight, the one fight that Dubois insists. It was his opportunity. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Boxing Bully?
I don't like to argue that punch anymore because real time is very hard for a ref to say, hey, we're making all of these decisions based off of instant replay because we get to see it instant replay. And instant replay, I speak to some refs and they say, yeah, that was a legal blow. But you can't see that in real time like that because in actuality, it hit the cup. No matter what, it hit the cup. So he called it an illegal blow. It's an illegal blow. Let's leave it there. But I do say that Dubois, since then, what he's learned to do is throw caution to the wind. I think he realized I have a chin. I can punch very hard. And if I go hard, I can knock everybody out. He tried that with Big Baby Miller. He did it with Joshua. And I think he's saying nobody's ever fought Usyk that way. And that's what I'm going to do.
Oh, he's banking on his power. What about you? What do you think, Harry?
Yeah, well, I think Brack summed up the blow. It was an illegal blow. Not on purpose, but it was what it was. He took the rest. He took the full advantage of it. And that was within his rights. And then he got up and he stopped Dubois with a jab. Now, Dubois had a confidence issue with his fitness, I believe. But then the Jamal Miller fight, when he got tired, he pushed through that barrier and realised when you get tired, beyond that is another reserve of fitness. And it opened his world. And then against Hrgovic, I don't think tactically it was great, but he just showed I got the engine to walk through. I know when I get tired, I can carry on. And then that confidence grew and grew. And against Joshua, he walked into that ring so confident, I couldn't believe it. He looked like he was Anthony Joshua, and it was his night. Now, he beat Joshua in Wembley. That's Joshua's home. And all the crowd, by the way, were all for him. They were. So he's full of confidence. But he's boxing a guy who arguably has better wins since then against Tyson Fury twice. A guy who might be 38 years of age, might be not at his peak, maybe, who knows. But he's a clever fighter who uses his size, his lack of size, for his advantage. His movement is in and out with the feet all the time. The swaying back and forth tires heavyweights up because he makes them think. They're not used to thinking like that. With that thought process, it makes you tense because you think, I gotta get it right, You tense, and you're tired, and he makes you miss. And when you miss, and that arm is like 3 stones worth of weight, you gotta bring it back, it slows you down, and then he stops you or he beats you on points.
But there's a lot to be said about being nimble, being fast, and boxing IQ. Especially when we're talking about heavyweights today, we're moving on to heavyweights. What can we expect, and who should we look for, Barry? Tell me.
Well, I think me and Brack are in agreement here, and so are you. It's the Olympic gold medalist from Uzbekistan, Muladjanov. He is brilliant. I mean, he doesn't rush his work. He picks his shots so well, but everything's thought out. And he's not a KO artist, but every punch is solid, isn't he? He's so heavy-handed.
Ivan Drago. That's what I nicknamed him. He is that good. He's that strong. He's that powerful. And he's smart in there. But we don't even have to see that side of him because I've seen him already. I know he's smart. I know he can box, but he's very, very powerful.
Perfect and lethal combination. And to get the action started, we go to Thomas Triber.
We now move to the big boys of boxing, the heavyweight division. Let's first welcome to the ring, Emiliano, El Niño de Oro, Mendoza.
Suenen guitarras al viento, que quiero mi aliento perder al bailar. Suenen guitarras al viento, que quiero mi aliento perder al bailar. Quiero dejar que mi alma se olvide de todo vibrando al bailar. Quiero perder mi amargura, vivir mi locura, bailar y bailar. Quiero quemar en mi fuego el color y olvidar esa pena de amor. Quiero de nuevo sentirme vivir, quiero bailando morir. Suenen guitarras al viento, que quiero mi aliento.
And now, let's welcome to the ring, Dante, the Inferno Stone.
People think I'm a little bit crazy. I get it from all angles, even occasionally not crazy. You'll have to step in every once in a while to save me, to make me stop and think about it before I just say things. Sometimes I forget what other people just make think. A lot of rappers probably wouldn't know how to take me if they heard some shit on there to take before they erase me. I may be a little too fast-paced and racy. Sometimes the average listener rewinds and plays me 20 times cause I say so many rhymes it may seem like I'm going too fast cause my mind is racing. And I can give a fuck what category you place me. As long as when I'm pushing up daisies and going, as long as you place me, you're most wanted and great when I hit the...
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you to the Riyadh season WBC Boxing Grand Prix here at the Cool Arena, Boulevard City in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, Jia, Turkey, Al-Sheikh. This great event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, Jia, with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, The Ring, and Box Raw. A big thanks to those great sponsors. This bout, 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Francisco Ariosa, Christian Garduño, and Fabian Guggenheim. Our referee in charge will be Mark Lyson. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 276.9 pounds. Undefeated, he has 5 wins, 1 draw, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Argentina, here is Emiliano, El Niño de Oro, Mendoza. And his opponent across the ring fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 267.7 pounds. His professional record, 18 wins, just 1 defeat, with 12 of his 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, here is Dante, the Inferno Stone.
Okay, boxers, I've already spoke to you both. You know what I expect. Stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Quiero uno pelea limpia, obedece mis órdenes, protégete en todo momento. Touch gloves, good luck. Good luck, boys.
So we are ready to kick off the second phase of the heavyweight tournament here at the WBC Boxing Grand Prix with the oldest and most experienced participant in the bracket, the 30-year-old Dante Stone. Now 18-1 with 12 knockouts, taking on Emiliano Mendoza. El Nino is coming off a decision win over Pengyang Wu in the opening round. Dante Stone scored a second-round KO win over Indalecio Tehran. Didn't really receive a whole lot of resistance in that fight, guys. We'll see if Mendoza can give a stern test to Dante Stone here in our opener.
Yeah, it was hard to judge though, wasn't it? Because I wrote down on my notes, he beat the guy who didn't come to fight. I mean, that's what it looked like, unfortunately. So we'll have a good look at him tonight, hopefully.
Stone, at 30 years of age, is the oldest entrant into the Grand Prix. An exception on the age cap was made for Dante Stone. Of course, when you're looking for heavyweight prospects, that pool is a little bit shallower in comparison to some of the other weight classes. Stone, a guy who is looking for big opportunities, and got a big right hand there from Mendoza a moment ago.
Yeah, he just don't turn his hands over Mendoza with some of his shots, and when he lets the hand go, he just didn't get the full impact because of that. So it hits with the fingers quite often.
One thing with heavyweights is you can't really tell by looking at them if they were just sitting on the couch or if they were really training. And Dante has, you know, a lot of experience. You know, you say the age, but he also has, you know, 19 fights. And, you know, he was a decent amateur. You know, he fought guys like Charles Martin, former champion in the amateurs.
And to this point in his career, he's also fought 3 opponents with 10 or more wins. Mendoza, meanwhile, was a little bit surprised about getting the call for this tournament. He was looking at maybe domestic title opportunities. He still feels like he wants to go back and chase one of those after the tournament. Good job. Stone, with a good lead right hand.
He can double it up though, I think. And that gets him in a perfect distance then to let that left hand go or hook off the jab.
Stone looking for a clubbing left hand there.
Quite fleet-footed for a big guy, isn't he?
Well, this is something we saw happen to Mendoza in his opening contest against Pengyang Wu, who took that early round with that kind of movement. Gradually, Wu, frankly, just slowed down in that fight, but Mendoza also picked it up a little bit. Stone looking quite comfortable with his operations here in the opening round as he lands a couple more left hands down the pipe.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Barry. He's kind of, Stone is kind of like moving like some of the other fighters we just watched in the lower weight classes, like featherweight.
I tell you what, at the end of that round there, though, Mendoza made him work quite hard for a big guy. So I wonder if that's going to take an effect.
There we go. Indeed. You know what I want you to do a little bit more? Pepper the body. Pepper and move. I'm not gonna make a call this round. I'm gonna watch you do what you gotta do. But I need you to be a little bit more active on it, okay? Pepper and move, pepper and move. I don't want any power shots.
Bueno, 27 manos contra 3. ¿Dónde está el lugar? Loco, por favor, te pido. ¿Ya estás ahogado? No. Entonces... Por favor, te pido. Por favor, te pido, boludo. Por favor.
Round 2 underway, a comfortable opening round there for Dante Stone of Chandler, Arizona. As he takes on Emiliano Mendoza of Buenos Aires, Argentina, in the opening contest of the heavyweight bracket, the second phase of it. Dante Stone back to the jab, stabbing that right hand to the body of Mendoza.
I mean, that's the fourth punch he just threw to the body in the fifth. And that's exactly what his coach said. He said, you know what I want you to do? I want you to pepper the body more, pepper the body. So, you know, we just finished watching featherweights, 8 of them. And we saw fast action. So, you know, our eyes are going to have to slow down and look at it. But the difference is we hear these punches. You know, even the flicking punches that they're doing, they're landing, they're clubbing, it's sounding like something. These are big guys.
Yeah, Barry, you've talked about this on the air before. That there are times when heavyweight boxing can almost be a different kind of boxing.
I think, you know, that's why promoting, managing, training heavyweights is different to any others, I think. You know, I mean, if you can do the basics very well as a heavyweight, you're almost there. That's the truth of it, because of the power factor, I think. So keeping your shape really well, punching down the line, you know, learning how to do a good left hook. You don't have to do all the uppercuts and all that. I mean, that's not essential. I think the other stuff can get you so far. But, you know, and so smaller weights can be a little bit like, hang on, we have to do so much more to be decent, and you can be doing that and be world class. But we aren't going to take shots like that.
Oh, nice right hand there from Mendoza. Starting to get his jab in there a little bit as well as Mendoza. Started boxing at the age of 14, inspired by his grandfather. And right now is supplementing his boxing income by working as an Uber driver in Argentina.
I think Mendoza is better than what we're seeing right now. I just think I guess it's the movement of Stone. You know, it's the movement. He's comfortable with punching, pushing you out of the way, going around you. Maybe that's making it difficult for Mendoza. Maybe he's not in shape because I see him gasping for air. I don't know, but I know he has skill.
I tell you what, though, his focus is not about scoring, I don't think. His focus is on making Stone work hard here.
Yeah, he's getting a lot closer to Stone with more regularity here. And the question is, can Stone keep up this kind of movement with this level of pressure from Mendoza?
Right. And I think that's why in the corner they were saying, don't load up. I think, I'm not worried about power shots now, just keep peppering in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. So even though some of those jabs are pretty stiff, he's not really sitting down on any of these shots to move faster and to get out of the way like that. He literally got around him right there. But the harder shots are coming from Mendoza, but they're few and far in between. Yeah.
Next week, Jake Paul is back in action, and he's taking on his toughest challenge yet as the problem child faces Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for details on how to watch this unmissable event from Anaheim, California.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges in agreement, scoring it 20-18, unanimous for the gold corner. Dante Stone.
Round 3 underway. Might have overheard the scores being delivered by Thomas Treiber. 20-18 across the board for Dante Stone. There's just 1 loss on his record, that being in his professional debut, and it actually came against Waldo Cortez Acosta, who's now a top-ranked heavyweight in the UFC, but it is a loss that Stone later avenged.
Yeah, the hands of Dante Stone are maybe a little bit faster than Mendoza. Mendoza's trying to switch up his offense and say, okay, I'm going to throw a couple of feints like he just did there. And also, I'm going to throw some jabs to the body as well. And while I was talking, he switched to the left-handed stance. Sometimes fighters do that because they get, though he can, but they get frustrated, you know? That's a good shot to the body.
Yeah, I always find it like quite often good shots.
Oh, good right hook there from Mendoza.
Yeah, I find it quite often a sign of frustration sometimes, not always. mean, the tactic to walk a fighter down, make him work without you throwing too many punches, can be genius, but I find it too much of a risk. Because what if he doesn't tire? Then you've given away 4 rounds. But also, I don't think Mendoza has the engine or the acceleration and the pace to do anything but what he's doing right now.
I'd love to see if Dante continue doing this in the 6th round.
Yeah.
Nice uppercut there from Mendoza. Every once in a while, Mendoza is landing something eye-catching here.
Hard, too. Ooh, these are some hard shots. He's trying to get him out of there right here in the corner.
And calling him on there.
Yeah, Mendoza talking to Stone right now. Starting to build in confidence a little bit.
See, he'll start to feel, if the weight of the shot starts to reduce, you'll feel that on the arms or the gloves. Body shot.
Hard body shot there from Mendoza. And now it's Mendoza taking the initiative here.
I'm surprised Dante didn't spin out of there. Maybe he's trying to get a little bit. Okay, there we go. Trying to get his win back.
This 1-2 there from Stone, but taking a few shots in this round, the last sort of 20 seconds. Again, lovely jab there from Mendoza.
He's going to have to get those hits back in order to win this round, probably.
Well, 10 seconds. Mendoza keeps the pressure on.
Dante switching to the left-handed stance.
Much better round there for Emiliano Mendoza.
Lovely little shot there from Mendoza, who started to close the gap certainly in the second half of that round. Stone just came down off his toes on that, a little bit more flat-footed. And he landed a couple of good shots. He was having to take some really heavy body shots off Mendoza and a couple of good right hooks and left hooks as well. So is he slowing down? And if he is, it makes it a hard fight.
His jaw overhand. His mouth is open.
Dante's cornerman just said his mouth is open. I'm surprised Dante didn't say so's mine. I'm tired too. Have you noticed? But Dante fights like a smaller fighter. You know, it's a big guy, big body, but see, he punches and tries to get away.
All right, let's bring in Claudia Trejos, who I believe has been in the Mendoza corner. Claudia, what do you have?
They're a little upset because Mendoza's getting no credit for landing the harder punches, and they insist he has to have a strong right hand, start first, hit first, and make sure he uses his feints.
There's a nice right hook there from Mendoza. So what you're saying, Claudia, is they believe that it's Mendoza who has the hands of stone.
Exactly. Exactly.
What it is that I think, yeah.
Except from Argentina.
Right, he's getting the credit from us, but not the judges, because the first 2 rounds, he only landed a couple of shots. The 3rd round is when he unleashed some really good, hard shots. So I can understand them complaining then. But in the first 2 rounds, he barely got in there close enough to land those hard shots.
I'll tell you what, he's landed about 4 right hooks to the chin, though,
Yeah.
Mendoza.
And a good body shot there a moment ago as well.
Definitely doing better now. But to Stone's credit, he's taking those shots.
We don't know yet how that last round was scored, but you have to think, if Mendoza can replicate round 3 4 more times, he can win this fight. And Stone, right now, isn't showing either the ability or the willingness to get back to what he did in those opening 2 rounds.
There's a lot of weight to carry for anybody, and I think, moving around like he was in the first couple of rounds, it wasn't like dancing, but I mean, still, his feet have slowed dramatically. And so have his hands.
More like a pushing.
Yeah, you saw it there, didn't you?
Good slapping right hook there from Dante Stone. Digs to the body of Mendoza. As we enter the final minute of round 4.
Take a step, take a step.
Good little spell there, though, for Stone. It's a good start of the round for Mendoza, but you got to be careful he doesn't give that round away now. Or this round away, I should say.
And one thing about Stone is that what he does well when he has the energy is he moves well. You know, he moves away, he's able to jab, and he actually has good defense inside moving. But when you're tired, you might have to sit down on a couple of punches yourself. You know, you can't be peppering on the inside when your opponent's throwing hard shots.
Both men trying to find a little space to work there as Stone lands the left hand to the body. Mendoza got a little time left here to maybe state his case here for this round.
Stone doing slapping shots with the inside of the glove. Slapping scoring shots.
He might have nicked the round here, Stone.
Maybe so.
Estás sin fuerza. Entonces, ¿por qué vas si no pegas?
Es el quinto.
No, el quinto. ¿Entendés lo que te digo? Mírame. Tiras abajo y tiras esto. Nada más. Y va vos y otra vez.
Te va ganando cacheteando, boludo.
Boludo, ¿entendés lo que te digo?
¿Te das cuenta, bueno? Cacheteándome.
Háblate para atrás. No vayas.
Cuando vos le pegás, se caga.
Por aquí vas a montarlo así para que él pegue.
Four rounds, all three judges in agreement, scoring at 4-6. If his mouth is open, punch him in it.
Dante Stone.
I won't crack like Peter Griffith on you. Let's do this shit.
So round 5 now underway as Dante Stone, we now know, has a comfortable lead. As comfortable as a lead could be in heavyweight boxing, you see on your screen, 40-36. That means that round 3 wasn't given to Mendoza by any of the judges. And again, that work, that second half rally from Dante Stone must have been enough to nick him that 4th round also.
Yeah, and I'm not mad at that. It was just that it stood out so much because it was different. It was the first time in the fight that he had that much success.
Going for it again here, though.
He's going to need a knockdown. He's going to need a couple knockdowns or a stoppage.
You know, we talked about Mendoza being realistic in terms of his ambitions, and you know, in interviews leading up to the tournament, he wasn't really discussing thinking he was going to win it. He said, this is a great opportunity for me to get my name out there. Maybe it helps me get more domestic level opportunities back home, where he's already been fighting on national television on TYC Sports.
It's good there from Stone. That's little lean back, make him miss. Just not the energy to make him pay for that mistake there.
You know, I think, you know, sometimes hearing the scorecards like that can give you that second win, you know, give you that confidence, because when Stone came out of that corner for the 5th round, he had a little pep in his step. Meanwhile, it seemed like he was a little tired the round before that.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Mendoza, you know, might have thought that he won those last 2 rounds. I'm not saying that he should have, but he might have thought, okay, I did better in those rounds. Did I win those? He might have come out of the corner before he heard those scores thinking maybe this is a 2-2 fight. Now he knows it is not. But the question is, can he do anything different than what he's doing, Barry?
I don't think so. I mean, he could find the punch to finish it, I'm sure. But I mean,
of course.
I mean, to up the pace, I don't think he has it in him. I don't think.
There's a nice right hand over the top from Mendoza.
Hard shots.
You know, emboldened by that, but Stone with some good head movement to kind of ride out the danger there. Now just bang away with the free hand on the inside. 30 seconds remaining here in round 5.
A little bit scrappy and untidy, isn't it? Last couple of rounds.
Still getting back to his jab and movement here in the closing moments of round 5. 1 to go in the opening contest of the 2nd phase of the heavyweight bracket. Speaking of heavyweights, the GWOAT returns to DAZN on July 26th as Claressa Shields puts her undisputed heavyweight crown on the line against New Zealander Lanny Daniels.
Nice bit of work there from Mendoza, good body shot, and then tried to follow it up. A little bit of consistency to his work for a very few times he's done that, but maybe a little bit too little, too late, possibly.
One of those shots straight, a little bit low, one of the body shots, but I think it must be real frustrating when you're already tired and you got a guy that's moving as much as Stone, you know, making you miss more shots. Stone is gonna pepper himself to a victory.
Well, speaking of Dante Stone, Claudia Trejos was in his corner. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Corey, you'd be surprised. The coach is really upset with Dante's performance. He says he's literally playing with his food. He's being lazy. He's not being active enough. He's not using his power. He's wondering what is he waiting for. And at this point in time, he says, yeah, we could be up in the cards, but this is not the performance I expect of somebody of this caliber.
Okay.
I'm glad I heard that. You know why? Because I'm looking at Mendoza sitting down at his shots. Meanwhile, look at his record. 5-0, 1 knockout. And then you got a guy who's just peppering and not sitting down on any shots at all. And when he does throw harder shots, they're just arm punches. 18-1, but 12 knockouts. So you know how you have some kind of experience putting guys on the canvas.
But I'm just going to throw this at you for you to, you know, tell us what you think. Perhaps you will rise to the level of the opponent you have in front of you.
That's a fact. And sometimes I guess when it's comfortable and you're winning clearly, you kind of stick to it. You kind of get caught in that game. And I'm not knocking his style. You know, as a fan, we probably just want to see harder punches and a knockout. That's all.
I just think it's down to a lack of engine. That's all. To be honest, you know, I think I don't think Mendoza's done loads, but he's just tried to make him work a little bit harder, and he's just struggled for that. Because they're big guys, it doesn't look like it's a fast pace, but you only got to up it a little bit for these big guys to get tired very quickly.
Clubbing right hand over the top there from Mendoza.
So I would say a fitness issue. That's all that is.
Yeah, Stone is going to have to fight a different game when it comes to, you know, moving forward with other guys. That bending back like that with your chin exposed, oh my God. But like Claudia said, sometimes, you know, basically she's saying you fight to the level of your competition. So you're doing things that you can get away with right now, but you can't get away with when you're fighting guys like Young, you know, or other guys like that. So
yeah, well, and that is the question in the back of everyone's mind, I'm sure, as they watch fights like this. What does this look like against a Lazizbek Muladjanov?
Oh,
how does this play against someone like that, right? That is what you're thinking in a tournament format. As a singular professional fight, this will go down as a win for Dante Stone, but there are going to be some questions moving forward.
Good effort here from Mendoza in the last round. A bit scrappy and not tidy, but he's trying to force Stone into a battle.
Final 10 seconds of the contest. Oh, one last left hook there from Mendoza. That was the shot he was looking for all night, but too little, too late.
And because Dante's momentum was going forward, his head spent even more, and it just looked like that could possibly be the shot to end the whole fight.
Yeah, Mendoza trying to make it work. It's a lovely left hook there, but not enough to really rattle Stone. And a little bit too late in the fight as well to really build on. So Stone gets the win there. Better boxing skills, better boxing ability. Question over his engine, I would say, but Mendoza tried to make him work hard, but that was probably it. It was not an easy victory, but quite convincing on the scorecard, so I think we'll find.
We're back in New York City on July 12th as the Ring presents a blockbuster night of action. Edgar Berlanga versus Hamza Shiraz in the main event. Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda finally face off in the chief support. Another memorable night of action in the Big Apple.
Ganó cacheteándolo. ¿Eh? Cacheteándolo. No.
All right, the scores are in the hands of Thomas Triber, so let's send it up and make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Fabian Guggenheim scores it 59-55, and both judges, Fabian Ayosa and Christian Garduño, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 60-54, all. For your winner by unanimous decision, Dante, the Inferno Stone!
And we celebrate the first quarterfinal ticket in the heavyweights for Dante Stone. He moves along to the next phase. And talking about the US, where Stone comes from, we're gonna have obviously a lot of boxing here in the zone, but it's also the home of this summer's FIFA Club World Cup. With the tournament now underway, we thought we'd have some fun and ask an expert heavyweight pundit, Tony Bellew, who would make his Dream 5 a side boxing team.
Hello guys, Tony Bellew here. This is my fantasy team ahead of the Club World Cup coming up. In goal, Zili Zhang, purely because he'd fill most of the goal in a 5-a-side tournament. And also then I would have at the back, I know Anthony Joshua can play, I would have AJ. It's all about size and athleticism at the back, so yes, AJ will be one of them. Number 2 at the back, I would probably look towards David Price. Good footballer, can play with both feet. I would have to be absolutely in there, 100%, whether I'm up front or in the middle. And then I think my final recruit would be Ricky Hatton, the little terrorising midfielder. I think that would have to be him, the Tasmanian Devil in the middle of the park. I know Ricky can play as well, so yeah, that would be my 5-a-side team.
That is Bellew's personal team, but in the US, we continue with the FIFA Club World Cup. We come back to Riyadh for the World Boxing Council, the Grand Prix, and we continue with the heavyweights. And to continue with the action, we go to Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Aliyah, the Bomber Message.
Nic se neba plave, nit mirišu trave. Šta to tamo rade, naše lude glave. Sve što želim reći, da kucnu ovo je posljednji čas. Sve što želim reći, da kucnu ovo je posljednji čas. Kriza, kriza, dum dum, Gothental, Berlin, Beč, Malmen, Wuppertal, gore, dolje, svuda pusto polje. Da li smo zaslužili da nam bude bolje? Sve što želim reći, da kucnu ovo je posljednji čas.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Keaton Gomes.
Nigga, we ain't have nothing. Every ghetto, I know the same. We trying to make a little change. Preacher man come around talking. I don't want to hear it keep walking. I'ma put the powder in the pot. Whip it till I'm pulling off a lot. Imagine when I pull it off the lot. The new shit come without a top. Once I'm on, I ain't never gonna stop. Bitch, I'm on, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. Hey, came in the game getting money. Flip chicks with getting money.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohammed, Paul Landeros, and Steve Morrow. Our referee in charge will be Analia Maradona. Introducing to you first, Fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 274.2 pounds. Undefeated with 2 wins. Both of those wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, here is Aliyah the Bomber Message. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 220.7 pounds. His professional record, 11 wins, 3 defeats, with 9 of his 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing South Africa, here is Keaton Combs.
Gentlemen, no rabbit punch, no low blow. Protect yourself all the time. Touch glove. Good luck.
So Keaton Combs are ready to take on Aliyah Message. Both of these men have scored first-round knockout victories in their opening round contest. Combs stopping Roberto Medina in the opening round. Message doing the same thing, nearly instantly stopping Denzel Onyango. And big physical differences here as both men going for it here in the early going. Keaton Combs, prior to this tournament, had planned on and was ranked at bridgerweight coming into the tournament. He'd only weighed as high as 226, as low as 195, really fit into that category. Message, obviously a monstrous heavyweight, so in some ways, Barry, these are the types of physical matchups Combs was looking to avoid, but he's going right back into the deep end here tonight.
Yeah, but you know, the lure of what you can win if you get to the final, you know, and that optimistic hope that all boxers have that they can get there, you know, with a bit of luck and grit. But he looks too small for the division, that's the truth of it. But he got snapping his punches. He has the advantage over speed as well, hopefully. So, you know, if he can slide into this and throw a big left hook, might be able to get the job done.
Yeah, and at the same point, or at the same time, excuse me, 226 has been plenty heavy enough for many great fighters in the heavyweight division in the past.
Yeah, but you've got to have special attributes to match, you know, to counteract the natural size and power. And just because the size intimidates you, not so much even the strength of it, just so much the size. It just makes you fight a different way. You've got to use what you've got, that speed. So you feint, stay nice and low. You're darting in with fast combinations, exiting a different route.
Swinging hard with that left hook. What Combs certainly has over Message is professional experience. 11-3 at this point. Message had only just made his professional debut and has won pro bare knuckle fight as well prior to the tournament. So he's spent precious few rounds in the ring overall, less than 5 of them.
And it's surprising how Message is backing up here.
Big right hand over the top there from Combs.
And I can't even explain what angle he threw that from, because he sort of spread his legs wide, squared himself up, and threw it from his knees. But it worked.
The right hand over the top there from Combs.
Just be careful, doesn't overuse that shot and walk onto a right hand of its own. There it is.
Kind of like that. Message might have Combs in a bit of trouble there. Combs seems to have stabilized, but the Message corner very excited by that right hand.
In that moment, Message just had the quicker feet to position himself to fire back.
Just telegraphing that shot. When he had success with it a couple of times there, Combs, and just overused it.
Right hand again over the top there from Message.
You got to think that, you know, when one of those punches lands flush, one of these guys are going down.
Well, I think Message should commit to that right hand.
They'll do it for a wild opening round there between Combs and Message.
It's good start for Gomes. He was the aggressor, you know, using his faster feet. There you go, that little sidestep there. And throwing that good right hand. Messi's doing well to make a miss with the second one to his credit, but then it's a strange move, isn't it? I see what he's trying to do, just a little bit wide with his stance, but it was effective. He used that speed, had a bit of success.
Right.
Then overused it and had to walk onto a right hand here from Messi. Just lucky it just cuffed off his shoulder, took a bit of sting out of the punch.
That's a movement that you see a lot of smaller fighters do, especially like Lomachenko, but he'll do it and end up closer to your target. He did it and was far away from the target for him to see him actually throwing the punch and to block it. Because the closer you get, the more blindsided your opponent becomes.
Round 2 underway, and Keaton Gomes comes out applying heavy pressure here. So his trainer in his corner, the sniper Peter Smith, a former pro himself, who actually encouraged him to enter this tournament. Message looks to step back with the left hook.
Oh, nice straight right hand by Nash.
See, he threw that jab, he was so far away. Why didn't he throw the right hand there, Gomes? You can miss with the jab, but if it's close enough, you know you've got to follow through the right hand, do it.
It was a big left hook by Gomes. I don't know if it landed flush from his vantage point.
To be fair, he's missing and putting himself in danger, but he's committing to every attack. Continues to do it.
He's trying to confuse Messi with the footwork, as he did in the first round.
Why is the message just like pushing him back with the jab?
Nice body shot from Message. Message was 61-10 as an amateur.
Again, that right hand, if he's throwing that right hand going forward, it's good night.
I was just about to say that. Meshik has a really good straight right hand. And he's throwing it, a lot of times he's throwing it at the right moment. Timing Gomes as soon as he comes in.
But because he's leaning back with it, he's taking away all the power from the shot. So he's throwing it correct, just push into the shot. Good left hook there as well from Message.
Inside the final minute here of round 2. Message missing over the top of the right hand. Looked like Gomes' right hand did get in there.
Just needs to get lower again, Gomes. It's a good shot. And again.
It's like a step up in power and technique with these two, as opposed to the last two. It's kind of hard to think, unless these guys got excellent chins, it's hard to believe that this will go full 6 rounds.
Nice from Messi, left hook. Look at Gomes' response.
Gomes still firing away. Trying to make up for what he might lack in natural physical size with just sheer intensity and punch volume as he lands one more left hook right at the bell. Well, the Undisputed Heavyweight Championship is on the line at Wembley Stadium on July 19th as Alexandr Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet up for the second time. All the belts are on the line. It's another history-making night right here on DAZN.
Your little cousin in there, Barry, standing there working for the commission tonight. He looks like he's bigger than most of these heavyweight guys.
Yeah, it's a shame, innit? If I was his size,
oh my God.
I'd be minted.
All 3 judges in agreement, scoring it 19-19. This bout currently a unanimous draw.
Ooh. Okay, I like it, I like it.
By the way, my baby cousin, don't forget that.
Yes, I said little, but...
My little baby cousin.
Baby cousin, huh? That baby looks about 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, you big boy, Michael.
Back to action here in the 3rd round. According to the WBC's open scoring that you see on your screen there, 19-19 across the board, dead even. 1 round apiece here between Keaton Gomes and Aaliyah Message.
I tell you what, he got some bottle Gomes. Some courage, hasn't he? He doesn't care. Better. And that speed, that was lovely. That 3 jabs there. Up, down, up.
You see Message breathing heavily here already, and that may be a key advantage that Gomes has here, both in terms of just physical fitness, but again, the experience that he's had, even in his losses, 2 of his 3 losses, excuse me, to Lebegang Machitoa, those were 10-round bouts, so he's used to that kind of pacing and being fit enough for that kind of fight as he lands a good right hand over the top.
Very skillful, very experienced. But Message, you know, he has that amateur experience.
Good counter left hook there by Message. Gomes just winding up for a right hand to the body, but Message timed it well.
That's a good word, that is. I think his timing is very good, actually, for a big fella. Again, though, but I don't see why he's moving back. I think he should be moving forward with the jab. And for Gomes, that sidestep, it's working for him. It takes a lot of energy. All he can do is go low and slide in. He can slide in straight in a straight line, I think, and still have success with that. Come in low, fire over the top.
Gomes catching that right hand of Message.
Good work to the body by Gomes.
Acceleration and pace was
left
good.
and right hand.
Good body work and a nice uppercut through the middle there as Gomes trying to slowly drain the gas tank of Aaliyah Message, who is in unfamiliar territory here. Both of his first 2 professional bouts were first-round knockouts.
That's one of my favorite combinations, that. Left hook with the same hand, body, head, through the middle. Real Mexican.
Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Stiff left hand there from Message a moment ago as we're inside the final 10 seconds of round 3.
It's a good fight, this, actually.
I just see a lot of experience and just ring IQ with Message, knowing how to deal with a faster fighter. Knowing how to position his feet, knowing how to stay in front of him.
You win.
That's a lovely combination there from Gomes, sorry. Really good.
That was Mike Tyson, Corey. Throwing that to the body. You know that was his favorite move.
Yeah, and when you look at Gomes' movements in this fight, Barack, it's clear what the influence is. Right? You look at the footwork, how he's trying to bob and weave his way in.
Yes.
But I think a lead hand uppercut, the Mexican fighters have a trademark on that, 100%. Mike was more right-handed, wasn't he?
Yeah, he would do that with the right hand, yeah.
We still forget how nasty he was. I mean,
to be so small, such a small guy. Man, smaller than both of these guys, like small. Powerful.
That's perspective when you say he's small.
Well, you know, he was always listed at 5'11" and a half, but he was nowhere near that.
His right hand over the top there from Gomes. Remember, the Gomes entered this tournament on the back of an 11th round TKO loss, or KO loss, excuse me, to Sean Potgeider. A fight in which Keaton Gomes had his jaw broken. He had to take a time to have that recover, basically for the rest of the year. That was in April of 2024. Then enters the tournament, scores a first-round knockout, and is fighting giants in this tournament. What do you think of that, Barry?
I don't think his head went down. I think he bent. Though. I don't think his head was too fast.
Oh,
shot!
Big right hand.
I thought that
there
was
from
it.
Gomes.
That was incredible shot.
If he was a stone heavier, that might have been it.
Yeah. That's a shot he's been looking for all night. It's just didn't work against the big guy.
See what it does do though. It does tire you out. So we see our message. What his engine's like now.
That belt of Message is creeping up to his chest.
Well, that's because the trunks are creeping towards his knees. I think the belt's in the same place.
I bought one of those belts, but so by round 11 is well on my chin.
No body shots landed on you.
No chin shots, isn't it? Like a turtle. That was one of the names, Barry the Turtle Jones.
Barry. Nobody clowns you more than you. I tried, but you beat me to it.
Good left hook there from Gomes.
Right hand, Gomes. And winding up on these shots. He is connecting with some serious heat right now. Hasn't been able to wobble or visibly hurt Message yet. What he certainly has done, though, with this pace, it's clear that Message is feeling that pace. You've been watching him breathing heavily for several rounds now.
And I think that big shot as well, that also drains you, doesn't it? So all that added to the constant movement around you.
Big right hands and left hooks. And Message finally takes a step back. Message in trouble. Message is all over the place, and down he goes. And this one is waved off. Keaton Gomes with another knockout victory.
Waved it off. Wow. I mean, she's closer. She knows.
Look at Gomes. Look at this. He's not celebrating. He's just like, yeah, well done.
Yeah, he's tired.
I knew what was happening.
And Message acknowledging the ruling of the official. The doctor was in there right away. Keaton Gomes with a fourth-round knockout victory.
They must have saw something on the face that we couldn't see from this vantage point, because I was just waiting for them to give him a chance to get up.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, listen, let's look back. Let's think about yesterday. We watched that Muhammad Issa fight, right?
Yeah.
We're worrying throughout the fight, watching an exhausted fighter and worrying about their condition. Here we have a guy who's getting blasted with hard stuff, as we're about to see, and is visibly exhausted. Probably not a bad decision to stop this one.
But it was just before that, he threw a right hand, then a left hook, and then that wobbled him, but then a right hand again, really scrambled the senses. But again, there's a lovely follow-up. There's like 4 or 5 shots hitting flush. He was already on his way down by that point. That just helped him on his way. But I mean, it's a really good finish. To be fair, he just chipped away, didn't he? Continually chipping away, until just the energy of Message was no longer there. And then he's hitting an empty vessel then. That was just easy target to hit. That's a fantastic result. He's given away so much strength, size and weight, and just his tenacity, good technique as well, let's be honest. He committed to what he was going to do. Toughness there from Gomez, and it's a really good result from Gomes.
And credit to Gomes for knowing when to do the combinations, because he could have paused in that moment, but I think he saw, you know what, I think I got him with those 2 shots. Let me get back on him again.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup is into its second round of matches, and we've got 3 games available for you today live on DAZN. Mamelodi Sundowns face Borussia Dortmund. Inter Milan take on the Urawa Reds, and a Fluminense battle the South Korean side, Ulsan. That's right here on DAZN. All right, we are ready to make that knockout official as we send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 59 seconds of round number 4. Our referee in charge, Analia Mardona, waves it off. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Keaton Gomes.
Keaton Gomes takes the win in formidable fashion with a technical knockout in the 4th round. And we're just 1 week away from the return of Jake Paul. And he is motivated as ever ahead of what could be the biggest test yet.
When you have the opportunity to face the Nate Diaz, the Tommies, what is it that fuels your fire?
Well, I just know I can beat these guys. I know what I'm capable of, and I'm always going to go out fighting on my shield and give the fans a really good fight. And I'm not scared of anyone, which in this sport is actually super uncommon. People want to protect their O's. People don't want to make the big super fights happen. People want certain things. You can't wear this certain shoe. The ring has to be 16 by 16. It has to be at this weight. I always show up and make the fights happen, and that's why I've been super active, and that's why I've risen to the top of the sport, because I'm down to fight anyone, anytime, any place.
Before I let you go, June 28th, what can we expect?
A knockout. I'm doing what Canelo couldn't do, stopping this man, and you're gonna see Chavez quit, and his dad's hands are gonna be in his head, and he's gonna be turned into another meme, disappointed in his son, and all the Mexican fans are gonna join Team Paul.
Ooh, those are some strong words by Jake Paul, who returns to the ring for the first time since taking on Mike Tyson last year. Paul is up against former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., the son of the legend himself. This will happen at the Honda Center in Los Angeles, California, and you can watch it with us live on The Zone next Saturday. And continuing on with our 3rd heavyweight bout, we go back to Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Jonathan Chiquito Vergara. And now let's welcome to the ring, Devin, the Destroyer Young.
Been through the struggle for a long time. I'm bound to blow, bound to be rich. Got me a poet, can't retrace mine. Ooh, he authentic as it gets. Got the kids on the door like how I get and bring her right to the end. And I ain't never looking back, no, not again. And I ain't never looking back, no, not again. No silver spoon, paper plate, baby. Don't like dishes anyway. Goals that I set when I was young. I live to overtake. I want the whole world to holler.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds. In the heavyweight division, the judges are Francisco Ayosa, Christian Garduño, and Fabian Guggenheim. Our referee in charge will be Ansi Perayoki. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 232.2 pounds. His professional record consists of 8 wins, 2 defeats, 4 of his 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Argentina, here is Jonathan Chiquito Vergara. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 218.2 pounds. Undefeated with 8 wins, 7 of his 8 wins come by way of knockout. ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, here is Devin the Destroyer Young.
Okay, gentlemen, I wait a good clean fight. Follow the rules, obey my comment. This is your belt line. This is your belt line. No punches below this line and no rapid punches. May the best man win. Second, good luck.
Time now for our 11th fight of the day as Devin Young, a man who scored maybe the most frightening knockout of the opening round of the tournament over Pavlo Yusuf, taking on Jonathan Vergara, who is a late entrant into the tournament. Scored a win over Steven Torres in the opening round. An upset win. Looking to see if he could pull another upset here tonight against Devin Young, who, guys, might be a kind of a diamond in the rough American heavyweight prospect. Maybe a guy who's been forgotten, kind of swept to the side when guys that he's beaten in the amateurs, guys like Richard Torres, have gotten a lot of attention.
Yeah, I think it's because he doesn't look as technical. It doesn't look as pretty as Barry was saying about Adenji, you know, but he's a fast starter. And if you listen to him when he came out, he got the most applause I've ever heard of anybody, either tonight or the phase one.
He walked onto a right hand there, though.
Yeah,
Young, he's hurt. He's hurt there.
And he's smartly holding on.
Jonathan Vergara looking for another upset win after catching Devin Young with a counter shot. Is back against the ropes.
He got to pick his hands up. He got to stop just pulling back.
See, someone like Vergara who swings the shots in, like you said, you got to keep your hands high and you punch down the line. One hand's touching your face while one hand's out. Do the real basic stuff and he'll walk onto a shot.
Yes, sir.
You start swinging with him, it's a lottery.
Right hand to the body there from Young. Seems to have recovered well after an early scare here in this round.
He's smart enough to hold.
This right hand there from Vergara. We've seen Vergara take steps up in the past prior to the tournament against Tommy Welch and Thomas Carty in highly visible types of fights, and he came up short. Again, entering in this tournament, it's given fighters like Vergara some direction. It's given them some additional money in their pocket for training expenses.
Yeah, and a different mindset.
And a different mindset, exactly.
I'm not here to make up the numbers, and I know my job. I'm here to try and win. I get paid the same, and whatever, regardless. But you got a high rhythm to read, Vergara. See, that's where you got to do the basics here for Young.
This right hand to the body there from Young.
Yeah, it's not the right move, though.
Vergara knows how to use that shoulder to block the right hand when it comes up top as well, too.
That's a lovely jab.
He's really avoiding that right hand of David Young. And David Young kind of loads up with his right hand, and he just gotta put his hands up. It's a bad habit, pulling back like that with your hands down. Just a bad habit.
Missing with that step back right hand. The most memorable moment of that round belonged to Jonathan Vergara.
There you go. He came out fast, trying to went to go for a right hand, but just leans that shoulder back, that bow and arrow thing you talked about, Barack, and walked onto a right hand. And he was hurt there as well. Right on the top of the head. Did the right thing though, as you were saying, Barack, holding on, just smothering the work at Vergara there, but just decided to keep that technique nice and neat.
And he held one more time in that round. You know, it takes a lot of energy just to hold.
Yeah.
You know, but it stops the offense. And after that, he regained his, he regained his senses. But, you know, technical things he needs to change. But I think he just has that power. In his head, he has that power, and he's waiting to land that strong right hand.
It's round 2 underway after a surprising start from Jonathan Vergara. Again, a late entry into this tournament tonight, taking on maybe one of the early favorites in this bracket, obviously other than the Olympic gold medalist, Devin Young, a name that a lot of people were looking at. He just got cracked with another right hand there from Vergara.
Yeah, Vergara's actually doing a great job dodging and blocking that right hand of Devin Young.
Devin Young punches long, and when he punches long, he's more effective. For some reason, because he wants to implement his power, he's going too close, smothering his own work, and that's just youth, that is, getting in the way of your ability.
Right hand again there from Vergara. There's the right hand that Young was looking for. That one wobbled Vergara. Vergara grabbing a hold there.
Step back here for Young to get that uppercut into play. So throw that 1-2, and he's going to look to hold. Take a little step back. Then whip that uppercut through the middle.
Young being warned. Of course, pushing there. And Vergara grabs another hold, just trying to ride out that scare after the right hand. So both men have been visibly hurt now by right hands already, and we're not even done round 2.
Referee's got a hold in it, warning for holding there. Oh, good body shot.
Good left hook downstairs there.
Took him to the chin, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. He held up, Young held up well with that left hook to hit him in the chin.
Final 30 seconds here of round 2. Big right hand there from Young. That one backs up Vergara again.
He just, when he jumps on him after that, just takes a little half a second rest. You'll see the target clearer. Still got plenty of time to land that big shot.
Gets too close though. Gets too close and smothers his work, and then, you know, Vergara grabs him because he's smart. And even that right hand that landed, it hit shoulder first. You know, it's just good defense by Vergara. He seems like he's more experienced.
So when he took that good right hand there, Young hurt again, but did the right thing. He leaned forward, but had to hold on. Recovered quickly, but then you got a lovely right hand right on the top of the head there, Vergara. So scrambling the senses a little bit. Vergara did well to recover, but again, as you said, Barack, just getting a little bit too close to the target and smothering his own work there, Young. That's a lovely body shot.
That's that left hook that Young took very well, but landed pretty good. And this was the last. See, this is the shot I was talking about. The right hand looked like it landed, but it just hit that shoulder first. You know?
Yeah, the shoulder.
It's just good defense by Vergara, but it's a scoring blow nonetheless, you know.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges have it the same, 20-18. Unanimous for the gold corner, Devin Young.
A formal warning for both fighters for holding on the inside. And you heard the scores. Courtesy of the WBC's open scoring to this point, 20-18 across the board for Devin Young. Young, a guy who, in addition to his amateur boxing success, was a pretty good football player as well. A scholarship to Georgia Military College, and that's a good body shot. Vergara's corner thinks that it might have been low as they're protesting right now.
He acted like it was low.
Yeah.
I didn't see it clearly from our vantage point. But
yeah, it didn't look low from where I was standing. It didn't look low, and the referee didn't say anything about it being low. Now he's saying
that right hand probably was low. The last shot was on the hip of Vergara.
Vergara basically paused.
Oh, nice uppercut there from Young.
Again, just a little bit too close.
See, he just threw a jab, stepped in too close, and then bumped into Vergara.
I tell you what, he slowed Vergara right down, though, to be fair. He's not doing much at all, is he?
There's a right hand over the top from Young.
Scared you then, Barakton, eh?
Vergara took it well. I'm telling you, this is... skill set is not the same as the 126, and we're not looking for that. But I'm on edge for every shot that's thrown, because these guys can really put you out.
Well, that is kind of the scouting report on Devin Young, that there's, you know, I've heard other people make some comparisons to Deontay Wilder in that there's an untidiness to the work, but everything that he throws, it makes you gasp a little bit because of that athleticism. I referenced the football background. He can swing hard, and when he lands, it makes a difference.
Right.
Terrible feet there by Young. Lucky he got away with that. He squared his feet up, almost fell into Vergara. He's knackered now, isn't he? Vergara is absolutely spent.
15 seconds remaining in the round. And the problem for Vergara is even in these messy moments, nothing's happening, but Barry, with his back against the ropes, it's hard to give him rounds if this is going to be the sequence that replicates itself throughout the fight.
Well, and also, his output's been so massively reduced the last few rounds, you can't give him anything, you can't.
You know, Gary, former football players usually square up a lot anyway, because that's where they're used to generating their power from before in their former sport.
Let's take a look at the low blow, or the one that was protested as a low blow, justifiably by Vergara and his corner.
Nice. Nice catch, guys.
Oh, it's a good shot. Again, though, I just think the distance, because you know, he catches him 3/4 with the punch. I mean, imagine that, just 3 inches longer, right, where his body turns right into the punch.
Right.
You're pushing off the back leg, that technique you need, punch right through the target. Lennox Lewis would do it, wouldn't he? He on the end of it.
And then Lennox's feet would have been securely planted. He wouldn't have fell in, so he would have followed up with the left hook. And when you fall in that much, you negate every other punch that you can throw, especially with power.
It's round 4 underway. Devin Young of the United States taking on Jonathan Vergara of Argentina. Devin Young took part in the 2020 Olympic trials, but lost to Brandon Moore, who we saw headline here on DAZN just a couple of weeks ago. Double right hand there from Young.
I love a double right hand, or double left hand if you're southpaw. They don't, especially against when you box someone in the opposite stance. If you land with the first one, throw it again. That's a nice move from Young. I don't think he realised he slipped in lovely to the right-hand side.
Good shot there from Vergara. That might be Young's mouthpiece that's actually out. Vergara showing some signs of life here in the 4th round.
Good stop by the referee.
That's Young breathing with his mouth open. That's what that is.
Yep.
Should have got a double gum shield like me and Evander. That's where the comparison ends, by the way.
That's where the comparison ends.
Well, we both got no hair.
Stop!
It's silly, that is. Why would you do that?
Yeah, don't risk a point being taken.
Yeah, and you only even hit him hard, by the way.
Yeah.
over the top, and things getting very messy here in the 4th round.
Oh, shot.
Good body work there from Young. Is that one going to be called? No, that is a mouthpiece. Mouthpiece of Young out again, and that gives us a great opportunity to welcome in Claudia Trejos. Claudia, what do you have?
Thank you, Corey. Talking about Devin Young, specifically, his coach is very upset. He said he's working way too hard. He's got to stay behind the jab, double, triple, and then use his right hand. He's allowing the foul to get way too dirty. And on Vergara's side, they want him to be a little bit more patient and allow Young to come at him and use his body weight to get Young to get even more tired, just go into the clinch and neutralize the power or the speed that Young can bring.
Thank you so much, Claudia.
It's funny though, because once you get into it, it's very difficult to change the pattern of a fight, even when you're dictating it. You know, you sort of get into a mode, and it's very difficult to do it. So to tell him to listen, step back, go work back on your jab, it can be done, and I'm sure he will do it. But you're setting what you're trying to do now, and your mindset is I'm just going to push him forward.
Well, unfortunately, the pattern that we've fallen into at this point is someone throws one punch and then they hold.
Yeah,
just landed like that jab there, Young. And the thing is like you're missing every single right hand just about, and it's because you telegraph it with your feet anyway. You either you know, moving, stepping with your left leg, or you're dropping down low and then throwing the right hand. So Vergara sees that right hand coming, but if you throw the jab and triple up and double up, like your corner is saying, he might not see that right hand coming in.
Well, in just about 20 minutes time, and we don't want you to change the channel, stick with the Grand Prix, but the zone is heading to Birmingham as Galal Yafai takes on Francisco Rodriguez Jr. as a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight strap. That's also here on DAZN. Forward to seeing Yafai and Rodriguez later on today.
After 4 rounds, all 3 judges had the same 40-36. Unanimous for the gold corner, Devin Young.
Dale. Manejamos un poquito más largo de izquierda. Maneja un poquito más largo de izquierda cuando lo tiene en medio del ring.
I don't know what he's taking out of there, but
it looked like he chopped his gum shield on his pants.
I think it was ice cubes. I think it was saying, wake him up a bit, you know? What they was doing down there, I don't know.
Round 5 underway.
I saw the discouragement in the face of Vergara, and not just because he heard the scorecards. You know, he's like, you know, 4 rounds, I didn't win 1 round.
So you're missing with the right hand. Looked like the heads almost collided there a moment ago.
It was a hard slap by the referee.
Shot there from Young. Looks like Vergara might have snuck something in there as well.
Good right hand, followed by uppercut by Vergara.
I know it's difficult because you're a heavyweight, but if you can just learn when you're trying to push him back, you know, if you can just dip and roll, go from left to right.
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to be fast because they're big guys. Just the gum shield's out again there of Young.
You ever see a fighter pick up their own mouthpiece? No.
I have usually when they get up off the floor and when they've been knocked out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're trying to grab it and stuff.
Mike Tyson tried to do that.
Yeah.
I was so mad. Like, Mike, leave it alone. Get up.
There you go.
Devin Young will be deducted a point there.
That's the 3rd time.
That's tiredness, that is.
Vergara throws another right hand.
What they're saying in the corner, you're working too hard, and I think it's not. They don't mean the punches. It's all this wrestling and stuff, pushing against it. You know, it takes a lot of energy out of you. They started off as a decent little fight, and they digressed.
Yeah, in a major way.
Yeah.
You know, it's really falling into this monotonous pattern of one punch and then hold. Neither man really doing any work on the inside as well, and it's not like the official's in any hurry to break them up. There's an opportunity to work on the inside, but neither man really doing that or trying to jab their way in. Now Vergara offering a little bit of a jab here. There's a right hand over the top from Young as he comes alive here in the 5th.
Oh, good response there by Vergara. Nice little right hook.
Very good. Keeps putting his head down, Vergara. Stopping the action.
There's a right hand on the inside from Young.
Just missed with that left hand.
Wildly sweeping left hook is Vergara. There's a right hand there from Young. As both men labor their way through round 5. 1 to go in this one.
Yeah, you see with that right hand there, the snap's gone up the shots now because of the fatigue, and just because that shot 3 rounds ago would have wobbled him, and now it's not the same effect. Okay, spat it out, spat it out. I don't think, again, trying to catch it. I don't think he did it on purpose if he's trying to catch it, but just tired, breathing out of his mouth.
Sure looked like it was on purpose, but maybe in the moment he said, "What? Let me catch that. What am I doing?" Because that literally was the 3rd time.
Again, a good right hand there, but just lacking the pop that he had earlier in the contest. Rightly so, because it's been a physical battle. That's been exciting or fast-paced, but physical.
Here we go. Your defense tight.
All I'm saying is, you wouldn't see me and Evander spit our gum shield out because you couldn't get it out of your mouth. That's why.
6th and final round.
Like a mouth full of marbles.
As Barry Jones begins his influencer career for double-stacked mouthpieces, we'll begin round 6.
I'll be advertising and picturing me on the floor with the gum shield in my mouth. Doesn't help you.
Are you going to join TikTok?
But my teeth are working.
I got knocked out, but not my gum shield.
I never got knocked out, mate. I said on the floor.
I know,
You also
but
take that one
I
step
just wanted
further.
to make it sound good, you know? I got knocked out, but not my mouthpiece.
By the way, I still have it.
Really?
Yes. It's yellow now, by the way.
Oh,
It was once.
You keep it in the case, or you keep it out
That's
stinking
in
up
the
the
case.
living room?
That's in the, yeah. Make the kids wear it when they're naughty.
Some better work from Devin Young. A couple shots to the body on the inside. Goes back downstairs with a nice right hand. Whips another right hand to the body of Vergara.
Devin Young trying to show the referee, look, it's not me initiating these holes.
But he doesn't need to be there in the first place. I mean, like, it's madness, isn't it?
Yes.
Like, I think Corey said about athleticism, and he got it, he doesn't use it. And there's a good fighter in there.
Where?
In Young. In Young. I think there is. I just don't think, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be a world champion. I think there's a good fighter in there, but I just don't think he knows the right things to do at the right time.
Oh, Young? Okay.
Again, we haven't seen Young really lead with the jab. There seems to be moments here, Barry, where he could snap a jab out there and something might present itself.
Yeah.
Nice right hand over the top there from Vergara.
You know, I hear some fighters, I remember Curtis Stevens doing an interview one time. He said, you know, I got that eraser. And I'm like, when you feed into that and you think you could just knock everybody out, then you fight a certain way.
And you train a certain way.
And you train a certain way. But a good trainer don't train you that way anyway. But you fight a certain way. And maybe that's what we're seeing here. Devin Young has 7 knockouts out of his 8 fights. Maybe he's like, I'm trying to get this guy out of here like I got most of them.
And that'll do it for the contest. No knockout here tonight, as Young and Vergara will go the distance. And Devin Young will advance to the quarterfinals and no doubt go back to the drawing board after this one.
Right.
Well, we've got more heavyweight action coming your way on July 19th as Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet up for a second time. It's the Undisputed Heavyweight Championship on the line at Wembley Stadium, and it's right here on DAZN.
At the end of the day, a win is a win. Right, Barry? At the end of the day, a win is a win.
No, because
you know, you go back to the drawing board, but you go back to the drawing board
with
with
a
a
win. The win, you move on and learn from it. And I think what he has to learn about is that knowing your distance and knowing when to throw, and certainly being close to the target is not your friend. I mean, you're athletic and you got power, but the strength, you know, just because you got power doesn't mean you're stronger than the other guy. And he can hold and you, lean you, and take that power away. So stay long, work, like you said, work behind the jab. And don't lean in when you throw the right hand, turn the shoulders and the hips together. But, you know, you learn from fights. Training's great, but you learn from the actual experience of fighting. And you'll be a better fighter after this, I'm sure.
All right, looks like we are ready to make this one official, so let's hand it over to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Fabian Guggenheim scores it 59-54, and both judges, Francisco Ayosa and Christian Garduño, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 58-55, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Devin, the Destroyer Young.
Well, that was not the way Devin Young wanted to take that win, but a win is a win in the words of Corey Erdman. He takes the win after Jonathan Vergara makes it really dirty, and he gets his ticket to the quarterfinals in phase 3. But we have a big fight night to look forward to in New York next month, July 12th, for Ring 3, and it's a big night for Hamza Shiraz.
I was looking at your Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And your grandfather was a boxer.
Yeah, yeah.
Your uncle a boxer.
Yeah.
Your father was a cricket.
Yeah.
Yo, you born in London?
Yep.
Your mother Indian?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Who the hell are you?
So listen, it's like you said, boxing was in the family. Boxing was in the family. I had to work a lot. Nothing was gifted to me. But at the same time, what you got to remember is, I understand no one in America understands where I'm from, but that's the past. I'm here in America now, where, like I said before, the future is where everything's at. No dream is big enough here. No dream is big enough in New York or wherever it is in America. And the people over here are so inspirational. So I almost don't care if they don't know where I'm from. I want them to come on my journey with me from when I've landed in America, from now. First fight at 168, going into New York, fighting Edgar Berlanga, that's a risk.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what I mean?
My God, yes.
And that's where great things happen. That's where great things happen, and that's where I want to be.
Will you KO Berlanga, taking that risk after building your foundation?
Yes, and I have no doubt I will.
Hamza Shiraz steps up to super middleweight for the first time, and now he's going to take on Edgar Berlanga in the Louis Armstrong Stadium in Queens, New York. Shakur Stevenson also defends his WBC lightweight title against William El Camarón Cepeda. It's all set for another huge ring event, live only on DAZN, and we continue on with the heavyweights. We go to Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Kevin Ramirez.
chavo de barrio que de niño tuvo que trabajar para llevar a mi casa monedas y mi vieja pueda comprar el pan. Sí, el destino ha querido que ahora.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Regan SBG Apanu.
Tell the world I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my kingdom awaits, and they've forgiven my mistakes. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming.
I'm back where I belong. Yeah, I never felt so strong. Yeah, I'm back. I'm feeling like there's nothing I can't try. And if you with me, put your hands high. Put your hands high. You haven't lost a life before. This one's for you. Put your hands high. The dreams are filled. You're rocking with the best. I'll be on you. I hear the tears of a clown. I hate that song.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Francisco Ayosa, Barry Lindenman, and Steve Morrow. Our referee in charge will be Steve St. Germain. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 202.2 pounds. Undefeated, he has 9 wins, 1 draw, with 4 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Argentina, here is Kevin Ramirez. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 240.8 pounds. Undefeated with 3 wins, 1 of his 3 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the Democratic Republic of Congo, here is Regan SBG Apanu.
Boxer. Boxer, consider that full belt line here. Here it's on the top of the belt. You got my instruction, locker room, protect yourself at all time, listen to my command at all time. Touch gloves. Good luck, both of you.
So we are ready to go with our next contest here. Regan Apanu, representing the Democratic Republic of the Congo, living and training in South Africa. Tonight, taking on Kevin Ramirez, who we didn't see in the ring for long in his opening contest of the tournament, as he got rid of Brian Zwart pretty quickly in the opening round. Regan Apanu prevailed over the gigantic Pavel Hrivnak. Apanu has only been boxing for about 3 years so far, so massive step up for Apanu, taking a risk in entering this tournament, as Ramirez comes over the top with a nice right hand.
And he looked nice and neat, Ramirez, but we didn't have to tell because he hit Swartz with a shot. He jumped on the floor, didn't he? Literally, that's the truth of it. So there wasn't much to gauge him on. But Apanu was raw, but very effective with what he does, to be fair. Nice start here, though, from Ramirez. Punching nice and neat.
He's finding a home for these right hands, both over the top and down the middle thus far. Nice left hook there from Ramirez.
He just didn't turn the hand over in time. Fairly quick reactions, but he didn't have time to turn the hand over, but he could have.
Ramirez, one of the smaller heavyweights in the bracket, a guy who is inside the WBC's top 25 at cruiserweight at one point, was again, thinking about going the Bridgerweight route, then this opportunity came about. It's been successful thus far. He's off to a good start here in the opening round against Apanu.
Apanu had a familiar fan last time. I don't see that fan in the stands. Martin Bekizizwe today.
Left hook to the body there from Apanu, but back comes Ramirez with a right hand of his own to the body.
Boxing smart here, Ramirez. Not getting too drunk on his success and all, just being patient with his work. Because Apanu has raw technique, you can see the punches being telegraphed, just block him and counter at the minute.
Right. Stop. Right.
Ramirez again looking for that right hand over the top as you hear the 30-second horn.
Good shot. Felt
The
that.
right hand, and that one backs Apanu up. Apanu might be in a little bit of trouble here. A little bit of time for Ramirez to work with.
Oh, he rolls onto an uppercut there, Ramirez.
Yeah, I mean, even when he was backing up after that shot landed, it looked like he was playing possum.
He was still cognizant of what was going on.
Right, his eyes was okay, and he was kind of like smirking. So I thought he was trying to lead him into something, and then when he just threw that left uppercut that landed, I said maybe I'm right, but he was probably a little stunned. He was probably a little stunned by that shot from Ramirez.
It's a good shot there from Ramirez. Again, could have turned his hand over, but that was it. That's a really good shot. That's great technique. That is what you can see. It turns the shoulder right through the head. He punched.
Yeah, he was visibly a little wobbly, but he
had a good jab
gained
down
his
to the
senses
body.
pretty quick.
You're going to use the jab to the body. Remember to wedge, my boy. Wedges, we need them. Twists, we come back, okay? You had good work. When you're in the clinch there, you push them.
See Damian Durant in the corner of Regan Apanu.
Nice and calm, wasn't it? I like that. He had a little bit of a scare there, but he just kept it nice and calm in the corner.
Trainer knows his fighter.
Apanu turning the corner here. Push some shots together here.
Ramirez staying nice and tight though defensively.
Martin Bekizizwe type shots.
Loving shots here from Apanu. Trying to lean on Ramirez here.
That's it.
Nice left hook. That's the shot he's looking for.
Gotta come
Ramirez
up under.
trying to hold on to anything right now. Big opportunity for Apanu here.
Had him more hurt than he was hurt.
Lots of time for Apanu to work with as he leaps in with an uppercut.
Ramirez, he felt comfortable in that corner. That's why he was blocking almost everything. And then Apanu just took a little step and got a different angle with that hook.
For an exaggerated angle there, Barry.
Unorthodox, like I said, though, it's effective.
Uh-oh.
You get hurt then.
Left hook to the body there from Apanu. You can see the deep breath from Kevin Ramirez. Again, an uphill battle for Ramirez, like we've talked about. Really a natural cruiserweight stepping up to battle the big boys here in this tournament. Guy that's weighed 193 for a fight in recent times.
Because Apanu doesn't look like a big heavyweight either.
He also does not look like a big heavyweight.
Anyway, it was a nice uppercut though.
This is where the punch landed before, just staying on the ropes.
And a good left hook of his own there, Ramirez. Oh.
Inside the final 40 seconds here of round two.
should start rolling into his punches now. Ramirez a little bit more. Apanu won't know what to do with that, I don't think.
I think Apanu is just taking a break right now.
Seconds remaining here in round 2. Ramirez has recovered from that early scare. Both men have had brief, scary moments in this one already as we head into round 3.
Apanu is throwing hard shots. He's just telegraphing it with twisting his body before he throws the shot. If he can hide that, you know, make it a little bit more tricky, maybe it'll land.
Split shot, split shot.
Yeah, Ramirez on the ropes, and he's blocking most of it, but all of a sudden they're right on the temple.
That's the shot that made his leg kick out.
Oh, it's a lovely right hand there, just right on the button. Took it well, Ramirez. A good spell there for Apanu.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges have it the same 19-19, unanimous draw.
So as we get back to action in this one, we do want to give you a brief update about our previous contest with Devin Young and Jonathan Vergara, and what, you know, most people watching would have categorized a little bit of a puzzling performance from Devin Young, but some context. We'll get back to that in just a moment as Kevin Ramirez is right on top of Regan Apanu. But Devin Young only got in late last night. His flight was diverted to Egypt. He was stuck there for 9 hours. He also forgot his normal mouthpiece, so that was not his mouthpiece. That's why it kept falling out. So if it looked like a little bit of a laborious performance, those are some reasons why.
Oh, well, it's good to know that. It's good to know that because he got a point taken away from that. They could spit it out 4 times.
Ramirez looking for the right hand over the top.
Yeah, but
so whose mouthpiece was that? Was that Gomes' mouthpiece? Oh.
He's thrown that right hand to the body, though. Ramirez. He's struggling to get right over the top at times. Because he's short, when Apanu turns to his right, he can't get over the shoulder. So just bang it right on the body.
This right hand from Apanu that actually stopped Ramirez in his tracks for a brief moment as he looks for an uppercut.
Stop.
Back comes Ramirez. Clubbing right hand there. Caught on the arm by Apanu.
Stop.
Oh. Ramirez landed a nice 1-2. Apanu took it well.
Slowed down a bit, hasn't he, Apanu?
I think they both have. You know, I think Ramirez is just doing, you know, fighting in spurts. A couple of combinations in spurts.
It's good work here from Apanu. Oh, nice reply there from Ramirez.
Right, if the referee don't stop the action, jump
on
him.
Apanu in a dangerous situation there.
I think he slipped. He got caught with a shot. Man.
Yeah.
He slipped on maybe the canvas was
Yeah,
wet.
he missed the punch. He missed the punch, and his momentum brought him into the ropes. And the ref didn't say nothing, so Ramirez jumped on him.
But there was a little bit of hesitation there from Ramirez that probably saved Apanu because he was in a very vulnerable spot there.
Right. Normally a fighter doesn't jump on another fighter when he goes through the ropes like that.
Good shots there from Ramirez, bouncing off the head of Apanu.
Nice right hand again. The knees are buckled on Apanu. Oh, my goodness.
Break your back.
Oh, I think he's hurt.
Oh,
I think
Ramirez.
He's hurt. I think Ramirez is hurt.
I tell you what, his back bent backwards there.
Yeah, that
I think he's hurt.
Was a scary situation.
Oh, God.
And the doctor immediately in the ring.
That's 220-something pounds with a whole bunch of momentum.
Over the rope.
Over the rope.
Let's take a look here. I think Ramirez is pointing to his leg or his hip.
That's the slip there.
So that's the first slip.
Yeah. I think it's going to be the same one again here now. So he throws a shot and just misses. And slips on the canvas a little bit then, and then Ramirez tries to finish it. This is the shot. Oh, it's a good right hand.
The right hand made his legs buckle.
Yep.
And all of this force. I mean, he basically jumped on him and his lower back hit the ropes, and I think that's where the problem is.
And it's going to be genuine because you know, he was having he almost stopped it potentially, so he's not going to be looking for a way out.
Exactly, exactly.
We'll get the 5 minutes, won't he?
And look, he grimaced immediately. Because, you know, the first thing we're thinking is, okay, stop, you're trying to get a way out. But no, not this guy. You had a moment, but he grimaced right there to show that he was really hurt. Oh, he's continuing to fight. That's
good for you, mate.
Surprising.
So Ramirez back up. We were given word that, again, and we addressed this earlier on in the broadcast as well, say the fight would have ended because of a non-intentional injury there, we would have went to the scorecards and perhaps used the enhanced scoring system to determine who won this fight, but it looks like we're going to continue nonetheless.
Te dije que del segundo para arriba bajaba, pero igual saca 2-3 manos en potencia, eso tenés cuidado, no te coma la contra, ya es tuya, ¿está? Ahí la otra, hasta la tarjeta anterior tenemos empate, esta ganamos, tenemos que seguir ganando, ¿está? Sumamos, vinimos en la, ¿está?
1-0, vamos.
Ahora sí. Pero sé inteligente, vivo, sos vivo, vos tenés pierna, laburamos mucho para esto, ¿sabes? Sí, laburamos mucho con esto. Está cerrado, va a seguir tirándote abajo. O sea, laburar con los cross en velocidad, salgo, ¿sabes?
I'd like to know what they were saying in the corner of Ramirez.
Luckily, we have a reporter in Claudia Trejos on the case for you, Brock. But back comes Kevin Ramirez immediately.
Good shots.
Stop. Boxer.
Giappano using the forearm there, being acknowledged by the official.
This way, Ramirez should dip his legs and just wing that right hand over the top.
Good right hand to the body there from Giappano.
Oh, nice. I like that.
Yeah, this is good body work. And listen, to a certain degree, this is a little opportunistic because we were given word, the doctor said that Ramirez was just winded, and we'll bring in Claudia Trejos here in a moment. She'll have more on that and what was going on in Ramirez's corner. Giappano again being warned for his use of the arm. All right, let's bring in Claudia Trejos. Claudia, what are you hearing with everything that's going on here?
Well, for sure from the corner, they said he is definitely hurt. Ramirez did feel a little bit of a twinge in his rib, and as a matter of fact, I went to the table where the judges are, and they said he did hit hard the edge of the ring, so there might be an injury right there, but in the meantime, they want him to make sure to connect that.
An injury right there in the form of a possible knockout. Right hand over the top from Ramirez. Just laid Reagan Giappano flat. He is up right now, but he is still wobbling.
There's a lot of confidence in that corner for Ramirez to take this win quickly before the last bell.
Good work from Ramirez.
Big opportunity here for Ramirez as Giappano just holding on to the ropes, trying to buy any additional seconds to recover.
Got 40 seconds to put him back down, Ramirez.
Just jabbed to the chest, right hand over the top now. Didn't even have to go that low. You just got to give him something to look at, focus on, then throw that right hand. Almost walked onto a shot there, Ramirez.
Giappano trying to fight his way out of trouble here. 20 seconds remaining in the round.
Showing some toughness here, Giappano. You've got to give him his credit.
Oh, yeah.
Just a handful of fights into his pro career. He is battling through adversity at the moment.
Ramirez just paused to take a deep breath himself. He got to muster up the energy.
Ramirez probably thought this one was over. I think almost anyone watching probably felt the same way. But Apanu is back up as we head to the corners.
Again, it's just good technique. One is a jab to the chest, take that right hand over the top. A lovely shot. Again, it's not loading up. Turning the body into the punch.
Looked like the right hand was already sending them down.
Yeah. Oh, that's when he hurt him. He grabs on. This is from the previous round. This is when they fell through the ropes. He's holding on, otherwise he's going to fall over there. Apanu, but
boom!
Oh, shit.
Hit the corner of the apron there. Yep.
After 4 rounds, all 3 judges have it the same, 39-36, unanimous for the green corner. Ramirez.
Back to action here, and Kevin Ramirez back right on top of Regan Apanu, looking for another one of those chopping right hands. You see the scorecards there on your screen, 39-36 across the board for Ramirez. This right hand again there from Ramirez. Claudia Trejos was just in the Apanu corner, and she is saying that they're saying that Apanu's still a little bit dizzy right now after that knockdown.
Wow.
And that won't help matters. Same right hand.
Stop! He turned his head a little bit on that right hand and kind of landed in the back of the head.
Just the speed of Ramirez that Apanu's struggling with. Just can't see the punches coming.
At speed and it might be processing speed as well. Remember, Apanu only been boxing for 3 years total.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Really, he went, you know, like a famous heavyweight now, went the white collar route, not a lengthy amateur career. And Kevin Ramirez, even though he might be undersized for the bracket, he's quick and he's thinking more quickly.
Yeah.
He's pretty skillful for a guy who's only been boxing 3 years, Apanu.
Shots.
Now jump on him. You see him retreating, jump on him.
This is where that big feint comes in.
Right. I say finish him with a left hook because he's looking for that right hand.
But I think if you feint, you can still throw the right hand because he might turn, but then he'll turn back.
Ramirez reaching for that right hand. Grazed the shoulder of Apanu. Still caught him nonetheless as we're inside the final minute here of round 4. Get the sense, just looking at the body language of Kevin Ramirez, what he's looking for is the shot to end the fight.
Yes.
Come back with a left hook, though.
Hard body shot there from Apanu.
It's giving him too much rest time. I think if he has it in him, now's the time you jump on him. You got 30 seconds left.
See, I think you can throw that 1-2, the left-right, pause, then jump into the left hook. Because the Apanu won't see it, and he has to take that step back, yeah.
Yes.
And the way he turns his body, you'll catch him square.
And I think the left hook is going to do it because it's going to be the punch that lands flush. He got his right hand down. He's not looking for it. Right there.
To the bell, to the bell.
Closing moments here of round 5. One last right hand there from Ramirez. As you see him still holding his side. What we believe could be a rib injury that he is dealing with right now. Well, Jack Catterall makes his ring return on July 5th as he takes on the undefeated Harlem Eubank at Manchester's AO Arena. A stacked card that also features Joe Cordina and Sky Nicholson. It's all a part of your DAZN subscription.
Ya ganamos. Elaborar por afuera. Sé vivo, inteligente. Elaborar por afuera. Vamos, papá. Vamos. ¿A qué venimos a ganar? Vamos.
Sixth and final round.
Sixth and final round between Kevin Ramirez and Regan Apanu.
Apano's definitely not receiving these punches as well as he did earlier. Like they're all seem to be having a big effect on him, but to his credit, he's tough. And he's still punching back.
Tired.
Yeah, and it is working in his favor that Ramirez is injured and probably tiring as well.
Yes.
I mean, there was early in the fight, there were stages where Apanu could have won the fight, or could have got the stoppage.
See, Apano's not throwing a lot of punches right now.
Apanu just hammering on those injured ribs there in the moment that he had the opportunity on the inside. Getting word from Claudia Trejos in the Ramirez corner that right now they're telling him, hey, you're ahead, just don't get hurt.
Right. That's what you got to tell a heavyweight, fighting a bigger guy. You know, Apano just doesn't have the same feet right now, so he can't just explode in there like normal. So his shots are a little bit slower. Fighting with a lot of heart.
Big left hook there from Ramirez. Wasn't able to turn all the way into that one. That was inches from being a home run.
Yeah, just missed and hit the chest. Like,
good body shot there, though, from Apanu.
Listen, given what we know about Ramirez and the injury he's dealing with, Barry, Apanu could be one body shot away from a knockout win here. You never know.
He whacks that left hook to the body.
Or a right hand to the body, where it seems like Ramirez is hurt, yeah.
It's on the left
was
side,
on his left side. You see that red
right
marking.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, definitely the right hand. Or good uppercut from Apanu.
Apanu's got 50 seconds to work with. He wants to produce a miracle here.
Stop.
Final 30 seconds of the contest, as it will appear as though Apanu's tournament will come to a close. But there will be questions based on the severity of this injury to Kevin Ramirez about what will happen to him in this tournament. There was the right hand to the body. Oh, and there's another one.
Apanu trying to finish this. He's trying to close the show.
And that will do it. One final body shot that has to be absorbed by Kevin Ramirez. But he does it, and he will be victorious, and we'll see him in the quarterfinals. July 19th from Frisco, Texas. It's the return of Bam Rodriguez. It's a world title unification battle against Fumalele Cafu. July 19th, live here on DAZN.
Well, they both had a bit of a few scares there, didn't they? Both of them.
Right.
Actually.
Right. And I think it's the conditioning that held Ramirez up. You know,
conditioning technique,
conditioning held him up, and the technique got him the victory.
All right, looks like the decision is in the hands of Thomas Treiber. Let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges are in agreement, scoring it exactly the same, 59-54. all for your winner by unanimous decision. Kevin Ramirez.
And congratulations to Kevin Ramirez, coming from Argentina to take that ticket to the quarterfinals. Recovering from a rib injury, taking the win in outstanding manner. But as well as being the home of boxing, the zone is also the home of this summer's FIFA Club World Cup.
The FIFA Club World Cup. And check the file. Let's see who fit the Dante style. I flip the script so they can't get filed. At least not now. When they sweat the technique.
1 month of elite football. Every game comes to you live on the zone. Who will be the undisputed champions of the world?
We'll sweat the technique.
And the FIFA Club World Cup is in full swing in the United States. 32 teams from all over the world are competing to be crowned champions. And you can watch every game with us right here live on the zone, with the final taking place on July 13th. Continuing on with the heavyweights right here in Riyadh for the WBC Grand Prix Phase 2. We move on and we go now to Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Marco Milun.
Only you're unholy, only have one homie, only this gun, only cause don't anyone know me. But everybody just feels like they can relate. I guess words are a motherfucker, they can be great, or they can degrade, or even worse, they can teach hate. It's like these kids hang on every single statement we make, like they worship us, plus all the store ship us platinum. Now how the fuck did this metamorphosis happen?
And now let's welcome to the ring, Peter Ledge.
Kochani jest ta miłość jedna, która nie istnieje bez nas. Za każdym razem więcej tych słów, przez które cierpię. Za każdym razem głębiej ja wciąż wracam po więcej. Za każdym razem więcej tych słów, przez które cierpię. Za każdym razem głębiej ja wciąż wracam po więcej. Poza nami jest ta miłość jedna, która nie istnieje bez nas.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamed, Fabian Guggenheim, and Paul Landeros. Our referee in charge will be Mark Lyson. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 227.6 pounds. Undefeated with 1 victory, he is representing Croatia. Here is Marco Milun. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 221.5 pounds. Undefeated with 13 wins, 9 of his 13 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Poland, here is Peter Ledge.
Okay, boxers, I've already spoken to you both in the locker room. You know what I expect.
stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
So we are ready to go with fight number 13 of the day. Peter Latch of Poland taking on Marko Malun of Croatia, who's in just his second professional bout here tonight. A very accomplished, very successful amateur. Been successful on the IBA pro circuit as well, where he has a win over the Cuban Fernando Azola. Peter Latch scored a decision win over Michael Piriton in the opening round. Marko Malun just destroyed Emrula Kaya in the opening round in his first stage contest. And now looking for a berth in the quarterfinals.
I thought Latch was quite clever in his last fight, even though he jumps into the attacks and he's short, but I think he does it quite well. You know, he moves from side to side, he slips inside the punches. And he uses that small stature to his advantage.
Right, it took him some time, but he figured it out. He figured out the distance, and he took that unanimous decision.
And that will be scored a knockdown.
He got up slow. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that was a left hand to the body, and there was a delayed reaction really from everyone involved. And Latch comes firing back with a right hand.
I was thinking that was going to be called a slip because I actually missed the punch. And I saw him get up slow. I said, oh, that was a knockdown.
Hard body shot again there from Malun.
Yeah, but he leaned his body forward when he threw it, so he was lucky enough to catch a shot back there, Malun. Just need to keep it nice and long like that. Throw that uppercut, but throw it to the head. Aim for the chest. If he misses, he'll go right in on the chin.
Just winding up with that same uppercut to the body again. Inside the final minute of the opening round. Oh, good left hook! And down goes Marko Malun!
He's not up yet. His eyes, he's out. He's not getting up.
Malun's corner is up on the apron. Malun in serious trouble, and Peter Latch has done it. A shocking upset. The Polish Tyson has knocked out Marko Malun.
Unbelievable. Great shot. He threw the right hand and he just jumped in with a massive left hook.
Latch keeps beating the odds. When he's in the ring, he looks like he's about 5'5" compared to these guys. And he keeps beating the odds. Great job.
Yeah, great job, great win, and he moves on now full of confidence.
What a knockout victory for the 24-year-old Peter Latch, who even in interviews talking about entering this tournament was kind of muted in his confidence. He said, I want to enter this tournament despite the risk. It'll pay off no matter how I do. Now he's in the quarterfinals with maybe the best knockout of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think that, no, Malun, the way he leans back, but he probably thought he can get away with it.
Well, coming up on July 12th, we're back in New York City with Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz and Shakur Stevenson versus William Zepeda from Louis Armstrong Stadium. A fantastic night of boxing coming your way from the Big Apple as the doctors tend to Marko Malun here. And we will wait to look at any replays before we are certain of his condition.
You know the phrase, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. He fell pretty hard on his back, flat.
Yeah, so he throws that right hand and then boff. Look at that. Lovely shot. And again, because he's low, he engages those big muscles, don't he, in the back of your body and your legs certainly, so he can just explode into the shot. Oh. See, the right hand didn't land, but it just put Malun out of shape, didn't it, pretty much? So he's leaning back a little bit and he just goes crack with a beautiful shot.
And that's even though his momentum is going forward, Latch, that's all arm punch. That's all arm strength. Hitting the target perfectly and knocking him out.
All right, we are ready to make this one official. What a stunner. Let's send it back up to Thomas Streiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 25 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by way of technical knockout, Peter Latch.
Spectacular knockout victory from Peter Latch, an upset win over Marco Malone, and the Cinderella story of the Polish Tyson will continue into the quarterfinals. And speaking of heavyweight action, we're back in London next month for a huge night in the heavyweight division, and it's a fight that certainly got the boxing world talking.
Live only on DAZN. Usyk versus Dubois 2, July 19th. He silenced Britain's best. Usyk, the brick breaker, fighting for greatness, for the flag, for legacy. But now, the dynamite is ready to explode. Dubois, reborn, sharper, stronger, a weight of a nation on his shoulders. July 19th, Wembley roars beneath the lights. Who will become undisputed heavyweight champion of the world? Usyk versus Dubois 2, live only on DAZN. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois are set to meet at Wembley Stadium for the undisputed heavyweight crown. Can Dubois avenge his controversial defeat to Usyk back in August of 2023? Or will Usyk remain unbeaten and prove once again why he is one of the all-time greats? It's live on DAZN, July 19th. And with that, we are ready for our next contest. And speaking of Olympic gold medalists, got another one coming up for you right now as we send it back up to Thomas Streiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Lazizbek Mulojanov.
Go'zal axloq degan libosi bor millatim, qo'lini ko'ksiga doim bosgan o'zbegim. Mani elim, g'ururim, jonim pulda bo'lsin agar unani kamida g'ardam. Salomatligi bor, oqibatda bag'ridagi odam xotirjam. O'zbegim mani millatim, donishmand devoxonam. Bu yerlarni kezdim bo'lib hayron aqli xarobotdilar. Devonayi mashoyix abdollar ibn Sino bobolarim, hazrati Naqshband darajatda ulug'lar, balogardonlar.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Younes Bala. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Francisco Ayosa, Barry Lindenman, and Steve Morrow. Our referee in charge will be Analia Maradona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 247.5 pounds. Undefeated with 6 wins, all 6 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Uzbekistan, here is Lazizbek Mulojanov. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 257.4 pounds. Undefeated with 2 wins, one draw. Both of those wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Morocco, here is Younes Bala.
Okay, gentlemen, no rabbit punch, no low blow, protect yourself all the time. Touch glove.
So two Olympians going at it here. Younes Bala, a 2020 Olympian representing Morocco, taking on this man who is not just any Olympian, Bezizwe Mulajanoff, the 2024 Olympic gold medalist at heavyweight, the tournament favorite and #1 seed, back in action here tonight.
And it's worse that Bala was an Olympian because you'll know who Mulajanoff is. I know all about him.
I mean, just an opinion, but he didn't look super confident standing in that corner waiting for that bell to ring, but you never know. And in this division, one punch could change the whole dynamic of the fight anyway. We done seen heavyweights that were gold medal winners knocked out in the pros. Anthony Joshua, Lennox Lewis, you know.
Good shot.
Left hand right down the middle there from Mulajanoff.
It can happen, but at this stage, I'm not so sure.
Bala scoring a 6-round decision over Morten Givskov in his first round contest. Needed the WBC enhanced scoring system to pick up that win. Mulajanoff had an incredibly easy time against Marvin Mendoza before scoring a 3rd round TKO victory. And that was a fight, Barry, where he probably could have had a TKO in the first 30 seconds if he wanted to. It took him 3 rounds.
He was enjoying himself, wasn't he?
Bala's blocking pretty well right now. I mean, he has a mark on under his right eye, but that's just, you know, from one shot, that's how hard Mulajanoff is hitting. And he's also, you know, trying to aggressive offense when he does throw the punch like that.
Well, Mulajanoff, he doesn't load up because he doesn't have to, because he's massive, isn't he? So his technique is very, very good, so he turns into every shot. You don't have to really dig down from the canvas.
His technique is good, shoots it straight from the shoulder.
Right now, Mulajanoff just seeing these body shots available to him and taking what's being given.
But you see the shot that Bala is trying to do. He's trying to do that left hook because he sees that right hand is so low of Mulajanoff.
Mulajanoff, he wants you to throw that left hook.
Mulajanoff looking for a right hook there, trying to wrap it around the guard of Bala.
Dug it in as well, didn't he?
Yeah, Mulajanoff need to shoot that straight left to the body because his shots are getting blocked upstairs. You got to give him something to move those hands. Keep him guessing where you're going to shoot. If you're going to keep shooting in the same spot, you might not ever get through. Good footwork by Mulajanoff.
Mulajanoff stepping back in with a left hand, puts a little extra zip on that one to the body.
Oh, shots.
Hard body shot from Mulajanoff, who's putting them together here in the closing moments of the opening round.
Strong, too, because Bala tried to hold and he just pushed him off.
تاني البرق ناش رايح
اعطيه الواضح دونو نفس مزيان سير معاه بحالك شوف دابا غيبغي يهز الكريش ما فتحش في القلب ضروات كلشي ولا كلشي ضروا كلشي دوش سي اللي مشيت لدوش بوريا عمر تاعتي قال على اخر دو كان حماس وجيب قايو وجيب شياب سانغ حمي مولا
So a good start for the Olympic gold medalist, Bezizwe Mulajanoff. So he takes on Younes Bala of Morocco, who certainly has a lot of crowd support here in the audience, a big Moroccan community here in Saudi Arabia. Bala is probably best known for his fight against David Naika at the Tokyo Olympics, where he became a little infamous for trying to bite David Naika's ear. So, Barry, you and Evander Holyfield don't have anything in common, but...
Well, we do, actually, because he has half an ear, and I have an ear and a half.
That's true.
That's true, so true. I call it a hamburger ear.
Just trying to keep that tight frame defense up top. As we saw in his fight against Morten Givskov, he's not a super high output fighter.
But, and I understand his dog's shot.
Laser quick, looping left hand there.
But once he lands with the shot, Muladjanov, look how quick he reacts to that second phase of attack. And it's sort of easy to say Bala should be trying to this shot go or that shot go, but he hasn't got the reaction times of Muladjanov, so if he comes out of that shell, he knows there's a punch coming back.
Muladjanov thinking uppercut there a moment ago.
If you look at the way Bala feints, he feints by bending his knees, right? And if you look at the way he throws punches, he bends his knees first and then he throws. So what that does is just adds an extra step to your offense, and it kind of telegraphs your next move.
Good timing right hand from Bala a moment ago.
Shots.
That's how you need to do it. Just shoot the punch out.
Give him a bit of confidence.
Oh yeah.
And also make Muladjanov a little bit angry, possibly.
He's taking a shot. I mean, his defense is good. Muladjanov needs to go back to the body again, bring them arms down. If you don't know where your opponent's going to throw the punch, you don't know where to block. So if you hurt that body, maybe eventually he'll drop the hand and you go up top.
But I think Muladjanov's giving him the same rhythm to hope that he comes to look to try and counter that, and then he'll jump.
Muladjanov steps in with one final left hand, and that'll do it for the second round.
Blocking those shots pretty well, Bala.
سير لاغوش اضرب سير لاغوش اضرب ما توقفش لي فاز سير لاغوش اضرب اسمعني سير لاغوش ديالك واضرب اسمعني ديما خشي ما توقفش لي فاز.
Next week, Jake Paul is back in action as he takes on Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. in the toughest test of his professional boxing career. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for more information on how to tune in.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges have it the same. 20-18, unanimous for the green corner, Muladjanov.
Round 3 underway. All 3 judges giving the opening 2 rounds to Lazizbek Muladjanov. And the last man to beat Muladjanov in the amateurs, the man who undoubtedly he's going to be compared to, is his countryman, the big Uzbek, Bakadir Jalolov. That was back in May of 2024. Hard body shots there from Muladjanov.
Good shot.
Again, Barry, we talked about the depth of the Uzbek amateur program, and of course that extends all the way up to heavyweight. You imagine a national tournament where you have those 2 guys going at it in the finals?
It's ridiculous. It really is. Absolutely ridiculous. Like Jalolov going for another Olympic gold medal, it's like cheating.
Saw Jelov back in action just a couple months ago on the pro circuit on the Janibak Gamasenge undercard.
Good from Milijanov there, just going different angles now, starting to move those feet around the target.
Yeah, some quick shots, starting to back up Younes Bala, who's looking a little uncomfortable with this pressure right now, Barak.
Yeah, he's switching up the speed of his punches too. You know, he's trying to surprise him with the harder shots by tapping him sometimes.
Nice reply there from Bala, a little right hand that, I don't know, it certainly didn't hurt Milijanov, but it made him step back at least.
Bala's in this fight, you know, he's definitely losing every round so far, but he's dangerous, and Milijanov knows that, and he's showing that he's dangerous in spots.
Listen, when you look at amateur credentials at least, Bala's probably one of the more qualified fighters to match up with Milijanov in this bracket.
Wow.
You know, this would be a pretty good amateur fight a couple of years ago.
Right, right, and I made that statement saying he didn't look confident, but ever since that bell rang, he looked confident.
But he is still, without being too disrespectful, a bit of a punch back here. He's blocking, he's taking the sting of the shots, but they are getting through the gloves still.
Yes.
But at this point, yeah, nothing's really troubled him. Knocking him back maybe, but nothing really looks like he's seriously hurting him.
Good enough to block enough not to get hit flush or hurt.
Showing the variety of his work, working the body, punching right through the guard. And Bala blocking as much as he can, trying to fire back, but Milijanov just a little bit faster in the feet to the hands, timing's better. But hasn't made a dent yet.
Back to action here. Younes Bala of Morocco taking on the Olympic gold medalist Bekizizwe Muhammadkhuja as we welcome back in Claudia Trejos, who I'm sure has more on those rhythmic massage techniques that we just saw in the Muhammadkhuja corner.
Well, a little bit. They're very confident on Muhammadkhuja's ability. What Bala's corner is very concerned is in the lack of activity. They're basically saying he needs to be first. Not only that, but definitely go for the body, for the sides, because they want Muhammadkhuja's hands to go down. I'm not exactly sure how he's going to accomplish that because he can barely connect.
Well, he is being a little bit more active thus far here in this round. I mean, this is more activity than we've seen from Bala. It is a low bar, that being said.
Yeah, it's like going from nothing to something.
Right.
Because that's what the coach said. You're not throwing your hands. Let them go.
Right, but sometimes fighters will let their hands go, but they're not really trying to be aggressive. They're not really trying to hit the target. They're just letting their hands go. You're not in range, but you're still throwing the shots.
So maybe that's why they want him to go for the bigger target, which would be the trunk.
If he has a realistic chance to try to win in his mind, and you've got to hit the target. So I'm just talking common sense here, but
it's just a dangerous game plan, trying to go for the body with a heavy puncher like this.
Well, just when you stood in front of Muhammadkhuja, you're seeing that he's just waiting for you, and he's an imposing figure. You know he's got good his timing, his accuracy, and it makes you tend to let your hands go. It takes your confidence away.
Good left hand by Bala. Spun out of the way.
Muhammadkhuja playing around with the orthodox stance here. That was one of the questions that I had after the second round. How comfortable would Muhammadkhuja be just doing the same thing round after round? It was available to him if he wanted to, but right now, and again, going back to the Jalolov comparisons, the knock on Jalolov is that sometimes in recent bouts, there has been that comfort level with just winning the rounds and maybe accusations of amateurism still in his game. Muhammadkhuja maybe trying to fight some of that criticism right now by stepping on the pedal a bit here in the fourth.
Well, it's that line of trying to please everyone and then pleasing nobody.
Yes.
I mean, no, because if he becomes too gung-ho, he starts getting caught with shots, and he's not the talent that we all said he is. So you've got to get the balance, but in professional boxing, you've got to get that balance right.
Bala might not be winning this round, but he's definitely listened to his corner. He's definitely doing better. And he landed 3 left hooks in this round.
Yeah, and because he's picked it up, he's made it a much more lively round.
The crowd is actually cheering for Bala every time he landed a left hook. It's that underdog syndrome.
Left hook from Muhammadkhuja as we wrap up the round. The newly minted welterweight Jack Catterall takes on the undefeated Harlem Eubank in an intriguing Battle of Britain on July 5th from Manchester's AO Arena right here on DAZN.
Snuck a punch around the guard there, Muhammadkhuja, the right hand, but Bala returned the right hand. Ate another right hand, but in that round, like I said, Bala stepped up his work rate, landed a few shots, but can't match the work rate of Muhammadkhuja.
40-36, unanimous for the green corner, Muhammadkhuja.
Round 5 begins. It has been a clean sweep for Muhammadkhuja thus far, 40-36 across the board, as you see on your screen. Which means that Younes Bala at this point has no choice but to pick things up, and he does so, at least momentarily, landing a right hand to the body.
And he's in a better position here, going head-to-head.
See Muhammadkhuja inviting him in here. As he wraps a right hook around the guard of Bala. That one backs Bala up.
And this is all from the southpaw stance. What's going through Muhammadkhuja's mind right now, where you're a 100% knockout rate fighter? You done hit this guy with all all your punches are not getting through, but the ones that are getting through, you're not hurting.
Yeah, but I think they're quite pragmatic about their approach. Everyone from that sort of region. Again, not trying to stereotype everyone, but it seems that way, that they just go about their business. Alexandr Usyk, when you ask him, because you got the knockout, you could, well, maybe, but I didn't. I'm just trying to win a fight. I think they see it that way.
He does look that way, especially when he's in the corner. He doesn't look stressed. He just looks relaxed. He's saying, he kind of has that look like, I'm winning the fight, and that's what I came here to do.
I mean, he'll want the knockout because he got his good boxing, but he's technically good. He won't take a silly risk for it.
Bala's standing his ground.
Good body shot there from Muhammadkhuja. Muhammadkhuja knows where he's at on the scorecards right now, and he's still pressing the fight.
That was brilliant there from Bala. Right hook to the body, right uppercut, right through the middle.
Yeah, Bala in spurts. Again, we talked about his amateur credentials. He's just in there with the best fighter in the bracket right now. Seconds remaining in round 5 as Muhammadkhuja wraps the right hand around the guard of Bala, whose corner is telling him it's now or never. You have to go for it. We'll see if the only active heavyweight from Morocco can produce something big here. Muhammadkhuja putting some excellent combinations together here with Bala's back against the ropes.
Good defense from Muhammadkhuja. And good conditioning.
He doesn't load up.
He doesn't. You don't see heavyweights that active, that much footwork.
But his punches are smooth, and even though they're heavy, they're smooth. You can put more on them, I think. but everything's about just body mechanics, so you don't waste any energy.
Right. He's using speed to hit his target and to get out of the way of the next punch. Very skillful fighter.
Yeah, he really is very skillful.
From both stances, he looks very fluid.
Great work from Balor there, the right hook and the right uppercut through the middle.
Sixth and final round.
Show of respect between Lazizbek Muladjanov and Younes Bala as the sixth and final round begins. And I think you could see, even in that interaction, Barak, going back to your earlier question about whether Muladjanov is maybe frustrated by not being able to dent Bala. I think there's a real familiarity between these two fighters. They were on the same amateur circuit at the same time. I think he understands this is not like a normal early career fight. Again, in any other circumstance outside of this tournament, you're not going to see recent Olympians facing one another in the first 5 fights of their pro career.
That's so true. That's so true. So I guess there's a mutual respect there. And I also see that Muladjanov sees that Bala could take his shot.
Yeah,
you know, and he can also block well. So I believe the strongest punch is his straight left or his straight right. And he hasn't really landed one flush this whole fight. So he kind of switched up his game and became a boxer the last couple of rounds. And he's doing this very well. He's teaching me something new about his game and his skill set.
He's always been a good move and technically very good, precise with his punches. And it's not a bad thing for him. I realising I can't hurt everyone, but I don't think he'd have an issue with going the distance.
He definitely, you know how you can tell? Because he's not making mistakes.
Yeah.
He's not making mistakes. He's not pressing it so much where, you know, the mistakes happen.
Just got word from Claudia Trejos, who was in the Bala's corner, and they're of the belief that Bala's familiarity with Muladjanov has caused him to show a little bit too much respect here tonight. And I think that could be an element, but I think no matter how much respect he had or didn't have for Muladjanov, Muladjanov has a style that is going to, and a skill level that's going to give Bala trouble no matter what.
Yeah, if Bala opens up, he has more success, but he's an easier target to hit.
Sure.
And he knows that.
I mean, that respect might also come from him feeling the shots on the gloves.
Yeah.
You know, feeling the right hooks.
Yeah, just because he can take a shot doesn't mean he doesn't feel it.
Yeah, he's feeling those shots.
But again, look at the credit he'll get for the credit Bala will get for this. Taking the first guy to take him the distance. If he wins, he goes on to win the world title. And also, you know, had a few little bits of success.
And fought back.
Yeah,
you know.
Closing moments of the contest, and that will do it. What we expect to be a 6-round shutout victory for the Olympic gold medalist Lazizbek Muladjanov. Four more games to come from the FIFA Club World Cup tomorrow. River Plate Monterrey, Juventus Wydad, and Real Madrid Pachuca. Also Salzburg versus Al Hilal. All of that is live here on DAZN. So as expected, Lazizbek Muladjanov will advance to the quarterfinals. That's a tough draw for Younes Bala. wasn't able to get anything going here tonight. And it looks like we are ready to make this one official as we send it up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges are in agreement. They all score it the same, 60-54 for your winner by unanimous decision. Lazizbek Muhammadkhuja.
Congratulations to the Olympian representing proudly Uzbekistan. Moving on to the quarterfinals. But it's not just boxing we have here on The Zone. We are set to have an epic summer right ahead.
Summer on DAZN.
What an occasion, what an atmosphere. Goes to the end zone, touchdown! Oh yes, once again when it matters.
We are bows out, look at this go!
It's been a superb run, pure masterclass.
What a comeback!
This summer on DAZN.
We have 2 more fights here in the heavyweights in the WBC Grand Prix, and for the action, we go back to Thomas Treiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Amed Krenic.
Nic se ne papave, nik miriš u trave. Šta to tamo rade, naše lude glave. Sve što želim reći da kucnu ovo je posljednji čas. Sve što želim reći da kucnu ovo je posljednji čas. Kriza, dum dum, Offental, Berlin, Beč, Malmen, Wuppertal, Dorbetter, dolje, svuda pusto polje. Da li smo zaslužili da nam bude bolje?
And now let's welcome to the ring, Davide Brito.
Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. What you call an icon living? Start a record label, Misfits just did it. Nylon cover 5 minutes. Whoa, we are too hot in the business. About to make a movie independent. Need new trucks independent. I need you to listen to the vision. All your verses sound like dirty dishes. I'm about to clean them in the kitchen. And we making money by the minute. I'm about to do it way different. I am just an icon living. I am just an icon living. Icon living. I am just an icon living. I am just an icon. I am not a Mayan, I'm a menace. It's wild, you can lie like a professor. I don't got the time to put you on a stretcher. I am here in a silk flesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Christian Garduño, Fabian Guggenheim, and Paul Landeros. Our referee in charge will be Don Turan. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 270.6 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins, 3 of those 4 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, here is Amed Krenic. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 235.1 pounds. His professional record consists of 7 wins, just 1 defeat, with 3 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Italy, here is Davide Brito.
Boxers, obey my instruction all the time. I don't want to say rabbit punches, kidney punches, or below the belt. When I say stop, completely stop action. Touch gloves, go back to corners. Good luck.
So Davide Brito of Italy, now living and training in Miami, Florida, taking on Ahmed Krenic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Krenic, also a glory kickboxer we saw in the opening round, scoring a third-round TKO over Jordi Valenzuela. Davide Brito scored a sixth-round decision over Clement Gillet.
Very light on his feet, Brito. We'd seen that in the last contest, but so it reduces the power a lot in his punches. But he moves well. Boxes well under pressure, as we saw in the last fight, and quite enjoyed him.
Krenic, a guy who is always kind of concurrently boxed and kickboxed. 10-time national champion kickboxer who was also a 3-time national amateur champion as a boxer, and even now competing professionally in both sports, as Brito lands a nice right hand to his body.
Well, Krenic, he was a fun fight. I wanted to watch Krenic. He sort of like plods a bit, but he puts his punches together really well. Gotta whack that chest, Krenic, with that left hand. Just slow the movement down of Brito. Again, light hands, but they're scoring punches.
Showing a little hand speed there is Brito. A couple fights ago took a massive step up against Murat Aliyev, who was ranked inside the top 10 by the WBC, was stopped in 6 rounds. Again, a massive step up for a 6-fight professional fighter to take that kind of fight. Again, showing his bravery in jumping right back into a tournament like this where it's all unknowns. Nice right hand there from Brito.
Look at that movement, just causing Krenic a few problems here.
Yeah, just enough to frustrate him, you know, and not letting him set. Staying away from them hard shots, ducking under the left hooks.
And the right hand down the pipe there from Brito.
And you don't need the fastest of feet to cut the ring off. You have got to be sliding across a little bit, stepping across. You know, just make that ring a smaller triangle so you get him where you want him.
Cut to the body there from Krenic as we wrap up the opening round.
Boy, careful with the back of the head, okay?
Vieni piano piano, vuole mettere il colpo duro per mettere quel gancione. Bravissimo, sveglio sul prossimo round che proverà ad accorciare un po' di più. Quando vai tu, il gancio sopra o montante o mano dietro in bocca. Quando vedi che ti segue sulla gamba, ogni tanto, cambia lato.
So a good start for Davide Brito as we get back to action here. Brito, a multi-time Italian national amateur champion. We mentioned living and training in Miami, Florida. I spent some time sparring with David Benavidez in the past, which obviously is good sparring. Also goes to show just how big David Benavidez is and how in the world he was getting down to 168.
I mean, Boo Boo Andrade is a big guy, you know, 6'1.5 feet, muscular guy, big shoulders. He said David Benavidez was too big.
Brito looking for that right hand over the top.
He's boxing well, isn't he? Constantly moving.
Very well.
And just emphasising or highlighting how slow Krenic's feet really are.
And not just moving, like he's moving at the right time. So some fighters I seen tonight, excess movement, just burning energy.
Yeah.
He's moving at the right time, moving in and out, picking his shots as well, winning rounds probably.
Quick combination again there from Brito.
Switching stance as well.
Krenic getting a little bit closer, and he's finding a home for that whipping left hand
That's
to the body.
1, 2.
He's fuming.
Oh, good right hand from the corner by the Italian fighter, Brito.
Terrible mistake by Krenic. Why would he stand so close? When you had him in the corner where you wanted him, just drill a shot right down the middle.
Didn't have to step in. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Discipline your shoulder that way.
I've never done that. No. I'm not an idiot. Please don't help Krenic now.
Trying to step in with that left hand.
That's better.
Krenic not having a ton of success, but you can see the stress that the size and his power is putting on Brito, who's just trying to keep him off of him here.
Brito just has to be in shape. He just has to be conditioned. Yeah. If he's conditioned, I don't see why he can't do this for a full 6 rounds.
He landed with a good left hook there, Brito.
If I'm in the corner of Krenic, I'm saying go to that body. Straight left to that body.
Again, Krenic walking him down with Brito's fast feet. Oh, that's just a little trip there.
Yeah, he stepped on his foot.
Too fast. Even there, that's where Krenic got him in the corner where he wanted him, and rather than just punch sort of 3/4 length or long, he stepped too close, just allowing Brito to land with that little right hand.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it 20-18 for the gold corner, Brito. The other 2 judges have it even a draw, 19-19.
Madness.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I can't see all the...
Straight ridiculous.
He's thrown 7 punches.
Straight ridiculous.
I mean, I don't care who wins, by the way. I mean, I just want to see a good fight. But I mean,
me neither.
Like, why would you? That's just not even makes any sense.
No. And there's plenty of times where I don't agree with it, but I say, okay, I can see that. That I can see.
Round 3 underway.
But maybe the judges saw 1 or 2 hard shots. No, I still can't. That was some good body shots by Krenic.
Yeah, and he's landed a couple of those at this point. And, you know, if you were just looking at body language and not landed blows, Krenic is moving forward, and Brito, you know, he's landing what... I'm trying to get in the mind of what someone might think.
No,
you know?
And you're trying, and you even ran into a roadblock there.
That's okay. Nonetheless, if you're Krenic now, you know that whatever you were doing, it was enough to win one of those rounds.
Right.
There's got to be a confidence boost, and right now...
It looks like it was.
He's putting a couple shots together.
It looks like it was, because this is a better round for Krenic.
Yeah, it is. And the feet haven't dramatically slowed either from Brito. He's put more urgency into his work.
And at the same time, Brito might be saying, okay, now I might have to stand and trade a little bit, because that's not looking good what I'm doing, which could be bad for him.
Yeah, it's no good for him. No good for him at all.
He just got hit by a left hook and a left hook to the body, left uppercut to the body.
Another body shot there from Krenic.
Great round for
left
Krenic.
hand there.
Same combo.
Honestly, there was a similar pattern that developed in Kernic's first fight against Jordi Valenzuela, where over time, his physical presence just wore Valenzuela down, and he found the shot, and it was over. Brito and his movement are indeed starting to slow here in the third.
Yeah, I say go back to what he was doing in the first 2 rounds.
Well, the question is, can he? Or has...
That's a good point.
Is the gas starting to wear out already? Or run out, excuse me. This body work has been consistent here in the third round from Krenic.
Yeah, that New York gas wears out, so I know what you mean.
You're right, yeah.
My gas wears out. Look at Krenic with a little pep in his step. He got spring in his step.
3 seconds remaining in the round. Krenic goes back to the body, another left hand downstairs.
And he's not a big puncher, Krenic, but heavy-handed, isn't he? It's strength in his work.
It's a big, thick physical presence in front of you, non-stop as he whips another left hand to the body. You can see Brito shaking his head no, but these are scoring blows.
Now,
that's a round you can score for Krenic.
If 2 judges gave anyone first or second round to Krenic, guess what? He won that round.
È meno veloce di Yuri, è meno pressante dietro. Ascoltami.
Really good round there for Krenic. Made a real conscious effort just to close the gap and work away rather than just get too close and maul.
Heavy shots. I mean, shots not landing in the face. It was just to the body and to the chest. But heavy shots nonetheless.
And the feet slowed dramatically there, didn't they, from Brito? Not a good sign for him.
Lui mette questo montante, ma subito, il gancio destro più forte che puoi. Guarda, quando mette il montante, il gancio.
2 guys giving him instruction in the corner with Brito.
It's round 4 underway. Good round there for Amed Krenic, who, guys, this is a guy who just wants to fight. I mean, he entered the WBC Boxing Grand Prix just a couple weeks after he was named a part of the Glory Kickboxing Tournament last heavyweight standing. He basically said, if there's a heavyweight tournament and I can fight someone in any capacity, I will sign up.
He's also fighting in the UFC 266 next month.
Good right hands, a couple of seconds ago from Brito.
Yeah, Brito getting a little burst of energy here in the fourth.
Good shot.
Oh, good left hand there from Krenic.
Yeah, his back does hit Brito, but it looked like he sort of leaned into the shot, didn't it?
It did. Looked like it forced him to take a step back then afterwards as well. He's emboldened Krenic, who's really putting on the pressure now here in the fourth.
So it looks like this is the kind of fight we're going to get now, you know, from Brito, where he's not moving around as much, he's not pot-shotting.
Well, those shots, those heavy shots, they're not shots that are going to knock you out, but they're shots that are just going to drain your energy, slow you down, and then maybe just beat you to submission.
Ooh.
Shot.
When you pull him back like that, you get hit. That hurts.
Oh, nice.
Two-punch combination there from Krenic. Krenic just does not seem, Barry, to have a ton of respect for the power of Brito.
No, it's the same. If he get a bit more acceleration in his work, he could quicken the pace. He could jump right on Brito and put loads of pressure on him. He's just so physically strong, isn't he?
All right, Let's welcome Claudia Trejo's back in. Claudia, what are you hearing right now?
Well, they decided to change the strategy. They want Brito to keep the fight in a close distance and use those hooks and uppercuts and go to the body. Just break it down, neutralize it from the trunk up.
Why? When has that been successful?
Sorry.
I don't know. Hey, don't kill the messenger, man.
Is that Brito's corner saying that?
Yes.
That wasn't for you.
It
was over you. It was stood up. It was like,
And I wish I had enough time to say why, but they're kicking me out of the corner.
Right.
That sounds like advice from Krenic's corner.
No, exactly. Or you just happen to know what your fighter can do, and you haven't seen him do it.
Which is usually the way it works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Krenic just continuing to maul Brito as you hear the bell. 2 to go in this one. Well, the Piranha is back in action on July 26th as Ryan Garner returns to take on the British and Commonwealth Super Featherweight champion, Reece Bellotti. That's live here on DAZN. Yeah, we take a look at the replays here. Amed Krenic just continuing to bully Brito, particularly over the last couple of rounds.
Could he let his hands go a little bit more? I mean, when the activity slowed down from Brito, he's upped his, not a lot, but enough to be effective.
After 4 rounds, one judge has it even, 38-38, a draw. The other 2 judges have it 39-37 for the green corner, Krenic.
Round 5 underway. You heard the scores. Amed Krenic ahead on 2 of the judges' scorecards, 39-37. Third scorecard, dead even. So Brito could, in theory, win the last 2 rounds and take this to the WBC's enhanced scoring system. But the momentum of this fight makes that feel a little less likely, guys.
Yeah, it does. But they gave him rounds that we thought he didn't win, so we don't know. And also, now he sees that might give him a little bit more of a second wind that could give him more energy to push through.
So this is what I'm saying. You know the score, so that means you know that the game plan is not working. Why continue that? I don't get it. Now, if you have to do this because he doesn't have the legs anymore, okay, fine. This is the fight we got to see. You know, so you got to dig. You got to dig deep. Pick your spots, but make sure you're defensively sound in the pocket.
Right, and that may explain the strategy that we heard from Brito's corner. If your fighter doesn't have the legs anymore, what can you do? Well, you can be on the inside and try and get something done, but you can't move as much as you were in the first 2 rounds.
And when you lack the power of your opponent, and I know a little bit about that, you just got to throw more than him. If he hits you with 1, you got to hit him with 3.
Yes.
If he hits you with 2, you got to hit him with 5.
Yes.
It's not 4, it's 5. It's 2, 3 more than he hit you with.
Right. And Brito has already shown us that those are the kind of things he can do.
Oh, big uppercut there from Krenic. The excitement levels are building in the Krenic corner. But a minute ago, I just saw a new person run into the Krenic corner. Everyone's excited.
I saw him as well. He was on top of the apron giving instruction. Got a lot of love out here, Krenic.
Krenic, a devout Muslim, obviously very excited to be fighting here in Saudi Arabia as he lands another straight left hand. That one acknowledged. You see the head nod from Davide Brito. Sweeping left hand comes in from Krenic as well.
And a good right hand from Brito as well there.
Brito breathing heavily here as he tries to break free and show a little hand speed.
Yeah, which is good because you could tire him out. You could just, you know, grab, hold, have your little flurries, grab him again.
Yeah.
You could win around like that.
I know that.
Oh, good shot.
Big uppercut, and Brito goes down. Brito struggling to get to his feet.
He made it.
He made it.
He made it. Still dazed.
Yeah.
Still dazed.
And that is it. This one will be waved off. Amed Krenic with a knockout victory, and Brito protesting by doing push-ups.
But you just tripped. You just tripped. No, bro, your eyes. Your eyes didn't look good, buddy.
No, more than that, you can't be looking away from the referee.
Yes.
I mean, even if you don't speak the same language, by the way, you can't be looking away from the referee. He's looking out. He wasn't looking at his corner.
He's trying to say he's looking at somebody. I don't know, but he just stumbled after he did those push-ups. I mean, but refereeing is a hard job, Brito. It's a hard job, and you got to understand, he did that for your own good. It's what he saw.
You might be okay now.
Yeah.
But you weren't. I mean, and you could have maybe continued if you would have just kept his eyes on the referee. The referee might have let it go on.
Yeah.
But I think he would have been in trouble after that.
He's a tough man.
But what we think might have happened is almost irrelevant. If the referee has to see it from what he looks there.
Yeah.
And he looked almost okay, but the fact he looked away from the referee when he's saying, "Come to me," that's the sign for the referee to call it off.
That's it. Because
that's a great shot. A lovely shot that is. It's a shot you didn't see. Sickening punch. There you go.
Right up the middle. That's the shot that hurt him.
And that one didn't help either. Knock him on the way down. He did well to get up, to be fair, because he was unsteady for a while.
So look at his eyes. His eyes are glassy. Boom. And he just happened to somewhat connect with this shot right here. Boom.
And also, when the referee sees the body sink like that, he's always a little bit worried as well.
Now he gave him a nice little elbow shoulder just to get a little distance
and then
to land that uppercut.
We're going to see here, hopefully, when he gets up, referee starts to count. He's up on his feet. But he's not listening to the instructions and he's not looking at the referee. That's his own doing.
Yeah, referee judges by eyes. When your eyes are looking over there like that and they still look familiar to what he just seen them look.
Yeah, and
look, right after this is when he stumbles. He stumbles right here.
Right,
see?
yeah, exactly.
See that stumble?
Exactly. And
realize
broadly speaking, guys, this is a tournament mostly involving younger fighters. The referees in this tournament, they haven't said it explicitly so, but they're going to err on the side of caution.
Yeah,
you know, these are fighters that are younger in their career, and Brito, despite his protest, has suffered his second knockout loss, and we will make it official as we send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 59 seconds of round number 5. Our referee in charge, Don Turan, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Amed Krenic.
One more fight to go here in the WBC Grand Prix in the heavyweights. But the big nights of boxing keep on coming here on The Zone. Jake Paul returns to the ring next week to take on former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez in Los Angeles. It's set to be another huge ring event in New York on July 12th. Hamza Shiraz takes on Edgar Berlanga. Also, Shakur Stevenson defends his WBC lightweight title against William El Camarón Cepeda. Alexandr Usyk and Daniel Dubois, they meet for the undisputed heavyweight crown at Wembley Stadium on July 19th. And remember, we'll have to cover everything, all the fight, with us and build up to it.
Hello people, me again. Fight Week on The Zone is non-stop action. Access all areas of the biggest fights. From grand arrivals and weigh-ins.
Not here around, I'm here for war.
To open workouts and pandemonium at the presses.
You're gonna feel so much pain.
All analysed by the biggest names in boxing.
I'll end this. Get him out of boxing, it's over.
That and so much more, even before the bell rings.
And for the final bout here in the heavyweights, we go to Thomas Treiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Sotne, Mr. T. Rogava.
Soy un hombre muy honrado que me gusta lo mejor. No me falta ni el dinero ni el amor. Jineteando en mi caballo, por la sierra yo me voy. Las estrellas y la luna, ellas me dicen dónde voy. Ay, 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 mi amor. Ay, mi morena de mi corazón.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Vitaly Stalia Stalchenko.
Я без тебе всі дні, у полоні печалі, може десь у лісах лежала, і мене чарувала. Червону руку, не шукає вечорами, ти у мене єдина тільки. Ой, вірвала твоя врода, твоя чиста вода, твоя близька вода синій.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Francisco Ayosa, Barry Lindenman, and Steve Morrow. Our referee in charge will be Steve St. Germain. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 252.6 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins, 8 of his 11 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Stotny, Mr. T. Rogava. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 217.4 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins, 6 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Vitaly Stalia Stalchenko.
Boxer, this is a lie. I'll accept half of the belt. On top of the belt, that's going to be the belt line. You both got my instruction in the locker room. Protect yourself at all time. Listen to my command at all time. Touch gloves. Good luck, both of you.
So our final fight of the day, Vitaly Stalchenko taking on Sotne Rogava in a battle of 2 Ukrainians. Rogava, a 2020 Olympian representing Ukraine. He lost to Fraser Clark in the preliminary round. Vitaly Stalchenko, a 7-time Ukrainian national amateur champion. These two would have been on the national team at the same time, but in different weight classes. Stalchenko, a weight below Rogava in the amateurs, but once you step up to the pros, heavyweights are heavyweights. And Rogava is a massive heavyweight, as you can see.
Yeah, but Stalchenko beat a massive heavyweight in his last contest, so the movement works for him.
So where's Rogava training now? Because I see his trainers from LA.
That's right. He trains at the 10 Goose Boxing Gym.
Yep.
He's a favorite of Joe Goosen. He spars with Gergen Hovanesian, another top heavyweight prospect.
Oh, nice.
It's a great gym.
Rogava just got caught by a nice uppercut there from Stalchenko.
He repeated that movement twice.
Yeah, he did. He slid off to the right both times.
Rogava, another one of these multi-combat sport accomplished athletes, who's a very accomplished Muay Thai fighter as well.
Nice job.
In addition to his boxing career. You gotta like the quickness of Stalchenko here early, but body shots like that from Rogava might help slow him down.
I think Rogava got quite fast hands for his size as well, so I think if you can just let that right hand go, put a bit of pace in it.
body shot there from Rogava, who I'm sure wants to make this ring feel as small as possible for Stalchenko.
Good right to the body there from Rogava. But Stalchenko showed us in his last fight how tough he was, so I don't think it's going to be hard to slow him down.
And his opponent, of course, in the opening round, Dylan Rajic, what was he, about 6'7", 300 pounds or so? Two to the body from Stalchenko, but Rogava pulls his way to the inside, lands a nice uppercut.
I think this particular matchup is a little bit harder for Stalchenko because you got a guy who can almost match your speed, you know, and he's pretty crafty himself in there.
And looking to be busy, isn't he, as well?
Yeah.
1-2 to the body there from Rogava. Yeah, it's a really good point, Brog, and not to mention, coming from the same amateur system, these are not patterns he's unfamiliar with.
Yes.
That is high-level heavyweight boxing there in the opening round.
And he had some success just now by punching with Stalchenko. Like, I'm not as fast as you, I'm fast. I'm not as fast as you, but I punch with you and it connect.
Смотри, слышишь меня, да? Смотри, что ты делаешь. Ты бьешь, зависаешь. Он целится правой. Понял? Ты пару раз уже эту правую пропустил. Следи за этой правой. Оттянись. Смести голову. Моя... Смотри, не надо, чтобы... Оп, назад, оп, оп, все. Не надо перед ним стоять, нахера. Вот это есть для этого. Мы с тобой нарабатывали. Понял? На очки. Не засаживай, понял? Раз, два, уйди правый, раз, два, обыграй. Чем больше он махнет, а? Ну и ведут, да, раз, по перчатке жахни. Бам-бам, бам-бам. Раз, два, три, сюда. Перчатка, боковой команд.
Well, I didn't understand most of that, but I did hear the bam, bam. I heard that. I believe.
I think he said if you put your left foot in and your left foot...
and take your left foot out. Sounds like the hokey pokey, but yeah, I trust you.
Oh, good shot.
A combination there from Stalchenko.
Yeah, Rogava just stepped in, but he stepped in with no punches. Got caught.
Rogava, one of the few heavyweights in the bracket to have gone the 10-round distance already in his career, and at 31 years of age, also one of the oldest competitors.
That was a nice little counter jab by Rogava.
Oh, nice uppercut there, though, back from Stalchenko.
Oh, yeah. He lets his hands go, and then fast hands.
He's tough, but he doesn't dine out on it. But he's also not afraid to mix it with you. Because he has that speed, like you've already said, so you know he's gonna get there first, but he'll hold his feet for a little bit longer.
Oh, he just ate 2 right hands.
Good body shot there from Rogava.
Better round for Rogava, Barry?
Yeah, he's getting a bit closer.
Stalchenko is such a fascinating watch at heavyweight because of the amount of movement, but also very sort of wears this kind of level of anguish on his face all the time. He always seems like he's aggrieved by something. He's working very, very hard all the time.
But he doesn't get phased by the bigger guy at all.
Oh, good little uppercut in there by Stalchenko.
Rogava looking to counter with that chopping right hand over the top. Inside the final minute of round 2 as Rogava touches the body of Stalchenko again, but Stalchenko right back with body work of his own.
You know, he's just peppering, you know, doing that tap, tap, tap rip like Lomachenko. Keep you guessing which punches are going to be hard. Let you come in and hopefully get counted. Stalchenko's keeping that right hand up now.
Closing in on the final 10 seconds of round 2 here. Quickness of Stalchenko to this point has mostly been able to keep Satne Rogava at bay.
Yeah, I think so. I think Rogava finished the round pretty strong, but I think for the most part, for the entirety of the round, I thought Stalchenko had maybe the better of it. Again, that movement's a problem for all these big guys, in and out with the feet and throwing Dante in with three-punch combinations is always going to be an issue for a big guy who more prods forward more. But Rogava has fast stances, as Barak said, of his own, and his feet are not the slowest, but they're not the fastest. But he is trying to walk down Stalchenko and trying to work with him at times, but I still think Stalchenko's movement around the target and the speed of his work is just slightly better for me.
Okay, take a deep breath.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it even, a draw, 19-19. The other 2 judges have it 20-18 for the green corner.
Hey, after you throw your right hand, throw your left hand to the body, okay?
Little surprising, but I'm not angry with that.
Scores so far, 20-18 for Rogava twice, and dead even on the 3rd scorecard. So the judges, by and large, enjoying the work of Rogava more as we welcome Claudia Trejos back in. Claudia, what are you hearing?
I had a chance to speak to the coach in the green corner, and he says he's expecting Rogava to double up on the jab, back up Stalchenko. Even though he's the smaller guy, he's nimble. He wants to make sure he cuts the ring and be first. Just attack the body and be first.
Good left hand to the body there from Stalchenko a moment ago. Rogava getting to the body there. That's something that Joe Goosen has talked about liking about Rogava's game. Both his hand speed, but also his ability with his size to get to his opponent's body.
I just wanted to mention that Rogava, even though he was born and raised in the, Eastern European style of boxing, he has adjusted very well to the American style, a little bit more flexible. His legs are bent, and he leans a little forward. It's not so upright as your typical Ukrainian, Kazakh, Uzbek.
I agree. He definitely has an American style in it and makes him kind of slick in there too, And that, he has the body shape of a Tyson Fury, but those soft muscles sometimes makes you faster,
I'm like that. I think all these real muscle-bound fighters don't have the same lateral movement. They can't move around as much.
Right.
I mean, you have to be fat.
When I was fighting, I was always very muscular, but my muscles are soft. They're not. They look, when I'm really in shape, they look ripped, but they're soft if you touch them, and it made me faster.
What are you showing off for?
No, I'm just saying I had soft muscles. I'm saying I had soft muscles. I didn't have the hard muscles.
Look at me and my muscles.
Did it sound like that? Did it sound like that, Corey? I guess it did. I'm sorry.
Another good right hand there from Rogava. A couple of those have landed over the last 25 seconds or so.
Oh, good shots.
Stalchenko back with a nice left hand as well. Both men being made to work for nearly every second of every round here.
I mean, it's a busy round, isn't it?
And frankly, for heavyweights, Barry, I mean, it's an unusual combination of skill sets. It kind of doesn't look like a heavyweight fight that we're watching right now.
No, I mean, Rogava looks like a heavyweight, but he's not, his activity is not of a heavyweight. Really busy.
Ooh, good body shot that Stalchenko felt was low. Looks like Steve St. Germain felt the same.
I don't think it was low, because even in the beginning, the referee said, I'm going to let you work here because the shorts are high. But then again, his shorts are underneath his navel, so maybe that was a low blow.
Good right hand there from Rogava there, lovely shot. Stalchenko trying to be busy, but...
yeah, it was low. Because you see his navel there, it was low. It's Rogava's shorts that are up high.
Now listen to me. Hey. I don't need hard shots. I need short, fast shots. Okay? Thank you. You want to spit? Spit. Thank you. Listen to me. I need combinations. I don't need hard shots. Combinations, okay?
That's very smart. That's very smart by the corner of Rogava, because Savchenko could actually steal these rounds. You trying to load up and you trying to hit him and you missing. When you have your own level of speed and timing and you're landing shots, obviously you're winning. You're landing shots.
You can see already is just in the first offering of Rogava in the round, just taking a little bit off those shots. Seeing the hand speed, and again, for his size, Rogava extremely quick.
Shot from Rogava there, nice little short right hand.
All right, Savchenko's just a smart fighter. He knows how to win rounds. You know, he has such a great amateur career. He knows how to win rounds. He knows how to outwork you.
Again, the uphill battle that Savchenko fighting here tonight and in this tournament overall, like we saw in his first round fight, the fact that realistically this is a cruiserweight. This is someone who is ranked at cruiserweight, the Ukrainian cruiserweight champion, taking a risk and stepping in with the big boys in this tournament.
And that just means his punches have no real effect. But his speed's caused problems for the heavyweights, but Rogava's been okay with it, actually, hasn't he? Even the foot speed, he hasn't tried to chase him down too much. He just tried to keep the center of that ring.
Right, just turn, just turning with him, Not spending too much energy.
Well, as we've seen throughout boxing history, it's still an anomaly, even when a great cruiserweight moves up to heavyweight. It's not a guarantee that they're going to have success. Of course, Alexander Usyk, an exception. David Haye had a lot of success at Evander Holyfield, but you know, 2 of the 3 of those are all-time greats. They're Hall of Famers, right?
Exactly.
And almost every other cruiserweight champion that you could think of did not step up to heavyweight and have championship-level success.
That's right.
Great combination there. Be interesting to see the scorecards after this round. Again, one judge after the first 2 had it dead even. Rogava 20-18. How are they feeling about Savchenko's work here in the 4th?
Because he's busy all the time, isn't he?
Yeah, use your jab, Rogava. Use your length. There you go. Let the jab at least blind him, set him up. That's what you set up the right hand to just land. Nice. Nice work.
Rogava trying to flurry to the body.
Savchenko's trying to throw a couple of flurries himself.
Yeah, trying to flurry up top. Good exchange.
Sure you're not going to take this round back from me. That's what he's saying.
Пожалуйста, слушай меня внимательно. Ты закусываешься, он тяжелее, нахера. Смотри, это слон, он тяжелый, он должен бить в воздух, понял? Слышишь меня?
Да, я слышу
прекрасно. Вот мне надо, чтобы ты это выполнил, понял? Вот это побольше. Даже стоишь ровно, понял? Вот сюда.
Now look, listen to me. Every time you land something, you're pulling back. No, go again. Go again. After you land something good, go again. Even if you
After 4 rounds, 2
follow
judges have it 40-36. 1 judge has it 39-37. Unanimous for the green corner.
Now listen, I need these last 2 rounds. I need these last 2 rounds. Do not slow down. You understand? Do not slow down. Pick your pace up. I don't give a fuck if you're tired. Suck it up. You understand? Combinations this round. Let's go. Let's go.
So 2 to go in our final contest of the day. Apologies for the language in the Rogava corner.
Thank you, I was offended.
See the scores 40-36 twice and 39-37.
Well, if that offends you, listen to this. No, I'm joking. But I like that from the corner.
Yes.
I don't care if you're tired.
That's right.
Because even though you are tired, a lot of it's mental.
and with the scorecards being this wide.
That's another point, because again, people are always worried about fighters potentially coasting when they know they're ahead, and they know they're ahead wide. Here we have Rogava's corner telling him, I need these 2 rounds. He doesn't need those rounds.
Don't need the 2 rounds.
He absolutely does not. But Rogava being told to go out there as if he does.
Beautiful. I love it.
I don't know any fighter can hurt you, but also, he's not up against a big punching heavyweight opposite him. He's up against a really busy, smaller guy. So I think you need to stay busy.
Yes.
But you can take that risk as well because he's not hitting you with bombs.
He's tight. Rogava's tight, but he's letting his hands go.
But it's good to know how to fight when you're tired. Because you've got to think when you're tired and keep your shape when you're tired and try and throw punches and land and block and defend. But if you can think under the pressure when you're knackered, that makes you a much better fighter.
Yeah, and reading between the lines here, Claudia Trejos just told me that she asked the Rogava corner, why did you tell him that, knowing he's ahead? He said, because I don't want him to slow down. And, you know, I'm sure they're communicating very quickly, but Barry, I think that's probably what they're doing. They're using this as a teachable moment.
Yeah, of course. And I said that puts you in another level, but in this division as well, that puts you right up there.
Final minute here of round 5.
Slowing down can also give Stalchenko an opportunity to maybe land something.
Because when you slow down, you relax, you make a mistake.
And there you go.
Nice uppercut there from Stalchenko. Gaba still firing that right hand. Now brings it downstairs to the body.
Nice little left hand there from Stalchenko, but not enough on it really. Make an effect. It's good work though from Stalchenko.
Yes, yes. I'll be surprised if these 2 judges give him this, Rogava this round. And I thought there was another round in there that he won as well. So this is surprising. I know Rogava's happy, but I do know that he's also landing the harder shots. And there's times when Stalchenko comes in and lands or throws 3 punches. If Rogava land 1 hard shot, maybe that nullified those 3 punches.
Last round, keep it good, keep it clean, keep that clean.
Now listen to me. Hey, I need this round from you. You understand? I need this round from you. I don't know what these judges are looking at. I don't know what they're saying. Can I? Thank you. I need this round from you. You understand?
Let him do
you understand? I need this round from you. I need combination after combination. This is the last round. Leave it in the ring here, okay? Don't step back.
I got a feeling that Rogava's looking at his trainer saying, no, you don't. I'm good at math.
Well, also, I could hear on the PA system what the scores are.
He says, I know what the judges are thinking. You don't know what the judges are thinking, but
right.
I know what the judges are
but
thinking.
But again, you know, a little coercion there, Barry, for the sake of, you know, a learning experience here for Rogava.
Oh, yeah.
And I also think he's saying leave it all in the ring, again, because of who they're fighting.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a risk. I say that again, repeat myself, that you get caught. Anyone can knock you out, but it's still, he's not up against a big, massive guy who's punching heavy.
You slow down, your opponent has confidence, throws more shots, might get you out of there. I think what the corner's doing is a good job. It's just funny. I mean, Rogava's mouth is wide open. This is grit. This is grit. And there's a shot right there. Uppercut.
Yeah, good uppercut there from Stalchenko. I mean, it has to be exhausting resetting and following Stalchenko around the ring like this.
I mean, Usyk is not nowhere near the different levels, but Usyk's constant movement knackers out fighters. That's what does them, and that's what they get. So there's big lumps who are used to having people in front of them, and what they're worried about is power. But with him, it's that constant movement, and they got to follow him around. They got to think more than they used to, and it just exhausts them. Yeah, good right hand there from
Rogava.
Yep, thank you.
He's getting hit a lot by Stalchenko, though. So, he might get these 2 rounds.
Got a fantastic work ethic, hasn't he, Stalchenko?
Yes.
Just non-stop.
Nice right hand again there from Rogava. That's a timing shot that they've been calling for in the Rogava corner. Good body work there from Stalchenko. I want to see Stalchenko at cruiserweight.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
You know, I think you're so right about Stalchenko's face, Corey, because he's had it. He's like, I'm thinking about my bills at home. He's just angry. He's like, oh boy. He's doing good work though. Uh-oh, cut.
Looks like a cut open up, and not a good one. Above the eye of Stalchenko.
Sucks with 30 seconds
30
left.
seconds remaining. Now he's got another reason to be upset. Now 15 seconds of the contest.
Good work by Stalchenko, just good pivoting.
Hard right hand to the body there from Rogava. It has been good work all night long here from Rogava and Stalchenko.
Oh, brilliant.
Terrific tempo for a 6-round heavyweight fight, and you see the respect between the 2 Ukrainians.
Rogava might box better people, but he won't box anyone who throws as many punches as that.
No,
not at this weight.
I doubt it. Not at this weight class, and I think the fight was closer than what the scorecards were saying.
Right at the end there, that head clash. Shame. Good contest, a real high pace, high energy, good technical stuff as well. And Rogava just doing enough, I think. Oh, right across the eye there as well. In his right weight class, Stalchenko, he'll be a problem for a few people.
All right, we are ready to make the final fight of the night official as we hand it back one last time to our MC, Mr. Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Steve Morrow scores it 60-54, and both judges, Francisco Ayosa and Barry Lindenman, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 58-56, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Sotne Mr. T. Rogava!
60-54 2 times is diabolical. That's insane. There's no way. There's no way that he won those 2 rounds, those last 2 rounds. Especially the last round. Come on. Give the man a couple rounds. Fine, he won, but dang.
I think Stalchenko has shown that he can be a factor in the cruiserweight division. For whatever reason, most or all of his work was not appreciated here tonight, but if you watch him in that fight, that is a high-level fighter. Sotne Rogava will advance to the quarterfinals. And we welcome you back at ringside, Corey Erdman, Barack the Boxing Bully, and Barry Jones. Terrific day of fights in both the featherweight and heavyweight division. When we think about the fighter of the night, I think we would all agree Troy Nash and his performance here tonight, for a guy that came in with 4 professional fights, looked like a fighter, mature well beyond his years as we look back at his victory over Zoltas Jennisov.
Well, I would say Stalchenko. No. Troy Nash, first of all, as a featherweight, is actually the only featherweight tonight with 16 fighters that won 60-54. Totally dominated a really good opponent.
He boxed really well. He boxed with the maturity, a 19-year-old kid boxing the maturity of a veteran. He controlled the pace with his jab. You know, he showed strength in his work. He boxed a good kid and made a good kid look very, very ordinary. He's beyond this level, I believe.
Yeah, and listen, when you look at the lineage of fighters that come from that learning tree, so to speak, that Andre Ward learning tree, to Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davis, Troy Nash is one of those guys in that circle. And the way that he fights, the intelligence that he fights with, it certainly looks like he could be the next one, Barack.
Oh, he's definitely going to be the next one. And iron sharpens iron, you know, and your sparring partners make you who you are. Yeah. The better the sparring, the better you are. He came here tonight like a professional, fine-tuned, because he has great sparring.
He's a thinking fighter with a little bit of nastiness, and that'll get better with age. I mean, he's young now. Wait for him in 3 years.
Oh, man.
Cool. Speaking of nastiness, knockouts don't come much nastier than Peter Latch's shocking KO over Marco Maloon, the Polish Tyson, with a devastating left hook knockout. Let's take a look at it right there. Unbelievable stuff from the Polish underdog.
He keeps fighting giants. You know, that's why his knockout always looks a bit. Though it was the most vicious knockout, an actual knockout, he was concussed leaving, I believe, Maloon. You know, so I just can't wait to see him continue in this tournament.
He uses his stature, his short stature, for his advantage. He stays nice and low, gets lower, uses those legs to generate the power through that right hand. It was a throwaway shot, and then jumped into a left hook, and it was a beautiful shot.
Very hard to
finish.
see. Very hard to see a left hook coming from that angle, that low.
A tremendous night of fights from here in Riyadh. But let's send it back up to the stage to Claudia Trejos.
Thank you, Corey. Gentlemen, we're here with the man of the hour, Mauricio Sulaiman, the president of the WBC. 2 extraordinary nights, and we close with a fantastic evening with the heavyweights. What are your thoughts of these 2 last days?
Well, I'm just excited. I cannot wait for August. We're going to have phase 3. What we saw today, the power of the heavyweights, the unbelievable level of great boxing in the featherweights. Yesterday was middleweight and super lightweight, and overall the experience has been amazing. All the fighters come to win, and the level has been, I mean, we're seeing future world champions showcase here in the zone Riyadh season WBC Grand Prix.
Yes, we are so fortunate. We saw super featherweights and middleweights. What called your attention from those 2 divisions?
I'm very happy with featherweight quality. Overall, every single fight was sensational, superb. Of course, there's a few kids that are mind-blowing. You're going to mention the fighter of the day, but the heavyweights, I saw a couple with a tremendous power. The Olympic champion from Kazakhstan, from Uzbekistan, tremendous. He knows how to move. So it's shaping up. Just starting to see the favorites that are going to make it, but there were a couple of surprise results that make it very interesting.
Yes, one of those was definitely Troy Nash, mature beyond his years.
Oh my God.
And of course, we're looking forward to phase 3 quarterfinals. When do we expect to be back?
We expect to be back August 14 or 15. This is the phase, and then October and then December for this beauty.
Yes.
And I want to give you something. Can I give you something now?
Course.
Yes?
Yes.
You see what this is?
Yes, it's Don Jose Sulaiman. Oh my goodness, look at that. It's gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. So I have a little surprise for you.
Oh!
It's a baby, Jose
yes!
Sulaiman.
Thank you so much, Don Jose. As always, watching over me, thank you so much. We look forward to coming back in August and then the final in December.
Unbelievable. Thank you, DAZN. I admire all of you sitting down without a break for 16 fights in a row, 18 fights yesterday. I just so thankful for the production, the team, the smiles, the moments, the replays, everything.
We're blessed. Thank you, Mauricio. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And on behalf of our extraordinary crew, which in fact has been working really hard, I bid you all good night and till next time.
Hey.
Furthermore, we doing this for y'all. Rap is stress, but it feel great. When you up, but when you in a slump, you get real low and can't think straight. Put it all in each mixtape, so many long nights in my mother's house. Trouble boy, bring the trouble now. Since V1, I've been double down. Life's a gamble till we part ways. When we win, we just parlay. Build a pot till it pays back, and then it pays off for all of our pain that we downplayed. Just to maintain, so that I avoid a breakdown. But you can't run away when you paving the way. Gotta navigate through the dark lanes any way that you can, just so you can find a light to the path. Write you a plan, get right to the plan. Seek help, but you were too spiteful to ask. Not saying that life isn't bad, but life could be worse than the life that you have. Some people need a rifle to blast to get right to the cash, and the cycle demands that it happens again and again and again.